Well, hello everybody. Welcome along to the Classic Sports Car Club season opening meeting here at Silverstone. A slightly earlier start than we'd usually have to a racing season, but we're here, we're ready to go for the year, and we've got a very exciting day of racing coming up ahead of you on the Grand Prix Circuit as well. Mark Werrell chatting to you now, joined in the commentary box by Matt Suckling. Matt, the cars for the first grid of the weekend heading out onto the circuit. Gold-marked Magnificent Sevens are first up.
Yeah, good morning, Mark. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Silverstone, as Mark said, ready for what should be a blistering day, not in terms of the weather. It's still pretty cold this time of year, but we are looking forward to what the Classic Sports Car Club has to offer across the course of this Sunday. And as Mark said, the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens are the category to kick us off this morning. Yeah,
still rather chilly out there as the cars making their way around this circuit. Silverstone having been around since the middle part of the 1940s, 1948 when it first appeared. The Classic Sports Car Club is celebrating 20 years this year. It is the 20th anniversary of the first ever race meeting that we had. So the cars are on their formation lap. We should very shortly be able to bring up a grid for you and guide you through the grid for what is the first of two 20-minute sprint races for them over the course of today. And they qualified earlier on. It was a mixed qualifying session. They weren't out on circuit they were on their own. They were mixed up with the likes of the WOSP New Millennium and the Verum Builders Open Series, but the way that they lined up for the caterhams, the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens, Johnny Pittard starts from pole, and alongside his Luke Stevens, they were within 0.3 of a second of each other in qualifying. Richard Carter has Jonathan Evans for company on row number 2, and it's Bruce Wilson and Chris Mayhew that line up there on row number 3. The next row of the grid sees Tim Woodman line up alongside Josh Gollin, that's row 4, and it's Jolyon Kemp and Richard Green that are there on row number 5. The 6th row is completed by the Lanyons. Simon and Mark will share the car over the course of the two races, and alongside is Jonathan Constable. After we move out of the 6th row of the grid onto row number 7, on the 7th row of the grid is the car that's shared between Martin Dolan and Gary Boone. We don't know which driver is behind the wheel for this one. We'll try and endeavour to find that out as the race wears on. It's Ben Salmon and Nick Starkey who share the car that's there on the outside of row number 7. And on row number 8, it's the pairing of Michael Jacobs and Rob Ollie alongside Sahid Chatterjee. And the final row of the grid on his own on what will be the 9th row of the grid is Stephen Trinder. Multi-class structure to the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens. Depending on the power to weight ratio of the car and the engine that it runs dictates as to which class you go in. So the more powerful cars are in the likes of Class I, and it's those two cars, the Class I cars, that line up on the front row of the grid, Matt.
Yep, and if you've never seen the Mag 7s before, then it's predominantly cars of those of a Lotus 7 shape. So the likes of Caterham, Lotus, Westfield, MKs and Tigers, but predominantly here this weekend. And in recent years, we have seen Caterham. So that's what we're looking out for and looking forward to, and what should be a fiery, feisty 20 minutes of racing to kickstart the day here at Silverstone on the full Grand Prix circuit, which is fantastic to be in use. We don't really use it that much with the Classic Sports Car Club. I think we've only used it once before in its 20 years that it's now been running. So it's a rare opportunity to start the season here on the Grand Prix circuit. But as ever, Mark, very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, because those opportunities are so rare, that's why we're having to do it earlier on in the season. Later on in the year, there'll be no possibility to race on the Grand Prix circuit, or it'll be too cost prohibitive. So a great deal has been done between Silverstone and the Classic Sports Car Club to open up our season here. So delighted that we're here on the Grand Prix circuit, and so many drivers have taken that opportunity. Yeah, it might be chilly out there, particularly in the Caterham, but they'll be looking forward to this one. So it is the black and gold car of Johnny Pittard that starts on pole position. It is the black and red car of Luke Stevens that sits alongside Luke behind the wheel of this turbocharged Caterham CSR. And he will look to see whether the former European champion can get the jump on Johnny Pittard when the lights go out. So the safety car has peeled off. We're about to get racing underway, not just for today, but for the 2023 championship season for the Classic Sports Car Club in their 20th year of operation as well. Lights are on the gantry, revs begin to rise, lights go out, and it's the car with the gold flashes of Johnny Pittard and the Dayglow helmet that's got the jump on Luke Stevens as they head up towards Copse Corner for the first time. Richard Carter in the light green class slots himself into what is 3rd position. There's contact ahead and there's cars spinning. I'm afraid one of those that's already got tangled up looked as though it was Richard Green, but there was another car there, Matt, that also had problems and was part of that skirmish at turn number 1.
Yeah, the other one is towards the inside. So Richard Green, I think, has got... No, he's still there. I can just see on the left-hand side. So we'll try and pick up who the other car is there at the first corner. But all out front, it's side-by-side almost between Johnny Pittard and Luke Stevens. They're going to tow each other down the hanger straight for the first time. But can Luke Stevens find his way through in towards the right-hander at the end of the hanger straight? Not as of yet, but he's got 20 minutes to play with here to try and work his way through, and almost side-by-side there for third place as well.
Yeah, I think that might have been Jonathan Edwards that got through and ahead of Richard Carter. There's also squabbles going on further down through the order. That looks as though it's the Ben Simon and Nick Starkey car that's busy doing battle with the others around him. I think the other car that might have had the problem might be car number 20, Tim Woodman. The colour sort of matches Tim Woodman's car, but couldn't quite see the number. Big wiggle on the cold tyre still from Johnny Pittard as he tried to get the power down, working his way past the international pits, but it looks as though safety car is deployed potentially and is heading out on circuit. You can see the yellow flags there off to the marshal's post, and that can only be because of that stricken car. However, I think the leading pair maybe didn't quite realise that. I thought for a split second I thought Luke Stevens was going to take the lead of the race, but I think he realised then, yeah, safety car is out, and it's because not just of that car of Richard Green, but more to do with the orange and black car that's stricken in the middle of the circuit at Copse at turn 1.
Yeah, and there could be quite a bit of damage, I think, to the orange car we saw on the inside. I think there's a bit of right side damage as well to the rear of Richard Green, and some fluid leaking as well, yeah, from the front of the car, which is not the way these two cars would have wanted to start the season after all that off-season break with the repairs to be done and all the tinkering that the teams and drivers have been doing has pretty much come to nothing at this first race of the season, which is a real shame, but they'll be brought back to the paddock, see if they can do anything before that second race this afternoon. But as it stands, we are now under safety car.
Yeah, we are under safety car, which is enormously frustrating for those of you that are here at circuit or those that are tuning in on the stream to see what's going on. Our marshals being called into action already, and we will continually do this throughout the course of the year. Thank all of our marshals for all their hard work and efforts, not just here this weekend, but every race meeting that we see throughout the course of the season. It's a long old day for them out there, Matt, and it's a chilly old day for them out there as well, isn't it? They're out in it all day. High temps are already.
Yeah, it's a bit blustery as well, which doesn't help the conditions when the sun is out. It's quite nice in the sunshine, but yeah, it's a cold day here at Silverstone, which you'd pretty much expect, wouldn't you? End of February, these conditions. Luckily, as we said earlier, it's not snowing or wet, which is always a bit of a dampener on many marshals.
It was only a week ago it was forecast. We're very lucky, aren't we?
Yes, we are. So cars being led round behind the safety car, so everyone gathers themselves together. And the cars that we did lose, well, in fact, we lost 3 there, didn't we? Because Richard Green, we said, the other 2 were Tim Woodman in the number 20 machine, and also the 88 machine, which is Michael Jacobs and Rob Ollie machine. So, yeah, 3 down, but I'm not too sure where the other one went there.
Yeah, maybe Michael Jacobs and Rob Ollie perhaps had a problem and either didn't start the race and we didn't quite pick up on that, or maybe they were just involved and we didn't see them. But yeah, Tim Woodman's car, no choice but to put the safety car out. Right-hand suspension hanging off that car. It's also got damage to the left rear as well, and there's no way the marshals, even on a long circuit like Silverstone where there's a gap in the traffic, can safely get out, haul that car out of harm's way and get back behind the barriers before the cars came back round. So no choice, is there?
No, not at all, and that will need a flatbed, won't it, to pick it up. It won't be able to move under its own steam, unfortunately. So that car's still stuck there down at Copse Corner. And the other one, which we may have missed, I think has now been spotted on the apex of Copse Corner. So that's where the Jacobs and Ollie car disappeared to. So we can now pick up 3 of them. But under safety car, as we said, it is the 81 machine of Johnny Pittard that still leads. He's the man who, of course, qualified on pole position. The gaps you see on your screen, if you're watching on the live stream, won't indicate anything in terms of how far they are apart, of course, because we are under safety car. Second place at the minute for Luke Stevens, and then in third place, as it stands, is Jonathan Edwards, who a couple of years ago here was doing very well. But the one I want to watch out for is Richard Carter, because out of the runners we have, he was here 2 years ago in the 2021 meeting. In that race, he finished 4th place, and as it stands, he currently resides in 4th place as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's Chris Mayhew who's there in 5th position, racing for Boss Racing. We haven't seen huge amounts of Chris racing for Boss over the years, but those familiar colours of the white and the day-glow orange, sitting there in 5th position. And 6th position, long time Caterham racer within the Gold Dot Magnificent Sevens. It's the darker blue car of Bruce Wilson. That's the order of the top 6. The Michael Jacobs and Rob Ollie car, that was the only non-Caterham that we had in the field. That was the low cost with the Mazda engine. They have rebuilt their engine more recently, and Whether that was either engine woes that prevented them from starting the race or whether they've got tangled up in this incident, we don't know. So that's the third car that we can't fully account for at the moment. So hopefully, now that the safety car has got everything behind it and our marshals can get out onto track, they can work as quickly and efficiently as possible, in conjunction with the breakdown crews, of course, who need to get the flatbed recovery out there to haul Tim Woodman's car out of the way. The one good thing as ever is that all of the drivers are out of their respective cars and are absolutely fine, and no doubt will be chatting amongst themselves as to the finer points of what happened there. Difficult, isn't it, Matt? You know, opening race of the season, you've got to blow the cobwebs away. It's cold out there as well, and whilst it's a long lap here to try and build a bit of temperature into the tyres, we could tell from just the body language of Jonathan Pittard's car when he applied the power coming out of Club Corner that, you know, even on the first racing lap, still the tyres aren't up to temperature, and the car really reminded him the fact that, you know, you've got to tread gingerly on the first few laps. Yeah,
it's just so cold, isn't it? It just takes so much to get the tyre temperature up into these cars, and of course under the safety car they're doing as much as they can to make sure the tyre is being remained into those tyres, but again it's going to take another lap once the safety car does hopefully go in to get them back up to the temperature they need to do. So yeah, it's trepidation at the minute for all the drivers. I'm sure there's a bit of eagerness in there as well, that first corner trying to make up as many places as you can, because in recent years for the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens we've been kind of looking towards the same format as the CSCC does normally run, 40-minute races, but in the recent seasons we've now cut them down to more of sprint races, so they're kind of making up as many places as they can in the early stages whilst the field is all bunched together.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the grid for this first race is formed as per qualifying. The grid for the second race that we'll see later on is based on the finishing positions of the first race of the weekend. However, what we will see is that the overall winners of the various groups, because we've got two separate groups within all of the classes, Group 1 caters for cars in Class A, Class B and Class C, so in other words the lesser powered cars. Group 2 caters for a raft of the more powerful cars from sort of 150 brake horsepower upwards. I'm not going to go into the full technical details because it is quite complex the way it all works, but if you win your group, there will be two cars that will get a 10-place grid penalty from where they finish this race to where they start the next race. Now, with 14 cars out there, it may well be that all you do is you drop to the back of your grid and that will be it. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens with this one. So two breakdown recovery units there, scooping up the cars that are stricken on the infield of Copse Corner. So the clock's still continuing to tick down, I'm afraid, as well, on what was scheduled to be a 20-minute race. We haven't had that much racing yet, but we've got just less than 12 minutes to go, and this safety car lap as well, Matt, which is going to take, what, the best part of another 4 minutes?
Yeah, we'll do it at this speed at the minute. I think the recovery vehicles are now moving, which is a good sign, I think, because two of them are about to leave Copse Corner. Not a good sight, of course, on the back of the low loader of Tim Woodman's car. So that now takes itself into the pit lane, whilst the marshals continue just to clear up some fluid which was dropped down onto the circuit. So once they've done that, we should have the call, hopefully, from race control to get the safety car light switched off on top of the Audi, which leads the field now down the hanger straight. And I think the safety car is now just backing up slightly just to make sure that all the team down there at Copse Corner can get what they want to do done, and then hopefully get the safety car in at the end of this lap, which is going to give us less, I think, than 50% of this race to go. So 11 minutes left on the clock. By the time we get round, as you said, Mark, it's going to be probably around about 9.5 minutes. Yeah, which means that they should still get about 5 racing laps out of this one. Looking at the lap times they're doing qualifying, certainly 4, possibly 5 laps before we would see the checkered flag, which is enough to go out there and enjoy yourself and then look forward to what will be that second 20-minute race for them later on. There's Stephen Trinder in the Caterham Academy spec car towards the tail end of the field. We're only about halfway around this final safety car lap, though, as it heads through the Vale and in towards Club Corner, which would be the start line, of course, for the Formula 1 Grand Prix here. So we're just coming up towards Club Corner now and onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight, as it's now known, past the new hotel that's positioned to what is the right of your screen there. There's a bridge just going across now, which brings you from the hotel that was recently been built here at Silverstone over to the wing building. So that's the Grand Prix start finish line that they're heading towards now, and then it's up to Johnny Pittard and Luke Stevens to get their foot down and get things back underway again. They were evenly matched in qualifying, the pair of them, weren't they? Johnny Pittard with the Dayglow yellow helmet, Luke Stevens with the black helmet, just 0.3 of a second between them. It could
could, Matt, all come down to the toe, couldn't it? Who's where at the right time?
Exactly. It's typical kind of Goldart's Magnificent Sevens racing, because you leave your move until the last lap and you try and dive out on the right time. So, yeah, if Luke Stevens is happy just to sit there at the minute behind Johnny Pittard, that might be the right place to sit, all the way down towards Brooklands, and then try and make your way through kind of at Luffield if you've got that good toe down the Wellington straight. But he'll be hoping first off that he gets some minutes to play with in this race. And at the minute, we are ticking away, as we said, down to 9 minutes. Safety car lights are still switched on at the top of the Audi safety car, but let's see if they do disappear by the time they come back onto the Wellington straight, as the clouds start to appear over Silverstone now after a fairly sunny morning. And I think we are very much good to go, Mark, because the lights are now off.
Yeah, so the lights are off on the safety car, which means it will accelerate its way away from the pack. It's now up to Johnny Pittard to decide how much of a gap he wants between himself and the safety car as it disappears into the distance. And he needs to try and measure and manage that gap, so when he puts his foot down, which he will be doing very shortly, he doesn't re-catch the safety car before it dives its way into the pit lane. And he's not left that much of a gap, so he's going to have to wait for the safety car to peel off on the exit of Luffield Corner, and then he'll get his foot down and get things back underway. But you can see that Luke Stevens is already right with him. We've also got the red car in third place of Jonathan Edwards and Richard Carter, all looking to try and stay together. In fact, Johnny Pittard's just hung on, and he's going to go at the last possible moment by the look of things. So yellow flags about to be replaced by green flags with just under 8.5 minutes to go. We finally get the Goldart's Magnificent Sevens race hopefully fully underway now, without any further intervention of safety cars required. And it's been a good restart, I would say, by Johnny Pittard, who looked as though by the time they got to Copse Corner had already got a little bit of daylight between himself and the chasing Luke Stevens. Yeah,
he held them right back there, didn't he? But all of a sudden, as you said, he broke away from the rest of the pack. But I don't think that will last too much longer. Luke Stevens there already taken a lot of curb through the corners, through Maggotts and Beckett's in towards Chapel, and already he's going to be back onto the tail of Johnny Pittard here. So watch out for that toe that Mark spoke about, to see if he can get anything done down the hanger straight. And let's see if Luke Evans can make the move in the early stages of this restarted race, with 7 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock. Not quite close enough at the end of the hanger straight is Luke Evans, but the good news for Luke is he hasn't really got any pressure from behind at the minute.
Yeah, Luke driving one of his customers' cars, David Holroyd, who has developed this car in conjunction with Team Leo's over the last few years. It's been rather recalcitrant, really, but he's looking for the inside line as they head in towards a braking area, and he's made it through here. So Luke Stevens in the turbocharged machine goes through to pick up the lead from Jonathan Pittard. Again, you can see the wiggle at the tail end of Jonathan Pittard's Caterham CSR as he tries to get the power down, but the tyres tell him otherwise at the moment, and Pittard closes a bit more in a straight line as they head up the Lewis Hamilton straight. He's got the inside line and is going to sneak through that time as they head up towards Farm. Brave stuff. Quick corner, that right-hander, but already the lead has changed and is changed back. And is it going to change again as they head in towards the braking area? Yes, up towards Village. Luke Stevens thinks about it, wheel to wheel, can't quite squeeze his way through. Johnny Pittard hangs on for the moment.
This is great racing, isn't it, between the two of them? And that was a very late lunge from Johnny Pittard, but respect was given between the two drivers, and Luke Stevens now again drops back into second place. So as you were, as I head now onto the Wellington straight for another time of asking, this now only lap number 4, with near enough 3/4 of the race has been completed, but Johnny Pittard leads them back off in towards Brooklands. Behind, I think, yeah, Richard Carter has just got the move done as well on the number 777 machine of Jonathan Edwards. So a change for third place. It's the yellow machine there of Richard Carter that has gone ahead of the red car of Jonathan Edwards.
Yes, that's the R300 back ahead of the C400. And Richard Carter, again, has been a long-time competitor in the Classic Sports Car Club Magnificent Sevens, supported again this year by Goldarts through and into third position, but he might have the place. The only problem now is that Jonathan Edwards is going to get the opportunity just to sit in his toe and try and see if he can claw his way back up into third position. And that's the great thing about Caterham racing, isn't it? You take the lead, all you then do is punch the hole in the air for the car behind, and he comes back and re-overtakes you, and then you're left with the advantage to do exactly the same again.
Exactly. It gives us lots of overtake and lots of things to talk about, which is why we love the Goldart's Magnificent Sevens so very much. And as you said, Jonathan Edwards not quite done with this one yet to try and get himself onto the podium. This is also, by the way, for the lead in Class G, so it's not just for third place overall, it's for the lead in that class as well. Top two, by the way, Jonathan Pittard and Luke Stevens are the top two in Class I, and on his own at the minute, Chris Mayhew there in car number 94, he is the leader of Class F as it stands.
Yeah, so Class G is for cars with between 230 and 260 brake horsepower. Class F that you just alluded to is those between 186 and 230 brake horsepower. As I mentioned earlier on, the class structure is so as to accommodate as many different cars. Doesn't matter what kind of Lotus 7 derived car you might have. odds are it can be accommodated somewhere in Goldhart's magnificent 7s. This is another good squabble that we've got at the moment. Bruce Jones is sitting there, sorry, Bruce Wilson, I should say, is sitting there squabbling away in 6th position. Behind him is the number 12 car, which is the car that Nick Starkey shares with Ben Salmon. Ahead of them is the white and the Dayglow orange colour car. That is Chris Mayhew at the wheel of his Boss Racing prepared Caterham C400. So they're fighting away for 5th, 6th and 7th positions at the moment, with just under 4.5 minutes remaining. The leader, Johnny Pittard, has just set the fastest lap of the race last time through, 2 minutes 13.980. We've not had that many laps that have been at full racing speed, however.
No, not at the minute. Big lock up there towards the back of this little group, which is the car, by the looks of it, of Joylin Kemp. So Jolyon Kemp is just trying to work his way through as best as he can, but can't find a way through, but just flat spotted those tyres very briefly as they turn away now on towards the Wellington Straight once again. But yeah, some really good battles. It may be the kind of top 4 breaking away and having their own single battles, but definitely for 5th place, Chris Mayhew having it at the minute to try and keep behind him the 2 further Class G cars in group, 3rd and 4th place for them. And pushing very hard there is the number 17 machine. You can hear the squeal of tyres as he comes off the Wellington Straight. That's Joshua Golim, and he's having his work cut out to try and keep at the minute. Behind him, the number 54 machine, which is the Simon Lanyon and Mark Lanyon car. And as it stands, he'll be across the line by about a 10th of a second.
Yeah, Josh Golin's got his hands very full indeed, hasn't he? He's not the only one, though, because we've still got Bruce Wilson trying to palm away the aspirations of the car that's tucked right behind him, which is the Ben Salmon and Nick Starkey car. Now, that car of Salmon and Starkey is up into 7th position. It's only qualified 14th. Yes, we lost a few cars at the first corner, but either way, that's a car that has still made progress relative to its qualifying position. 3 minutes to go, so they'll already be on what should be the penultimate lap of the race, I think, this time through. We also had a new fastest lap of the race, as you may have seen at the top of your screen a few moments ago, from the car in 2nd place, Luke Stevens, last time through, with a 2 minutes 12.098, closing the lead advantage back down to less than a second once more. But all the way down through the order, there are squabbles to be had, including this little quartet heading down the Hanger Straight.
Yep, here they come once again then, off towards the right-hander they're about to go as they hit the end of the Hanger Straight, and they're going to get this one, and I reckon one more lap squeezed into this, so we'll see how it all plays out. Josh Gollin, though, still trying his hardest to keep at bay. The next car now in line, which is Jolyon Kemp. Can he make his way through to the inside? It's another lock up there, but he gets the job done. So the orange 144 machine of Jolyon Kemp goes through, and can he hold it on the exit of the corner? He might run very wide, but he's gonna, no, he's not going to keep the place, is he? No, because he runs out wide. He's going to have more momentum round the outside, and Jolyon Kemp in a straight line will have the power. But as you said, Mark, again, the air is punched through, and it might be a move back down towards the end of the Hamilton Straight.
Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, Josh Gollin loses one place. He'll be desperate not to lose another one, because he's got the Martin Dolan, the Gary Boone machine sitting right behind him. The 2 red cars very much together. One with the orange helmet is the number 7 cars. That's a Dolan and Boone car. Too far away to try and sneak up the inside and towards the braking area for Village. Going to try anything at the loop? Well, yeah, we might have more shuffles at the loop, and in fact we have had more shuffles at the loop, because Josh Gollin has gone back through again. So they swap, and they swap back once more.
Yeah, and Jolyon Kemp went to turn into the corner there, I think you saw, and all of a sudden he saw the car towards his inside, so he kind of backed out of that one. And we've got another battle going on here by the looks of it.
That's a change of position, isn't it? Because the Salmon and Starkey car now, yes, the white and black car, is ahead of Bruce Wilson.
For 6th place, isn't it? So they've worked their way through. That's still behind Chris Mayhew, who still leads in his class as well, Class F. And they're about to go on to the last lap of the race as well, with just over a minute left on the clock. Here's this continuing battle as well for these 4 cars. Have we had any more change to the order? Don't think we have massively. They're all kind of keeping themselves glued together as they come up towards the line to start their last lap, but albeit they are well over 50 seconds back from the leaders.
Yeah, good little squabble, that is. Thoroughly enjoyable. This is, however, the battle for the lead of the race, because whilst Luke Stevens has now managed to get himself ahead of Johnny Pittard, the pole sitter and long-time race leader, he's not that far ahead as they head out the club corner and along the Lewis Hamilton Straight up towards the pretty much flat out Abbey. You might have a very slight break for that, and possibly a gear down in the Caterham, but either way it's still a very, very quick corner. Lots of speed carried through that one. You can see the relative gap that they've opened up between themselves and the cars in 3rd and 4th place, which is still Richard Carter ahead of Jonathan Edwards, and all the way down towards the tail end of the field. This little squabble is going to continue as well, but we've now only got a matter of seconds remaining on the clock. The checkered flag will be out at the end of this lap.
Yeah, it certainly will. Josh Golin then comes off the hanger straight once more. He's going to have to hold on here pretty much for 2 more straights, and also the run to the line, because round the outside there you can see the other red car. Second in that little group is going to be Martin Dolan and Gary Boone, and can they get themselves to the inside? Again, you can just see how cold the temperatures are. All the drivers now still locking up as they leave their break into the last possible minute, but for the drag to the line here, who's going to take the first win of the year? It's going to be close as they come out of the final corner. It's going to be Luke Stevens that leads them up towards the checker flag, but who's going to get the job done? It's going to be very, very close. It's going to be a drag race to the line, and the win on our screen goes to, wait, because there's a transponder issue there, I think, for Luke Stevens. It was credited at the minute to Johnny Pittard, and it has been given to him across the line by just under a second. Wait to see if that is correct. I think it was a lot closer than that, but Pittard and Stevens have been recorded in first and second. Third place coming through and finishing as the leader in Class G is Richard Carter. He wins that class by just under 2.8 seconds. And then behind, we should have very shortly the number 94 machine of Chris Mayhew. In fact, he's been passed on this last lap because I think further progress has now been made by the number 12 car. So Ben Salmon and Nick Starkey have made their way through up towards the line in what's going to be 5th place.
Yeah, they've had really good pace over the course of this one. So, yeah, they're through into 5th place, which means Chris Mayhew finishes in 6th position. Bruce Wilson takes the checkered flag in 7th place. 8th place should be the number 54 car of the Lanyons. But, of course, we've got this fantastic squabble that's going on behind them to try and work out who's going to finish for the final couple of places inside the top 10. I think there's been further shuffling there yet. So the Lanyons come through and finish in 8th place. 9th place goes away of Josh Golin, only just ahead, though, of Jonathan Constable, who completes the... Sorry, no, it's... Julian Kemp, I should say, who's there in 9th, head of Josh Golin, who completes the top 10, and just missing out on a top 10 position was Jonathan Constable. But the win, showing on the timing screens at the moment, still going the way of Jonathan Pittard. Yeah, we didn't quite see the dash to the line. We probably would be able to look out in the commentary box window, but it was so close as they came through. But as it stands, as we said, Johnny Pittard is gifted the first win. Okay, the gap's come down to 900ths of a second. That sounds more like it, doesn't it, rather than 9/10ths of a second. So it is still Johnny Pittard with the win, albeit by a much, much smaller margin than we originally gave you. So he takes the win in the first of our Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens of the day here at Silverstone. I have another one to look forward to this afternoon, so make sure you do not miss that. It's going to be well worth sticking around for. Second place in the end comes the way of number 32, Luke Stevens, and then third place, number 42, is going to be that of Richard Carter. So that's your podium effectively for the first race of the day. We'll get a full classification for you once everyone has crossed the line, and we'll try and bring that to you before Mark heads out to speak to our winners in that first race of the day, as we said. So cracking stuff. Unfortunately, we did lose a couple of drivers, as we said, with that first lap incident down there at Copse Corner. So unfortunately, Tim Woodman was a non-finisher. The 134 machine as well didn't make it past the first corner, which is a shame for Richard Green. And also the number 88 machine went missing somewhere. Rob Ollie and Michael Jacobs. So all of those with dramas. There, though, is the classification for the first race of the day. Johnny Pittard, your winner, after 7 laps, won the race by just under 900ths of a second. Luke Stevens there in second place. Richard Carter then in third place. He takes the spoils in Class G. Fourth place went the way of Jonathan Edwards, with fifth place going the way of the number 12 machine, which made great progress, actually, from near enough the back of the grid. 14th place for Ben Salmon and Nick Starkey. 6th place for number 94 was the car of Class F machine Chris Mayhew, and then behind them we had Bruce Wilson with the number 54 machine in 8th place, which was Simon Lanyon and Mark Lanyon. 9th place for Julian Kemp. 10th place Josh Golin. 11th place Jonathan Constable. 12th place for the number 7 machine was that of Martin Dolan and Gary Boone, and then behind there we had 13th place for Suhid Chatterjee, and Stephen Trinder was the last of the finishers down in 14th place. So that's how they all came through. You can see there as well with the different colours on the chart there, the different classes we had. Class I went the way of Pittard, Class G to Carter, Class F the way of Mayhew, Class E went the way of Jolien Kemp, Class B to Gollum, and Class C going the way of the Dolan and Boone car. So there are your different class winners. As Mark also alluded to, we will have 10 place grid penalties for Group 1 winners and Group 2. So those who have done well so far in this first race have a lot of work to do
in the second race, but it gives us more great racing to look forward to as well. So before we move on with the rest of the day's action here at Silverstone, let's hand you down to Mark Werrell, who's down there in the pit lane with our winners from that first race.
Well, a great way to open the account here at Silverstone with a brilliant race for the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens. Such a shame about the safety car in the early period, but we're going to chat to some of our class winners and also the driver that just missed out on the win. I think the winner, Johnny Pittard, has gone round on another lap of the circuit, so we'll grab a quick word with the driver that finished in second position. Luke, it was so close. Bit of a frustrating start to the race, but then you and Johnny certainly made a race of it.
Yeah, we thought we'd do our best. I just didn't quite have the legs in a straight line on him, but no, both drove well. A little bit race rusty, obviously, and I thought I'd timed it perfectly, and he just pipped me to the line, so I won't give him so much room this afternoon.
Did you know he'd pipped you? I mean, it was only 92 thousandths of a second, but yeah. In car, could you tell?
Yeah, his wheels were in front of mine, definitely. So, apart from running him off the track, which isn't the right thing to do, I didn't really have a lot of choice. He just outgunned me to the line. But yeah, it was awesome fun. So both drove well, nice and clean. We had a good couple of few overtakes, so hopefully everyone enjoyed it.
Turn the tables in race 2?
Well, give it our best shot, wouldn't we?
I thought you'd say that. So there we go. There's Luke Stevens, who finished in second place. Let's grab a quick word with the driver who won Class G, Richard Carter, who was being kept very busy out there by Jonathan Edwards, who didn't seem to want to go away for the lead of the class.
No, he mugged me at the start, and I had to wait for the safety car period to end before I could have him back. But yeah, he stuck to me pretty well. Gave me a hard time.
A cold start to the season, an early start to the season, but still good fun.
It was actually, yeah, very good fun. It's a very short race for us, 20 minutes. We're used to 40-minute races, but really good fun, yeah.
I mean, we're celebrating 20 years of the Classic Sports Car Club this year. You've been in Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens for a good number now. Must be approaching not quite double figures, but not far off.
Yeah, it's a long time now, yeah. I do enjoy racing with them. It's a really good club spirit, yeah.
Well done. Congratulations on the winning Class G.
Thank you.
There we go, so that's our Class G winner. We'll wander down, we'll just wait for our Johnny Pittard, our race winner, to get out of his car, because he's the overall winner. So we'll wander down and we'll grab a quick word with Chris Mayhew, who was the winner of Class F. So once again, Boss Racing back on the podium. And Chris, a busy old race for you as well.
Yes, it was. And you know, this is my first ever car race.
Well, congratulations.
I've got the novice square on the back, and this is genuinely my first ever car race.
Well, you've picked the right team to prep the car for you, because Boss know what they're doing.
Yeah, don't they just? Brilliant car. It was easy to drive. It felt really comfortable, and I was just kind of keeping my nose clean, really, and minding my own business and trying to stay out the way of everybody else.
Well, it looks as though you'll be going home with a trophy, but more importantly, you'll be going home with a signature on that race licence. And when you've got the cross on the back, that's the important thing, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. That's what I've come today for. It was purely to get signatures and to get experience. I never expected in a million years to be on the podium. So, yeah, well, how about that for a first day's racing?
And final two questions. First of all, have you done anything at all before, any karting or anything? And secondly, is that just a one-off race you're back for more this year?
No, I've genuinely done nothing before. I've done some motorcycle racing, but never sat in a race car before, and so this is as big a surprise to me as anybody. And yes, I will be doing some more, because I've actually been invited to race at Goodwood, which is the reason I'm trying to collect signatures to get my national, to get to Goodwood. And so this was purely an exercise to get the upgrade to get to Goodwood. And just never expected to be coming home with some silverware, really. Well,
brilliant debut, congratulations. Good luck at Goodwood as well. So that's 3 drivers. The most important one, though, we've still got to chat to as well, which is Johnny Pittard, who has just taken off the hands device and the balaclava. And Johnny, just talk us through that race. We knew, looking at qualifying, it was going to be tight between yourself and Luke, and that was very much the case.
It was. Well, we've got 2 forced induction CSRs here, so it was really good to have a head-to-head and finally settle which one had the edge. And I was glad. I hear it was very close at the line.
There was a whole 92 thousandths in it.
Well, I'm glad I got a good drive out of the last corner then. But yeah, I was delighted with that, because Luke is obviously very experienced and knows his way around the car and the track. So just to hold him off was a victory for me. So I was delighted to pip him at the line.
You're talking forced induction. His is turbo. Yours is supercharged, is it?
That's right, yes. Clearly the way forward, the superior approach.
Was there anything left on the table? Did you always have it in hand? I mean, you can say whatever you want now because you're the winner.
It was very close. I thought we had another lap, so I stayed on it, flat out. I watched Luke drop back, and I thought maybe he had a problem. So, but I wasn't aware, so I have to go and see the clerk about that.
I was going to say, you'll now need to leave the interview and go and present yourself to the clerk of the course.
But yeah, great race, loved it. Great to be back out.
What it does mean is for race number 2, you'll be starting further back.
Yes, no problem. We've got the firepower.
10-place grid drop, we'll see what you can do.
Thank you very much.
There we go, so that's the drivers for the first of our races here with the Classic Sports Car Club at Silverstone as we celebrate 20 years of racing. Now that was the first race, but what we did do earlier on today was Matt Suckling and I wandered down into the paddock and into the garages and had a chat to some of the drivers that are here this weekend. So let's have a look at who we bumped into this morning. So welcome to Silverstone, everybody, for what is the beginning of the 2023 Classic Sports Car Club season. Matt, we're used to getting the season underway maybe a little bit later than we've got here this weekend at Silverstone. It's late February, it's chilly, we're in the shade, and you can really feel that bite in the air, but we're going to have a great day of racing and qualifying ahead.
We certainly are, yeah, as you said, we're not normally here this time of year, but it's nice to be underway, nice and early. Most of the competitors have done their cars, they've got everything ready, everything's prepared, all getting out there on circuit, ready to go for what should be a fantastic day's racing from the Classic Sports Car Club. They're
going to be blowing the cobwebs away. From a commentary perspective, we're going to be blowing the cobwebs away as well. Nice to see that we've got lots of cars returning that we've seen in the various Classic Sports Car Club series over the years, but also I've spotted new names and some new cars. Looking forward to seeing them all out.
Yeah, I think we're going to see quite a few new cars this year. Everyone's kind of got the bug to come back and race this year. We've got some big kind of supercars out there. We've got, of course, the usual old classics as well, which we love seeing. But yeah, some new drivers on the grid, but also some returning drivers, as you said, which love coming back to the series.
So I think what we'll do is we'll go and find a few of them. It's a bit cold in the pit lane, so we're going to go the opposite side because all of the garages are closed. They've all got their doors down in the pit lane. So what we'll do is we'll go to the back of the garages for a couple of reasons. A, because the doors are open, and B, because we're in the sunshine that way, and it will make us
warmer.
Just that little bit warmer, yeah. We're not stupid, are we?
No, we're not.
I mean, you wander into the paddock, and you always know it's going to be a good race meeting when you see just the amount of cars that are there in the paddock. So you wander in this morning, and whether you're at the far reaches of the paddock or in the pit lane area here, they're all absolutely rammed. So just stuck in the first garage, and this is when we're starting to see some of the cars from the LIquI series and from the Classic Sports Car Club Modern Classics, including some cars that we don't see out that often, particularly Tom Andrew, who's been a long time Morgan racer, has bought his spearmint green Morgan out for us. We've got somebody already trying to run us over, which is Ashley Muldoon, who's just reversing his car back into the garage after his qualifying session. But we're going to wander down through the garages a little bit. Jason, our cameraman, trying to keep up with us as well, and we'll see some of the cars that we have got out on the grid. Always an enormous variety, lots of BMWs as you would expect, in whether it be the Modern Classics or new Millennium. Ford Focus, we'll see that heading out into, I think that's going to go out into the turbo tin tops, that particular car, which are combined with the tin tops for this weekend. I think the first garage I want to try and get to, if there's a few more in there. No, we're going to keep wandering down. The problem is, Matt, we've got is most of these cars in the early garages have all been out for qualifying. But I'm going to wander into this one. This is the first one we're going to go into. And I'm going to have a chat to our first driver of the day, who won't know we're coming. That's the good thing about these live paddock walks. The drivers don't know they're coming, so they can be chatting away, they can be having cups of tea, they can be leaning on the car, and we just come up and doorstep them. And this is an important man who we need to speak to, which is Rob Hardy. Rob's been a long-time racer in the Classic Sports Car Club, has been a huge supporter of the series, including sponsoring it, and you're out in the Porsche this weekend.
Yes, the old 944, Old Faithful. The Boxster's got a few problems at the moment, so we thought we'd run this one out. Did the Burkett in it last year, and it seems to be reliable, and it goes well. Not as quick as what's out there, but it's still good fun.
When was the last time that you were out in the 944? It was a couple of years ago now, surely?
We tend to race two of them at Thruxton, which is our local. And then we run the Burkett in this one, October last year. So we get out 2 or 3 times a year, I suppose, but it's been called into action a bit more now because, like I said, we've got a few problems with the other one. So.
And as I say, you've been a long-time supporter of the series, both as a competitor, but also through your company as well, supporting the series in the past.
Yeah, we sponsor the Open, which is, run what you run, basically. So, yeah, it's just a great thing to do and good fun. Just completely enjoy it, completely different to what I normally do, so it's good.
Man.
Yeah, Rob, it's very rare that the Classic Sports Car Club gets to run on the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit. So what is it like to stretch your legs this time of year out there?
It's really nice out there today. Yeah, the sun's shining. It's a bit bright going down the straights, but no, it's good. It's good fun. And like I say, the Burkett is on the GP as well, so I'm lucky I had a little bit of practice October time last year. So
you get a few more hours in the Burkett, didn't you?
You do, yeah. I got quite a few more hours because a lot of the drivers didn't want to do it. So it's like I did 3 stints, I think, about 2 hours or 2.5 hours. I did something like that. So.
And support this weekend. Brought the family along.
Wife's always here. I wouldn't do it without my wife. And all my friends, they just all come along, strap me in, kick the tyres, and away we go. So.
And hopes for today, Rob, what do you think you can pull out the bag?
I only ever hope to finish. That's all I do. But, sometimes we get a result. But, I mean, the Open, I'll be right at the back because there's some seriously quick cars in that. But the futures, you never know. You know, if I can mix it with the other 944s, and that's all I ask for. So.
Well, thanks very much for your time, Rob. Carry on drinking your tea and mate, nothing stronger today, please.
Enjoy your cuppa. Enjoy your cuppa. So there we go. That's our first driver that we've spoken to. And we'll see who else we can find as we wander our way down the pit lane. It's always... Oops, Jason, our camera hand jumping over. There's another one behind you there, Jason. Another pole you need to watch. See who else we might be able to bump into. You know, have such variety. You know, we've got TCR Seat Leons there. We've got Alfa Romeos. And we've also got this fantastic, and this is the next car that I want to try and catch up with the driver, and this fantastic Lamborghini Huracan that we've got out there. It will be the first time that we've seen a Lamborghini racing with the Classic Sports Car Club. Matty Evans, who again is another supporter of this series through his LIquI Moly organisation, is the driver of that one. I can see Kevin Clark, who is sharing the car with over there, so I'm going to wander over and see if we can catch up with Kev, because it's always good to catch up with Kev. Kev, first question is, where's Matty?
No idea. I just said, is Danger Mouse here? And they said no. So I said, oh, it's just me then.
In which case, you've copped for the interview, I'm afraid. Kev, you might not be aware, but it's the first time we're celebrating 20 years of the Classic Sports Car Club racing, but never have we had a Lamborghini on the grid before. And here you are, sharing a car with Matty this weekend.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I'd like to say it was the sledgehammer that crack a nut, but it's not. There's some real good kit here today. It's, you know, it's amazing how it's gone up. You know, everybody's finding these cars from places, and I'm really pleased to be sharing the drive in the Lambo. It's brilliant.
I sent Matty a message on social media last night just to ask a quick question about it. Is it GT3 specification? I'm guessing it's probably Super Trofeo spec, is it?
It is. It's Super Trofeo, yeah. We haven't touched it at all. It's literally as he bought it. He's done all the decals on it, but no, we haven't touched the engine yet. We'll get used to the car because it's a different animal to drive for Matty. He's never driven anything like this. We was here Friday testing, and he frightened himself a few times with spins. So.
Well, arguably the Super Trofeo spec Lamborghini Huracan is more difficult to drive than a GT3 because it's more powerful and it's got less aero.
That's right, yeah. That is the problem. It's fantastic in a straight line. It's so quick. We'll come the corner, you do have to hang on with everything you got.
We'll just move you out of the way a little bit because we've got a man coming through with tyres, which gives Matt Suckling the opportunity maybe to grab a quick word with Kevin Clark. Huge amounts of experience and great to see him out there sharing the car with Matty Evans.
Yeah, Kevin, you've driven many different cars over the years. This one must be another one to be lovely to get inside, but what is it like out there today? Have you had the chance to be out there yet?
No, I haven't been out yet. It should be better than it was Friday, so I'm fairly happy we'll be okay. You know, we're still going to be learning the car. We had a good day here Friday, but it kept spitting with rain, so it kept altering. But yeah, we're just taking our time and get used to it. It is just a play day.
And how did you get the chance to drive these cars? Because I assume it's because you're a fantastic driver, but did Matty give you the call on this one?
Yeah, he asked me would I be interested in driving, and I think naturally, yeah. It coincided with within Brickcar, the BMW Z4 I raced last year. Ian, who owns the car, wasn't too interested in doing another full year. And then Matty offered me this, so yeah, I jumped at the choice. Plus, me damaging my car slightly. I have got another car being built now, and we'll get back out, but I'll use this for now.
Not bad at all. And I know I spoke to you earlier last year or late last year about your accident at Alton Park. Everything's still good? You're on the mend well?
Yes, yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm still struggling a bit with my back, but yeah, I'm getting better. You heal up slower the older you get, but so I'm told.
You're doing well, Kevin. Thanks very much for your time. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. So there's Kevin Clark, and we're going to just wander to the next couple of cars along because who doesn't like a Ford Escort Mark 1? And Lee Wood, former British touring car racer, who was very successful in the Jack Sears Trophy in his seasons or two in the British Touring Car Championship, has brought out this glorious Ford Escort Mark 1 to race today. I'm going to see whether we can grab a quick word with Lee. He's with the scrutineer at the moment, though. This process that all of the drivers have to go through, making sure that all of their equipment is checked by the Motorsport UK scrutineers. Now, that was done during COVID conditions by sort of almost self-declaring. We're back to as we used to be, very much pre-COVID now again, and all of the drivers all have to have all of their safety equipment checked, that it meets the regulations by the scrutineers. So it's not just the cars that go through that process, it's the driver's equipment as well, Matt.
Yeah, everything needs to be as good as it can be. It needs to be ticked off, checked off, and made sure that he's good enough to race. And I can just see down the back here, the last few sponsor stickers are being put on as well, which is good to see.
I can tell you something else about this car, and if you like Scale Electric, and who doesn't, this car, so have a look at the livery of that car, you can pre-order now on the Scale Electric website a version exactly in the summer of 2023, only available for pre-orders at £49.99 at the moment. So you could have your own little race in this car in your front room, man.
Oh, it's a bargain, isn't it? £49.99, and I don't know if people can see, but it's so shiny. If you look at it here in person, it's absolutely magnificent. It's a wonderful looking car, and it's all equipped out with the race interior. And hopefully Lee will be able to have a quick chat with us in just a few minutes' time. He's just doing his final checks here with us.
Here he goes now. Well, I'll stand this side, you stand that, it makes it easier as well. So we've got Lee Wood alongside. We've just been chatting about the car and about who doesn't like a Ford Escort Mark 1. Tell us a little bit more about it. So I'm guessing this is one of Sonny Howard's produced cars, so it's a replica in reality.
It is, yeah. It's a replica Mark 1. This is running a 2.3 Duratec, which was out of our pickup truck. We went that route. A lot of people go Millennium route, but we decided to go that. Wanted to keep it sort of very SHP sort of orientated. But yeah, it's a great car. We've tested it a couple of times, done one meeting at Castle Combe, which was okay. So this is our first proper outing, and obviously I've got Dave racing with me today as well, so we're going to split the drive.
And through the years, of course, you mentioned pickup trucks. I alluded to British Touring Car Championship and Jack Sears Trophy winner. C1 24-hour, if I remember, here at Silverstone as well. Were you on the same grid as me for that one?
I did the Rockingham one.
Ah, it's Rockingham, was it? Yeah.
Rockingham, yeah. I did the Rockingham, which was brilliant. Probably the best thing I ever did. C1 24 hours, amazing, yeah. Sort of have to take about 5 laps to line someone up to overtake. But yeah, it was brilliant. Really enjoyed that. So, but yeah, we've done some good racing over the years. But we had a couple of silhouettes before this car, and we thought we'll sell those and go for an RSR. We just really like the look of them, and they get a lot of attention.
And final question from me before no doubt Matt will ask you a few. You know, having been at that sharp end and the pressure of being involved in the British Touring Car Championship and pickup trucks, trying to secure championships there as well, how much nicer is it to, as we were saying off microphone, be able to come into a series and just dip in and dip out and not have that pressure?
Yeah, it really is. You know, I'm a bit sort of older now, perhaps, so I don't quite want that pressure that we had with the touring cars. We started with Clio Cup, then carried on into touring cars. We did that for 5 years. It was brilliant, but you know, you have to be on it all the time, and you know, things change in your life, don't they? And you know, you have children, different things, and you want to still do your motorsport, but you know, perhaps enjoy it a bit more as well. So, yeah.
Lee, good to have you here this weekend at Silverstone. While the bonnet's up, can we have a quick look? Can you talk us through what it's all about? It looks absolutely stunning. So let's have a quick look inside the bonnet and tell us what it's all about.
So what we got, obviously 2.3 Duratec and 7.4. They were on throttle bodies. We got a 6-speed sequential gearbox in it. The engine is not highly tuned because it had to be on a pickup truck basis. But what they stick to with their rules. But it was the ideal opportunity for us to put that in there, so that's why we opted to with it. And then we did all the install, but we actually had the car built by Sonny Howard, yeah.
And in terms of power, what does this kind of produce?
So that, I think, currently is about sort of 260, 270. Yeah. So it's not bad power at all. What I noticed with it at Castle Combe, the grip level from these 15-inch tyres is colossal. So perhaps on a smaller circuit, this car would be better. If we went to Croft or somewhere like that, this car would perhaps be on it a bit more.
You say 260, 270 brake horsepower, but that's on a weight of what, 800 kilos?
Yeah, about 800 kilos, yeah, around about 800 kilos. So, at Combe, I couldn't really stick with the Porsches down the straight, but then through the bend, we were right on them. It was so nimble. As always, a Sonny Howard car is so good through the bends, so good on the brakes. maybe we look at putting a bigger engine in at some point.
Plans for this year? You're going to stick with the Classic Sports Car Club, or are you going to do other things as well?
We may do something else, but yeah, I've entered this. I entered it last year, but unfortunately we couldn't get out due to work. So hopefully do a few more of these this year, and then see what else comes about really.
And one final question: come this summer when Scale Electric release this car in miniature, I'm guessing you're going to be heading down the model shop, are you, and buying a few?
Absolutely, I will have a cupboard full of them for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's something to give the children, isn't it, when they're a bit older? So yeah, fantastic.
Well, Lee, your expertise, you should do well today. So well done. Thanks very much.
Nice job. Always good to have a catch up with Lee Wood. And as I say, he's one of the drivers that was certainly very successful. He did secure overall at the end of the championship season the Jack Sears Trophy, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He's done, as you said, pickup trucks. He was very, very successful in that over the years, and of course moved to touring cars. But it's nice to see him come back to something a bit more club level with the Classic Sports Car Club. And what I noticed so far today, Mike, they're all saying they're old. They're not old, are they? They're all very young and sprightly, but anyone can race in the Classic Sports Car Club.
Well, I mean, we have people who are teenagers racing in the Classic Sports Car Club. We have people who are in their 80s racing in the Classic Sports Car Club. So it does vary enormously. Right, here's another driver I want to catch up with now. I'm going to beckon Nigel and Craig. So we've got Nigel Mustel and Craig alongside, who are out in a glorious, we'll see it in a moment, Volvo. Can we come this way so we're near your car? Were you heading somewhere, gents? Right, well, we can keep this fairly quiet, or we can come back and see you later on. We can't afford you to be late for your briefing. So this fantastic mid-engine Volvo. It might look like a Volvo, but it doesn't go like a Volvo, and there's not much Volvo in it. But fantastic to see it out there. Nigel, you own the car. We've seen you driving some great things over the years. How does this rank to some of the other stuff you've driven?
It's very similar to the Riley. I had a Riley from America, like a prototype. It's very similar to that. These were built for the Swedish Touring Car Championship. And of course, there was about 5 or 6 different silhouettes, and there was no advantage of whichever silhouette you had. So it's a good machine. It's taken a year to develop, really.
And Craig Dolby, you're driving the car with him. You've driven some fantastic stuff over the years. Your single-seater career saw you knocking on the door of Formula One, for instance. And this is a bit of a beast, isn't it, in reality? And Nigel, again, as he has done for so many years, giving you the opportunity to sit alongside him and share the car.
Yeah, it's great for me. It's always good to drive with Nigel. It's like going with my second dad, so it's nice to be back, especially in February. We don't normally come out this early, so the sun's out at Silverstone, and it's going to be a good day. But like these cars, when I was racing in Formula Renault in Belgium, they were doing like the 12-hour of Spa, and I used to stand there on the pit wall and watch them go through a Rouge flat, and you're like, oh, they're cool. And then now to actually be driving one, and it's amazing how good the car is, and compared to even a modern GT3 car, this car is so well set up that you kind of you admire what they did back in the day with it.
It's a bit of a rare outing for you as well. We see a bit more Nigel behind the wheel, but less so of you now, because you're busy, of course, and performing lots of stunts for the film world.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. It's always good to be back in a race car, but then, work's work, and I still get to drive. Like I did some pretty cool things. End of last year, I was on Gran Turismo, and we're driving LMP2 cars flat out around all sorts of tracks around the world. So I'm still in race cars. I'm still driving fast, doing a few crashes, which is different. But yeah, I'm having fun, and when I can get back in, I'll always be here with Nige having fun.
Matt.
Yeah, Nigel, we don't really see many Volvos out nowadays, but it's great to have the variety and it being allowed to be brought into the Classic Sports Car Club.
Oh yeah, I like to see it a little bit different, for sure, yeah. I've got a friend that was going to suggest I ought to put a Hurst body on it, but I think that's not the thing to do.
Take us back to the old touring car days.
Yes, exactly, yeah. But no, it's good to just have something a bit different.
And Craig, how did you get Craig on board for this one?
Yeah, he's going to bring him out of retirement every day, and he's busy with his filming. He didn't get a chance to drive a race car, and it's just nice to have him here and show me what it should be able to do.
And Craig, of course, we know you as you just alluded there to Formula Renault and Symphony Formula, so that's where your name has been seen quite a lot. But as you said, it's nice to get back in the car. Would you like to do more? Is there any opportunity this year to do a few more races?
I think schedule's looking quite busy, but obviously if I'm free then and Nigel's doing something, I'd always do something with Nigel if I'm free. It's more of a bit of a fun weekend. It's like a hobby for me now, which is amazing. I see motorsport in a completely different way. Like when you're in it as a profession, everything, the pressure's on, you have to be doing so many different things, whereas now I can just come and enjoy it and watch watch everything else go on around, and I'm probably the bigger motorsport fan than I've ever been now. And you know, if there is a chance, you never know. But there's a few big films on the horizon this year that will come out and hopefully be quite cool for me driving wise anyway. So you never know what might happen after that.
Any spoilers of what they might be?
Can't say just yet, but it'll be good.
Oh God! We'll let you get to the driver's briefing.
I'd stay in this garage for a bit though, Jason, because I want to have a look around this car. You're talking about Craig Dolby there being a stunt driver. He was chatting to me last year. They were testing this car at Donington, and he was chatting to me saying that the film he was working on at the time, and he never alludes to them for obvious reasons of how sensitive Hollywood is.
Yeah.
But he was driving a car flat out, fully sideways, lighting up the tyres through the middle of London, so they'd closed the streets for this filming at 5 o'clock in the morning. He said it was absolutely insane, just people watching, and you know, you're going, and they'd set some of the course out, so he's going past a London bus drifting full sideways for whatever film it was. Amazing. Have a quick look inside the car, Jason. So, as you can see, it's a space frame car, so it might look like a Volvo, but there's no Volvo components to it. It is an out-and-out race car. And once you've had a look through the cockpit area, what our cameraman Jason is hopefully going to be able to do is have a look at what sits in where the boot would be in this car, because you can't lift the boot up and put your shopping or your Labrador in this Volvo. It is a mid-engined sports car. So it is just a clone in reality, a bit like we were talking to Lee Wood in that was a Ford Escort replica. This is a replica of a Volvo, isn't it?
It certainly is, and many cars now want to be as light as possible. Of course, the lighter they are, the quicker they are. So many cars that we'll see today will be kind of silhouette shape with body frame on top of the car underneath. So yeah, lovely car, Volvo with Nigel Still, and of course Craig Dolby there as well, which we'll see out a little bit later on.
Right, so we'll see who else we can bump into or accost or trip over or whatever the case may be. And we're now heading towards, so we've been through now what was some of the modern classics cars. We've been through what were the LIquI Moly Slick Series cars. We're now heading towards what are the cars in the garages for the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens. And that particular series is for any Lotus 7 inspired design. So it's not just open to caterhams. They are by far the most populous car that we have within the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens. Just need to watch our cameraman, make sure he doesn't get run over again. So we might see, say, a Dax Rushout or a Westfield or a low cost or something like that. And there was one driver I was hoping to chat to. In fact, he's here. I'm going to grab him because he knows lots about caterhams. Going to see if I can grab Luke Stevens, who... You can come this way, Luke. We'll have a chat to Luke Stevens, because whilst he isn't a regular face in the Classic Sports Car Club, let me go to the side, be easy for Matt, in the a regular in the Classic Sports Car Club Magnificent 7 series, he certainly knows a lot about caterhams. And Luke, you've done the right thing as a married man. On your wedding anniversary, you've come out to race at Silverstone, left the wife at home.
Yeah, that's right. I've left the wife at home in the little one, so if you're watching at home, hello, little boy. But hopefully I can take him a pot home, so.
It's nice to see you out, because again, we don't see you out that frequently, because you're busy running your own company. Leo's preparing lots of cars that we see on the grid in the Mag 7s.
Yeah, that's right. We look after quite a few cars. We've only got 3 out, obviously, today. David Holroyd's kindly let me have a go in his turbo car, see if we can't get a bit of a result on it, because that's actually up for sale. So see if we can't prove its worth and get it sold.
Turbocharged caterham, talk us through the technicalities of that then, because you don't see many forced induction caterhams out there.
No, it's been a bit of a headache on the installation, to be honest, but David's persevered for the last year or so, and we've got it nice and reliable now. So it's running probably about 340 horsepower, nice and reliable, from a little 1.6 EcoBoost.
340 horsepower, but I'm guessing that's in a car that probably weighs little more than 650 kilos?
Probably less than 600. So, all pretty impressive.
Power to weight. You've been racing caterhams many a year, former champion as well at national level. Still enjoy racing them?
Yeah, absolutely. They're great little cars. In fact, the car that I'm driving today was the car that I won the European Championship in 2005. Not the same engine, obviously, now, but yeah, it's nice to get back in the old girl.
Man.
Yeah, so with the power and weight, Luke, today here at Silverstone, the car should very much stretch its legs on those long straights.
Yeah, we're just on the rev limiter down the Hangar Straight, so we've got to be getting up towards probably high 140s, nearly 150. So, yeah, certainly quick enough. We're just bleeding the brakes and give it a prep, and then we'll see if we can give the Boss Racing boys a bit of a run round in the first race.
And of course the Classic Sports Car Club now running slightly different format to the Mag 7, so slightly shorter races. How do they suit you?
Well, I haven't really done a Mag 7 race before, so I'll let you know this afternoon. But yeah, 20 minutes shouldn't be too much of a problem. What's going to be like 9 laps, I guess. So bit of a sprint, really.
It will be indeed. Hopes for today. What do you reckon you can put out of the bag?
Well, we've got to go win, haven't we? It's got to be the aim. Whether we will or not, we'll give it our best shot.
That's the attitude.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the colder cars to be racing today, though, isn't
it? Yes, it is. It's not raining, which is good.
Remind me of my old short circuit karting days when it got to the winter series and you're racing. You had to always peel your fingers off the steering wheel by the time you got out the car.
You haven't got your gloves on, Mark. I thought you were going to wear your gloves.
No, I didn't. I think I put them in my pocket. It's all the hot air that we're chatting about. It's just enough to warm them up.
It is.
Who else have we got that we can have a quick chat to then? So just need to make sure Jason doesn't trip over the next trip hazard that we've got in the paddock. Going to wander down another couple of garages because I think we start to get towards some of the tin tops cars in a moment. So let's have a quick sneak what's in there. That's an empty garage. They're clearly out qualifying at the moment, of which I suspect, what time now? 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's probably tin top cars that are out there qualifying, listening to the noise. So we might have to maybe do a U-turn and walk our way back up the pit lane. We'll have a look in a moment. We'll just go to these next doors that are open, Matt. So Silverstone, it's one of those circuits that's absolutely iconic, isn't it? You know, it's the home of the British Grand Prix. It's been enormously developed over the years, but it's one of those circuits that it doesn't matter what time of year, every driver wants to race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And I've always said, Matt, motor racing is quite unique in that respect, because if you like football, just watch you back again, Jason. Ryan Moan in his Porsche coming through. There we go. If you like football, and you play football, you can't play at Wembley. You can't play at Old Trafford. If you like golf, yes, you can maybe go and play at some of the top golf courses. But there's very few sports where you can go to somewhere where the pinnacle of that sport compete, and you can do it at a club level. And motor racing is one of those few, I would say, that you can do that. If you like snooker, you can't play at the Crucible.
No, you can't. And for a fraction of the price as well. It doesn't cost a lot to come out and get 40 minutes of racing today. And as you said, racing with the likes of Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen, all the rest of them that will race here later on this year. So it's a wonderful circuit. And I think I read in the programme today that John Hammersley said it's February. They thought about should they run this meeting, but you can't kind of sniff the offer to run on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So you can
tell it's live because bless Lade's plan. We've walked Jason, our poor old cameraman, all the way down to this end of the pit lane, and all of the cars that were there are now out qualifying. So we'll have a wander back the other way. Maybe there is. You know, we've already spoken to one British touring car driver.
Yes.
Well, I have seen another one in the paddock today. He's not racing, but he's busy preparing cars. And that's a driver that arrived at the circuit exactly the same time as me, Andrew Jordan.
Oh, okay.
And Jordan Racing Team are here this weekend preparing one of the Porsches that we'll see out in the LIquI Moly Slick Series. And they're not that far away, so we might be able to have a catch-up with them.
There's Tom Jackson as well, who races in the British Endurance Championship. He won that championship last year, so it might be worth to grab a word with him.
What's he out in today, then?
I don't know, actually. Might be a question to ask him.
he's run off now.
He has.
And as good as Jason, our cameraman, is, he's going to struggle to catch up with him. So we'll wander back this way. And then, thank you, see who we can grab. Now, even some of these cars, I think he was out there turning some laps in and was looking forward to being at Silverstone this weekend. If we come this way here, now Andrew Jordan, there we go, I can see the JRT minibus there, or van rather. So we'll come this way, and in the absence of a few cars, we can chat to one of the mechanics perhaps. Seems strange calling Andrew Jordan a mechanic, doesn't it, really?
He's got to hope he's about now. If we've built him up so much, let's hope he's in the actual awning.
And we're talking about variety as well. Colin Claxton goes by at the wheel of his glorious Triumph Dolomite Sprint, and that was a car, you know, not that exact car, but that was the car that has won British Touring Car Championships, isn't it?
Yeah, back in the day when it first started.
Andy Rouse?
Yeah, we saw cars like that before my time, I think before yours as well, Mark. But
just well done, Matt. Thank you. You can come again.
But no, a wonderful car. We haven't got the oldest of the cars here because we're not running the Swinging 60s or the Classic K today. They'll have an outing later in the season. But yeah, we've got some wonderful future classic cars.
He is here. He's got rag in hand, so we'll see if we can grab a... Andrew, have you got a second for a quick chat? Is that okay? So here we go, former British Touring Car Champion Andrew Jordan, but as ever now, not in race overalls to the same degree. You're a busy man though, prepping all of the cars that Jordan Racing Team do, including this one here we've got today in Slick Series.
Well, I don't actually prep them myself, but we've got good guys that do that. But yeah, really busy, which is nice. So nice early race of the year to blow the cobwebs out, and Simon with the 906 Cup cars, one of, if not our biggest customer with all of his historic cars. So we've just given this a big winter overhaul for him, and I think he'll do a few of these this year.
You and the old man are mega busy, aren't you, with what's going on there in the West Midlands? You know, building cars from scratch again, prepping them all. We see a lot of you out competing at Goodwood and the likes of that. So it's still nice to get behind the wheel, but without the pressure of what you've seen in the past when you've been competing.
Yeah, you know, I still drive a lot, probably more than ever. You know, we're at the minute we're testing a couple of times a week, and I'm in cars pretty much all of those days. So that's nice. I still get my driving fix that way. And me and Dad race our minis in the Mini 7 Club, which is really good fun.
You were out testing this week, did I see, at Donington maybe?
Dad was, I wasn't, yeah. So Dad's gone to America for a couple of weeks. We wanted to get a test in before his first race with that. But yeah, we've got over 40 cars we look after now. All in historics. You know, we call these historics because you look at them and don't think they are, but it's over 20 years old. So yeah, nice and busy, which is good. Business is very good, and yeah, being able to do it with nice people is an added bonus.
And we avoided crashing into each other when we both arrived at the ticket gate this morning. I pulled away at the same time as you and just about spotted you. Beat you off the line, didn't I?
Yes, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. So, yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
Thank you for letting me in, mate. Matt?
Andrew, great to have you here this weekend at Silverstone. We can't talk to you without talking about touring cars. Do you miss that bug at all, being there in the hype of it all?
If I had £1 for every time someone asked me that, I'd be a millionaire. No, I absolutely don't miss it. And if I did, I'd be back in there. You know, I've had many opportunities to get back in there and don't miss it in the slightest.
You left on a high, really, didn't you?
Yeah, I left because I wanted to leave and I'd had enough of doing it, if I'm perfectly honest. So, no, absolutely zero desire to go back there. More than busy enough with this stuff and enjoying this way too much. And frankly, if you look at it as a business exercise, this versus touring cars, it's an absolute no-brainer. So, no, in answer to your question, no, I don't.
Well, next time I see you, I won't ask you that question again. I'm glad you money. But it's great, though, isn't it? Because at heart, you are kind of a mechanic and you want to get your hands dirty.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a mechanic. No, mechanically minded, no. Not myself, but we've got a huge background of putting a good team together and know how to operate a team with a modern mindset from when we did our touring car stuff. So and with the history, Dad started racing in the late 70s, early 80s. It went into a team in the mid 80s. So a huge amount of experience that we can build on collectively with him, and then my experience on the more kind of modern stuff. But at the end of the day, it's all about running a business, doing the job right, and looking after people, and that's what we're very good at.
Well, I've asked all the wrong questions, so Mark, you can ask another one.
No, we'll let Andrew get back to making sure that the people that need to get their hands dirty get their hands dirty. We'll do it that way. Thanks for chatting to us, Andrew. Thank you. So anyway, always good to catch up with Andrew Jordan. I scooted around. I wasn't going to ask that one, Matt, because I think I've made the mistake of asking that one before. So I apologise if I threw you under the bus there.
I've had many conversations with Andrew, and it's all good, isn't it? It's all good.
Right. Well, there's no cars this way, so if we scoot back this way, Jason, again, we'll head back towards the cars. I'm not sure how long we've been going for now. We were hoping for maybe about half an hour, 35 minutes as a wander through the paddock area. So we can't be far off that now, I wouldn't have thought. Now, the LIquI Moly Slick Series is what we're heading back to now, and this is one of the newer series within the Classic Sports Car Club. It was introduced a few years ago. If memory serves me correctly, the first time we ever had a LIquI Moly Slick Series race, and this is, I may be wrong, people will correct me, was at Thruxton on a weekend when it absolutely poured down. So at no point did the Slick Series cars in the first ever Slick Series race end up on slicks. But it has been a really good introduction again, and it allows again that enormous variety that we see in all of the Classic Sports Car Club series. So it may well be that some of the cars that are out there are more modern and therefore could well race in other championships in the UK, a bit like the Lamborghini Huracan we were chatting to Kevin Clark about early on. You could see that out in something like GT Cup, and it got GT Cup stickers on the side. Some of these Porsches maybe couldn't race in the Porsche Carrera Cup GP anymore, but they could still race in Brit Car or GT Cup. But it also gives a home to some of the older cars that have lesser and fewer places to race, like the Ferrari 430 that's just here on the left-hand side. Now, this is again a car that used to have its own one-make series. It used to be part of the Ferrari Challenge Europe. I would imagine this spec is a European spec car. But of course, the 430 was replaced by the 458 Matt, That 458 was now replaced by the 488, and that's the spec of car now that is raced around Europe and in the Ferrari Challenge UK. And this means that this car still has a home, doesn't it?
It certainly does, especially here in the Classic Sports Car Club. So it's much quieter now, it was a lovely sound, but it was hard for us to talk. But yeah, the Porsches are here, the Ferraris are here. As you said, these cars will be racing in possibly other championships throughout the course of this year. So it's a great testing ground this weekend, especially on the Grand Prix circuit, to get out and do a race here with the Classic Sports Car Club.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I don't know who the driver is of that one, so I might see if I can. Again, this is all on the fly. Let's see if we can work out who's driving this car. Excuse me, gents, who's the driver of this car? Is he here? He's in the briefing at the moment. Right, okay, not to worry. Not to worry. So, he's probably in the same briefing as Craig Dolby and Nigel Mustel had wandered off to, but of course we caught them with a bit of time to spare, but that briefing will be taking place now. And I think that's another important thing that maybe anybody that's watching isn't aware of, Matt. We've spoken about, you know, the process of scrutineering that the cars go through and the process that all of the driver equipment goes through, but there's also these briefings that go on as well, which are mandatory briefings, so all of the drivers are aware as to what's going on circuit, what is acceptable and not acceptable, and a bit like a head teacher in assembly, really, almost telling you what is expected today of the competitors.
Yeah, and it changes, doesn't it? Circuit to circuit, it's all different, and a race director and all the officials are always different. So they have to know what's going on, they have to know what the rules and regulations are, and make sure they're doing everything by the book, because you'll see in racing, sometimes there are penalties, there are track excursions, so it's just a reminder as the season starts again to know what to do in the right place at the right time.
And I think, you know, it's important that, you know, this is the first race of the new season, and whilst there haven't been too many changes to the rules and regulations over the winter, there is a proposal at the moment from Motorsport UK, as you alluded to, track limits, to change the way that the track limits work. Now, a lot of drivers are resistant to that at the moment because it means that it's going to have to be enforced consistently, and I struggle to see how that's going to be overly enforceable, because it's all to do with the white line around the circuit. Previously you could put a wheel on the white line. Now the suggestion is you can't even touch that white line, or the wheel can't be over it. So you know, there are changes over the winter, and any of those new changes, again, that briefing will allow the drivers to be made aware. You are aware, ladies, gentlemen, everybody that's here, these are the changes over the winter. It might have been acceptable last year, it's not acceptable this year.
And all the drivers have to be singing from the same hymn sheet, and certain circuits do have kind of pressure pads, don't they, where you can limit that. But yeah, it's all got to be kind of, it's a big talking subject, and it will be, I'm sure, for the rest of this year as well.
Right, now, here's one other car, and the only reason I want to stop at this one is because I want to double check the pronunciation, if that's possible. So, is Klaus around? Ha! Exactly the person that we need to speak to. So just a quick chat, Klaus. I'll come this side, and then it makes it easier for the interview. So we're going to have a quick chat to you. The first thing I wanted to do, though, was because we're going to be, of course, live streaming over the course of the day, is double check the pronunciation of the surname. So it's Klaus Koike. I thought it was, so we know we've got that right, Matt. We've seen you out a few times in the Classic Sports Car Club. Good to be here at Silverstone this weekend on the Grand Prix Circuit.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's first time, full-time round, so it's enjoyable, and it's much longer when in the car. But no, it's brilliant. Sun's out, so perfect day.
E36 M3, is that with the 3.2 in it?
Yes, 3.2.
So a fair amount of power. You can certainly utilise that down the Hanger Straight and the Wellington Straight here.
Yeah, it makes the straight a lot shorter than otherwise, but it's enjoyable. So
what's your background? What brought you into motor racing, and why the Classic Sports Car Club?
Well, my dad used to do supercars back when he was racing, so I think 15, 16 years ago. He had an accident, and then I found karting, loved it, so took it, and then been karting since 8, and then for the last 7, 8 years been doing British Championships in karting, and then last summer we started cars, and here we are now, enjoying it.
Well, Alpha Live do a lot of karting, who are providing our live stream today. What class were you in?
I've done Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, Junior X30, Senior X30, so I've done pretty much all of those.
Probably easier to list the ones you haven't been in.
That's right, yeah. And Klaus, are you driving this car on your own today?
Yes, on my own.
Yeah. How does that feel?
It's all right. It's going to get a bit hotter later, I imagine, but it's all right.
And in terms of the Grand Prix circuit, we don't really race it that much. Is it a track you've raced before?
No, just taking it as it comes. Did a track day last weekend, so got somewhat used to it already.
Enjoy it?
Love it.
Big ballsy circuit.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one for sure.
And for today, what do you reckon you can do in terms of your result? It's a long 40-minute race, of course, with a pit stop in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's 40 minutes, long time. Anything can happen. Just take it as it comes, really. Always aiming to do the best we can, but just depends how it goes.
Just go full throttle.
What can I say?
Klaus, well done. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much. There we go. So, Klaus LIquI, which did get the pronunciation right. I always like to double check that. And it's just got me thinking, and we're talking about changes to regulations, and they were largely Motorsport UK regulations that we were talking about. Big changes to the pit stop regulations. You know, you're talking about 40-minute race for the pit stop. It used to be that a lot of the Classic Sports Car Club series, it was when you get to the mandatory pit stop window, it's as quick as you can get out of the car, close the door, open it and get back in.
Yeah.
The only series that still has that really now are the tin tops and that are here this weekend. Everybody else now, it's a set time period that the cars have to remain in the pit. So drivers, again, need to remember when they come into the pit lane,
that's right,
it's not as quick as you can get in and out of the car. That was last year. It's changed for this year.
And exactly, that's again due to safety. It's making sure that we don't get drivers fumbling at pit stops and not doing belts up and all the rest of it. So yeah, it's a new regulation for this year. Love the driver.
Dominic Malone's having his crash helmet checked again by the scrutineers. So the same process as we saw Lee Wood was going through when with his car. So only if the scrutineer's finished, we'll step in. If he's still busy and needs the drive, we won't. Can we? Thank you so much. Thank you so. So let's grab I'm really good to see you again, Dominic. So fantastic to see you're back out in this ex Andy Prio World Touring car.
That's correct. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, ex Prio car. Obviously, not the original engine anymore. But yeah, the original car, original chassis, etc. So yeah, you know, first time out. Obviously this year we're early, so great to get back out on track with it.
First time out, subtle changes to the livery as well. You've got green stripes.
Yeah, it's kind of our own little take on a World Touring car livery. It kind of matches a bit with my lid, so the boys did it for me. It was a bit of a surprise actually, and it was a nice little touch. So it's kind of like a kind of Irish Manx English combo.
A quick question, because we've seen you out racing other BMWs in the past with the Classic Sports Car Club. How does this one, of course, the E90? Relate compared to things like the E46 and E36 that we've seen you in the past?
It's a lot heavier. You can feel that everywhere, but it's a bigger car. It's got a wider track, so there are some advantages with that in terms of kind of flatness and things through the corners. It doesn't move quite as much, but yeah, you know, it's definitely more mass to manage when it does kind of move around a bit.
And how does that translate to Silverstone here compared to the rest of your Amspeed teammates who are all largely running E36?
Yeah, I mean we're all running pretty much the same kind of engines, the same power. So I think, you know, there's a little bit of a disadvantage with the weight side of things and punching a bigger hole in the air on the straights, but no, it seems to kind of have the lap time. So yeah, all good.
And Dominic, we did this a little bit earlier on with someone else, but now the bonnet's up, it's always great to just have a look underneath for those who are very interested in looking at BMW engines and what's underneath. Tell us a little bit about it.
So it's an S54 engine in there, running about 380 brake, 380, 390. Yeah, it's just it was a Butler built engine actually. Very nice engine, great power delivery, very linear. So no, it's great. I mean, you know, you can hear these things screaming away with their carbon boxes. They sound amazing. So it's just a great fun car to drive really.
Just noticing as well on the car the stickers you got there, Spa Classic I think you did last year. Any big events you're doing this year as well?
Just doing quite a lot with the CSCC, doing a few bits in the British Endurance Championship in a different car. But yeah, I think we may well be going out to Spa anyway. I know CSCC aren't going this year, but we might be joining the Dutch boys out there. So yeah, hopefully get a bit of running going on.
There are some big ones with the Classic Sports Car Club towards the end of the year. The Americans, the Daytona and the Sebring. Fancy doing them?
I think it would be amazing, but it probably just doesn't really work with the calendar for us with some other things. For me personally, with some other things that I've got going on. So sadly, it looks like I'll miss that, which is a real shame because it'd be incredible to be out there. But yeah, so I'll just try and get as much UK and European racing in as possible, really.
Well, Dominic, good luck for today. I think you might need those shades as well.
Yeah, I know it's lovely today, isn't it? I mean, testing on Friday was a bit sketchy in the kind of grease, so it's beautiful to see a nice dry Silverstone. You know, can't get any better than that, really.
Good stuff.
Have a good one, Dominic. Have a good one. So that's about it for our impromptu paddock walk, Matt. We've caught up with a few of the drivers and a few of the cars that we're going to see out there later on. An exciting afternoon of racing lies ahead, no doubt.
Yeah, it's going to be busy. Hopefully the weather stays dry. It's going to be a little bit chilly, but we're looking forward to everything that's coming up this afternoon here at Silverstone.
Yep, so enjoy the racing, and we look forward to bringing you through all of the action this afternoon. Thank you. So that was a good look around what was going on at the paddock this morning, and it allowed us the opportunity to run that VT that took place this morning in between the gap that existed for the lunch break. In reality, we've already had our first race of the day. If you didn't tune in, then you missed the first of two races for the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens. They will be back out on circuit later on for the second of their 20-minute races. But now, for the rest of the day, we're largely, Matt Suckling, who joins me in the commentary box, turning our attentions towards the pit stop formats, because we've got a double race coming up shortly. The WOSP New Millennium combined this weekend with the Verum Builders Open Series to look forward to.
Yeah, longer races ahead, which is notorious for the Classic Sports Car Club, and lots to get through between now and around about 5:30 this afternoon. So do stay with us if you're here at the circuit or on the live stream. We're very much looking forward to bringing you all the action from this opening meeting from the Classic Sports Car Club.
Yep, so I think with the cars very shortly going to be heading out onto circuit, we can guide you through the way that it lines up for this one. The gentleman we were just talking to, Dominic Malone, did put that ex-World Touring car BMW onto pole position, and alongside will be the Lotus 340R of Dave Harvey. Row 2 of the grid is Mark Smith with his AmpSpeed E36 alongside Chris Murphy with his BMW E46. And row 3 of the grid seems debutant, making his first ever car race, James Collins, who shares the car with Nigel Greensill, the pro driver, but James will start alongside the Ginetta of Dylan Popovich. The 4th row of the grid sees number 34, Dave Griffin, alongside number 40, which is Brian Branson. And row 5 of the grid is Michael Vertuli alongside Ashley Muldoon.
Yep, then we move back to row number 6, where we see there, headed by number 3, Alex Haynes. Alongside him is going to be the number 98 machine of Russell Humphrey, that car shared with Mark Wyatt. Then we move back to the 7th row of the grid, where we'll see number 14, Warren Tattersall, and the 165 machine, I should say, of Warren Allen. The 8th row is going to be 129, which is Tommy Groot, and 771, which is Klaus Kukia. Hopefully we got that right that time round. And then further back, we move to the 9th row. Number 85 is the Adam Brown Danny Gassar car, and that's going to be Adam Brown to start for the first stint. Alongside him, number 199 is Mark Lee. To row number 10, you're going to see number 2, which is Maxwell Petch, sharing with Chris Petch, but it's Maxwell that starts the car. And on the outside of row number 10, the 133 machine of Shane Taylor, who starts with Dean Beckett to take over.
On row 11, it's former Caterham racer, number 99, Patrick Scharfegger, alongside the number 10 car of John Cockerton at the wheel of his GT3 Porsche. Row 12 sees the Morgan, you can't miss it, it's Spearmint Green, number 77, of Tom Andrew, alongside Carnival 112, getting ever quicker all of the time, and a race winner. We've seen him in Classic Sports Car Clubs last year, Manoj Patel. The next row of the grid, row number 13, number 91, Hugh Gurney, lines up alongside the Little Lotus in the hands of the redoubtable Andy Napier. And on row number 14 of the grid, it's number 51, Natalie McGloin, and her Porsche lines up alongside the 219 Ford Focus of Terence Dolphin. The next row of the grid will bring us up onto the 29th and 30th position on the grid, and it's number 175, David Tyson in his Clio, alongside another man we caught up with in the paddock earlier, the Porsche, in the hands of Rob Hardy.
And the last few places on the grid will see the number 172 machine of Amir Naran. He'll start the car piloting alongside Tom Jackson, who is the reigning British Endurance Champion. Then we have Les Conway in the number 62 machine with, at the back of the grid, Kevin Neville and David Little to round out the 33 starters for the WOSP New Millennium and Verum Builders Open Series.
Yeah, and that also answered the question as to who Tom Jackson and what he was driving and who he was sharing with at the same time. With some other questions, if you watch the VT of our paddock walk this morning, we didn't know. We saw him, but we didn't know what he was racing. So thanks to the new sponsors for this year of the New Millennium Series, WOSP Performance, sponsoring that. New Millennium caters for any post-2000 production-based cars and their variants as well, split by what is engine capacity in reality, with BMWs having their own categories M1 and M2 depending on the level of modification. And the Verum Open Series is open to any production, hatchback, saloon, sports GT cars, some kit cars, all of which are not able to run on slick tyres. They're all running treaded tyres. So again, it's sort of 2 races combined as one, Matt. We don't split the grid. It's as they qualified. So it'll be really interesting to see how they get on. And what's even more interesting is that pole position, a new Millennium car, Dave Harvey on the outside of the front row of the grid. He's an Open Series car. So no one single one is dominating. It's the same on row 2, a new Millennium and Open Series. The same on row 3, a new Millennium and an Open Series. Very open.
Yeah, great mix of cars there. Great to see all of the different series together towards the head of the field. And of course, the other aspect of this race now, of course, now that it's 40 minutes, is that we have a pit window to look forward to as well. And that pit window will be kind of the middle of the race. So it opens at the end of the 10th minute and closes on the 25th minute. So a 15-minute pit stop window. And what you may see as well is some of the quicker drivers jumping into some of these cars. So it may have qualified with a quick driver. It may now be starting with the not so quick driver, and then we may have the quick driver in towards the end. So it's going to be a really topsy-turvy race. But again, don't kind of be disgruntled that your car that you've chose to back for this one might be dropping back. It may come through a little bit later on. So this is what we love, isn't it? With the longer races, pit stops, 2 driver cars as well, is we can see loads of changes throughout the 40 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one to work out as well. And as I mentioned earlier on, the number 4 car, James Collins, having his first ever drive. He's got the rather rapid Nigel Greenson to jump on board. Nigel acting as the driver coach. You would expect that car, no disrespect to James Collins, but having his first race, the time would have been set by Nigel. That car's like to go backwards the first part of the race because he's new to motor racing.
Yes.
For the pro to get in, it will come forwards again and probably end up roughly back where it was. Who knows? So looking forward to this one, 40-minute race. If you're wondering as to when the pit stops take place, well, it is the middle section of the race in reality. So the pit window will open after the first 10 minutes of the race and will remain open for a period thereafter, and after that everybody needs to have come into the pits and conducted their mandatory pit stop. So it opens at 10 minutes, it closes at 25 minutes, so final 15 minutes of the race everybody should have then completed their pit stops. And if you don't complete it within the window, penalties will apply.
Certainly will, and of course for this first meeting of the year there is no pit stop penalties to be served, is there? So it's kind of a clean run into the order.
Yeah, because you get winners' penalties in all subsequent races, and again the format for those has changed for this year, so they're accumulated and then de-accumulated in reality. But for this particular race, minimum pit stop from pit in to pit out, and it's a really long pit lane here at Silverstone, and your pit stop time includes all of that travelling down the pit lane. 90 seconds the car has to be in the pit lane area, from braking the beam at pit in to braking the beam at pit out.
So you still need to be fairly quick.
You need to be quick. On a circuit with a long pit lane, you do. It's somewhere like Cadwell Park, you know, if we were to go there this year, we're not, but much shorter pit lane, you can spend longer doing your pit stop.
Exactly. So they still need to have their wits about them when they come into the pits, make sure they stop in the right place, make sure the driver is ready, which I'm sure they will be, because they'll be told at a certain point on the pit wall when to bring that car in. But a lovely grid is forming once again for this second race of the day, the first race of the year for the WOSP New Millennium and Verum Builders Open Series. The car's just working their way now off the Wellington Straight at the end of this fairly long formation lap. Of course, we are on the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit, so it takes them a while to get round, but we're almost good to go with Dominic Malone there on pole position, ready to head them, Mark, to the start of this race.
Yep, so the lights are on the BMW. Dominic Malone is keen to get the ex-Andy Prio World Touring car BMW off the line if he can. He's got the supercharged Lotus of Dave Harvey, the blue car, sitting to driver's left or on the right of your screens as you watch it. The BMWs of Mark Smith and Chris Murphy sitting down row number 2, but it's the E36 of Mark Smith, it's the E46 in its works livery of Chris Murphy that sits alongside. Lights are on the gantry. We're about to get 40 minutes of WOSP New Millennium and Verum Builders Racing Open Series underway here at Silverstone. It's not a bad start from the outside of the front row from Dave Harvey. Can he get the jump on Dominic Malone by the time he gets to Cops? Yes, he can. He sweeps his way all around the outside of the BMW and puts the Lotus into the early lead of the race, and this time thankfully unlike the Mag 7s that we saw earlier on, everybody has safely made it through the first corner.
Yeah, 30 plus cars through at Cops is good to see, and they've all safely made it through. As you said, the Lotus though was starting to pull away there from Dominic Malone, but those tyres are still very, very cold, so he's wiggling all over the road, and the Dominic Malone BMW, which is a rear-wheel drive car, is very quick onto the back now of the Lotus, so already we could have a challenge back here for the lead, but watch out because because they're going to be under attack here from the next car behind, which is Dylan Popovic, who in that Ginetta has already made his way up from 6th on the grid into 2nd place. So I think there, Mark, that car has had no worries getting his tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, brilliant work by the Ginetta G50 in the hands of Dylan Popovic. A newly liveried car for this year. It used to be black and orange. It's now very deep metallic blue and orange. So Popovic is up into 2nd position. Dominic Malone down into 3rd. It's Mark Smith from Chris Murphy. And then it looks like it's the grey car of Brian Branson that is next up. There, wheel to wheel, is number 4, which is James Collins, having his race debut, going wheel to wheel with one of the Porsches. That will be Warren Allen's Porsche Cayman as that BMW drops down through the order. But out front, it is Dave Harvey that leads the way. He is leading not just the race overall, but the Verum Builders Open Series section of the race. In 2nd place is Dylan Popovic. He is also an Open Series contender. So the first of the new Millennium cars, the WOSP new Millennium cars, is Dominic Malone, the pole sitter, who sits 3rd overall.
Certainly is. Mark Smith was up there as well by the looks of it in the number 36 machine. I think he's lost 1 position from where he started, but there or thereabouts as it stands, as the raft of BMWs in this field now work their way through towards the end of the circuit, so through the left-hander, which takes them onto the Wellington straight. There is a bit of smoke coming from one of the BMWs, but couldn't quite work out which one it was. So hopefully that one is not destined for the pit lane at the end of this first lap. But as they come down towards the end of this first lap, it is now Dylan Popovic under pressure for this 2nd place. So all of a sudden, it looks like David Harvey has got himself up to pace. The Lotus now starting to pull away, and Dylan Popovic will have a little bit more power in that Ginetta in a straight line. But again, you can be assured that the Dominic Malone BMW should make up the ground through the corners.
Yeah, just keeping my eye on Dominic Malone's car sitting there in 3rd place, because he's got his Amspeed teammate sitting right behind him, which is Mark Smith. Then it's Chris Murphy at the wheel of the slightly newer E46 BMW, and then the grey E46 in the hands of Brian Branson that he shares with Jazz Sapra. Those two guys seem to be out racing every single weekend somewhere in the country, don't they? Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra. And off, and I'm afraid, and that's into the gravel and going no further for Warren Tattersall, who deposits the Seat Leon Cupra TCR car into the gravel trap at Copse Corner, that looks like. And with that car being where it is at Copse Corner, yes, it's off the circuit, yes, it's off the runoff tarmac, but it'd still be deemed as being in the firing line, and that will certainly be covered by localised yellows, Matt, as a bare minimum.
Yeah, if one car can go off there, there's no doubt that another one could go off as well. So for sure next time round there could be and should be double wave yellows. Whether we get a safety car or not, we'll have to wait and see. But not good news there, unfortunately, for the Seat, which finds itself now in the gravel trap. But meantime, up front, David Harvey at the end of that first lap led by 1.5 seconds, so a fairly comfortable lead. And I was just going to say, I think it was the Klaus Kukia car which was smoking, and I think that could give us the answer of why that car has pulled off, because he's put it right to the edge of the circuit, and Klaus has obviously understood there may be a problem with that car.
Yeah, such a shame for Klaus Kuika, who we spoke to earlier on. And with all of those cars now strewn around the circuit, looks like we are going full course caution. So you see the lights flashing there at the side, and we are going code 60. So the Classic Sports Car Club, I think, is still the only club that uses the code 60 format. And if you're not familiar what that is, in reality, there's a countdown that's done from race controls to all of the marshals posts to deploy the code 60 flag, which is a purpley pink flag with a cross through the middle, a circle inside that, and the number 60 written inside it. And that means that in reality, every car has to slow down to 60 kilometers per hour. So the only way to do it is to either have a speedo working in your car or work out, depending on what gear you're in and the gearing, as to what you need to do. But in reality, it means that none of the gaps should change. All of the gaps that exist now from car to car to car to car all the way through the field will remain. There's no safety car out there. It's up to every car to maintain that speed. And once the incident is cleared, then there'll be another countdown from race control to all of the individuals' marshals posts, and all of those code 60 flags will simultaneously be replaced by a green flag, and we're away and racing again.
Yeah, if you're a keen watcher of major international racing like Formula 1 and GT racing, it's almost like a virtual safety car, isn't it? So yeah. That's the way to explain it. But yeah, everyone will go around at 60 kilometres an hour, and no gain should be made and no losses should be done either. So that will all be regulated by the driver, and it shouldn't hopefully take too long to get that Cooper out of the gravel trap, although it was fairly deep. I know the marshals were trying very hard to push it, but alone I don't think the power of them will get it out. So it might need a little bit of a helping hand from a tow, but hopefully it won't take too much longer. But as you said, Mark, it kind of negates the safety car being needed, and it will mean that we can go back to green flag racing a lot quicker, especially on the full Grand Prix circuit.
Absolutely, yeah, you can get the race back underway a lot quicker. We didn't really see exactly what happened to Warren Tattersall, so it would be remiss of me to say what happened, but we're early on in the race. Cold rear tyres might have been a bit of a catalyst towards that, because it's a fast corner, Cops, isn't it? You lean on that left rear tyre as you would do, and maybe it wasn't quite fully up to temperature. That's the only thing I can potentially suggest is probably going to have had a bearing on why that car's ended up in the gravel trap. So let's just sort of run you down through the order. You can see it there if you're watching on the live stream on the left of your screens, but it's Dave Harvey in the Lotus that leads away from the Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovic that's there in second place. Both of those cars run in the Verum Builders Open Series. Third at the moment is the leading new Millennium, the WOSP new Millennium car that we have, which is the number 74 BMW of Dan Malone. And fourth, it's another new Millennium car, which is number 36, Mark Smith. Fifth, it's back to the Open Series, number 72, Chris Murphy in his white and almost works liveried machine. And then it's the grey BMW of the new Millennium pairing, Brian Branson, Jazz Sapra. Brian behind the wheel, the number 40 BMW completes the top 6 at the moment. Seventh place, it's number 98, which is the slightly newer shape BMW E92. Russell Humphrey starts on the wheel of the yellow car with Dave Griffin, number 34 car in his BMW line there in 8th place. 9th place is number 165, which is Warren Allen with the Porsche Cayman, and completing the top 10 at this stage. It's back to BMW, I think, isn't it, for the top 10? Yeah, it's number 3, which again is that white and works liveried machine almost in the hands of Ashley Hayes. Those are the top 10 in your car. There on the screen is Adam Brown, who is making his debut in this car. We've seen lots of Adam in the Classic Sports Car Club over the years, but never has he had the opportunity to drive one of Nigel Ainge's Honda Integras before, so he's sharing that car with Danny Cassar, and out of the gravel and doing the right thing of weaving from side to side whilst off the racing line and entirely off the circuit is Warren Tattersall. You can see just how much gravel has been deposited, Matt, and sensible driving by Warren, because had he have gone straight back onto the track and done that, that would have been quite tricky, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd have caught a few more people out, I'm sure, once we went back to green flag racing, but he was obviously listening from the car, so good to see that Warren Tattersall's car is back going. Hopefully it will be able to continue in the race. Whether it's got any more damage, we'll have to wait and see, but by the way he was vigorously weaving the car, I think he should be okay to continue, which is good. Of course he will be now, I think, a lap down, but we'll be able to catch back up with the rear of the pack once the green flag is waved once again. I was just actually a few minutes ago looking at the gap between the top two. It's 34 seconds, which seems quite surprising at the end of 2 laps, so not too sure how David Harvey did that, but he had a very quick lap there, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, he leads by a fair margin here, which is going to mean the likes of Dylan Popovic and Dominic Malone and Mark Smith have got lots of work to do now once the green flag waves, which it now does.
Yep, so Dylan Popovic, yeah, pulled out, what's that, 33 seconds, with half of that lap being under code 60, so maybe he didn't quite react as quick as others did around him, but either way, that's the relative gap that we have between first and second on circuit at the moment. You can see in the background there, still with his lights ablaze, is Warren Tattersall, who's got the Seat going. But of course, as Matt suggested, he has dropped a full lap off the lead of the race now. But everywhere you look, it is a very full Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit. 33 cars having qualified for this race over the course of this morning. And actually, these cars also had in their qualifying session the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens as well, who raced just prior to the lunch break taking place here at Silverstone. So it was an even busier circuit for them all in qualifying. So David Harvey leads the way in the Lotus from the Ginetta, and then a raft of BMWs thereafter.
There's a souped-up Ford Focus making its way through there, which is great to see, of the 219 machine of Terence Dolphin. He at the minute has a bit of pressure from behind there from one of the Renault Clios, but doing well is Terence to make sure that stays at bay. And I think one of the Porsches, yeah, just on the rear of that as well, the number 39 machine of Rob Hardy, who started 30th on the grid. At the end of that second lap, he was up to 25th place. So Rob Hardy already making good progress through the field as he sits on the back of a couple of modern cars compared to his as they now head their way onto the Wellington Straight. So again, wherever you look, an eclectic mix of cars, some great battles to feast your eyes on as well. And I think, Mark, as well, some of those have reacted quicker to the green flag, because already the gap between Dylan Popovic and Dominic Malone has stretched now to just over 10 seconds by the looks of it.
Yeah, it has. It's come out enormously, hasn't it? Yeah, again, between those two. So the Ginetta pulling ever further away from the ex-Andy Prio BMW, which still runs in third place, but more importantly, as far as Dominic Malone, the pole sitter, is concerned, he still continues to lead the WOSP New Millennium section of the race. Now, this is a good little squabble. It's just heading down the Hanger Straight and in towards the braking area for Stowe corner. I think that's Alex Haynes that's coming under pressure from Warren Allen's Porsche. Warren Allen's got tucked behind him James Collins in the dark green E46 BMW, and just after James Collins that looks like it's Ashley Muldoon, another driver that we sort of almost inadvertently bumped into as he was trying to back his car back into the garage when we did the pit walk earlier on. So that's a fight for 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th places.
Yep, certainly is there. I think it's Patrick, no, it's not Patrick Scharfiger, is it? He's in the 99 machine, so that will be the 199 machine working its way through, which is Mark Lee, so the man who started in what was 18th place on the grid. So here again, he's not doing too bad. He's made up a couple of positions from where he started, and good to see Adam Brown on board this Honda Integra now, which he'll share with Danny Cassar. He'll take that car over for the second stint within this race. But of course, Adam, in recent years, we've seen him raced in a Ford Fiesta, and I think before that it was the old Vauxhall Astra, wasn't it?
Yeah, but John Hammersley, the Vauxhall Astra. So yeah, getting the opportunity to drive the Integra for the first time and trying to hunt down this Ginetta here that he is not that far away from. Mark Lee pressing on to try and keep himself ahead of the Honda Integra DC5, which will be taken over by Danny Cassar. So that car will be being cheered on by Danny's godson Owen, who's at home watching the stream and is looking forward to getting behind the wheel of his go-kart very shortly. Dominic Malone, all of a sudden, fastest lap of the race for the car that leads the WOSP New Millennium section of the race, 2 minutes 16.310, so he might have got caught out a little bit under code 60 in the restart, but he's back on it again already.
Yeah, feeling a bit more confident now that there's some grip underneath that car. So Dominic Malone continuing to push, and just past us in the commentary box has gone the number 40 BMW. So Brian Bransom into the pit lane. Well, the pit window is open, so that's not a surprise, to be fair. I thought that might be a little bit early, but under that safety car we've gone through quite quick. So Brian Bransom already in to hand over that car to Jazz Verstappen. So I think that is possibly one of the leading cars, the first one we've had in.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that it is, as we continue to look at what's going on further down through the order. Warren Allen at the wheel of the Porsche Cayman, coming under pressure from the dark blue and red BMW of Ashley Muldoon. Further back from that, there goes Mark Lee in the Dayglow Ginetta. You can't miss that car, but onto the hangar straight comes the Porsche in the hands of Warren Allen, the dark blue BMW with its red wing mirrors right behind him. This is the fight for what is 10th and 11th position at this stage. Both of these cars run in the New Millennium section of the race. For the Porsche, it is running in New Millennium Class B. For Ashley Muldoon in its BMW, it's New Millennium Class M1, which is for highly modified BMWs, either running the S50 or the S64 3.2 litre engine. So that's a good little fight between those two. And Warren Allen we've seen out racing in things like the MSVT Track Day Trophy and stuff like that in the past, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a good kind of stepping stone, isn't it? That's where you start most of your racing in terms of getting to grips with everything. And as we say that, into the pit lane has come the race leader. So the Lotus of David Harvey has decided to pull in. Looking fairly happy there, isn't he, with what he's done so far? He's looking fairly happy with what he's done there so far. We'll no doubt there'll be some conversations to exactly what happened under Code 60. It's not a flag that's used by any other club other than the Classic Sports Car Club, but yeah, I'm scratching my head as to why things changed so significantly under what should have been identical conditions for everybody. But he's just got to sit there and wait for a minute and a half. You don't see many 340Rs out. I noticed that car, you know, it should have a windscreen. There was no windscreen in it that I could see there. It's as though they'd removed that car, but nice to see a 340R out. Nice to see a Morgan out as well, because it's not very often we see Morgans racing. And that Spearmint Green machine, you really cannot miss in the hands of Tom Andrew, who's been a long-time Morgan racer. Certainly has. He's got some pressure at the minute, though, from the number 99 Porsche as well, just behind as it stands. This is Patrick Scharfiger, who pushes on now down on towards the Wellington straight. I think Patrick's another one who in recent years has raced in Citroen C1s, I believe. So yes, he has. Patrick this weekend with Steve Cunniff. Those two are going fairly well. And to be fair, where do they currently lie? They are 20th, aren't they? So yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, inside the top 20, and have also got another car queuing up right behind them. In fact, Patrick Scharfiger, I thought he was going to get the overlap there on Tom Andrew, but he couldn't quite squeeze the Porsche up the inside of the Morgan, which surely in a straight line you'd have thought the Morgan would have the advantage, but through the twiddly parts maybe the Porsche has the better handling. But even Patrick Scharfiger now needs to get the hurry up a little bit, because he's got Hugh Gurney sitting right on his coattails at the wheel of the dark number 91 BMW. Clock continuing to tick. Now that we have had the first few cars pit, of course it will now shuffle the order for the next few moments, so potentially if he doesn't come into the pit lane it would put the Ginetta of Dylan Popovich up into the lead of the race. Yeah, certainly would. So that's how it stands at the minute. Hugh Gurney looking to make another place now on the Morgan, but as of yet cannot find his way past Tom Andrew. Looks a little bit quicker through the left-hander at Beckett. So let's see what he can do down towards Chapel. Well, he's throwing that car all over the road, and Tom Andrew is keeping a nice defensive line there for the time being. But as it stands, Hugh Gurney, who qualified 25th, now also up into the top 20, but looking at the minute to try and make up some more places. But as Mark suggested again, the Morgan is quicker in a straight line and just ekes that gap out a little bit further between the two of them.
Yeah, they're now beginning to close in on Manoj Patel at the wheel of his largely silver and yellow Honda. Used to be silver with some lighter blue flashes to it, but he's re-liveried it for this year. So this is now going to be a fight for 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th and almost 20th that are getting themselves together. Not quite as yet, but they're all within touching distance of each other. And they're all on what will be their 5th lap of the race at the moment. Sorry, their 6th lap of the race they will be currently, with some 23 minutes remaining. So Honda from Morgan, from BMW, from Porsche, sort of sums up what classic sports car club racing all about, isn't it? But I haven't added up how many different marques are represented because we've got so many BMWs in the field, but there's a smattering of everything else.
Certainly is very much good to see all of these on the grid for this opening meeting of the season. Hugh Gurney again there, just looking briefly towards the inside of Tom Andrew, but Tom Andrew goes for a little bit of a wider line into the corners there, and it seems to be working at the minute.
It's not Hugh Gurney, apologies, it's not, it's Shane Taylor. It's kind of a 1-3-3.
Oh, okay, so yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah, so he's ahead now of Patrick Schaffner. Yeah, so Gurney's still behind these 4 or 5 cars by about what's going to be 6 or so seconds. So yeah, apologies for that one. It's all shuffled though, because now the Porsche does go to the inside. So Patrick Schaffner back up into the top 20. I think the Morgan was the one that lost out there of Tom Andrew, and now the 133 car of Shane Taylor is trying to work his way through at the same time. So it's up 1, down 1 for Shane Taylor. It's up 2 for Patrick Schaffner. It's down 2 for Tom Andrew, and it's going to be another one up there for Shane Taylor now in this 133 BMW. So through he goes up towards the line, and that's going to see him move up into what should be now 17th place.
Yeah, after the pit stop for our erstwhile race-leading Lotus, Dave Harvey has come through in 11th position that time through, which means that Dylan Popovic does indeed pick up the lead of the race, and he leads by 2.6 seconds now from the charging BMW of Dominic Malone. But this squabble further down through the order, still to get resolved at the moment. Shane Taylor still under the cosh a little bit from the Porsche of Patrick Schaffner that sits behind. Tom Andrew, having dropped to the tail end of that little order at the wheel of the Spearmint Morgan, is now going to have to try and see whether he's got anything further he can muster. And also Manoj Patel in the Honda surely is going to lose out in a straight line to quicker cars around him, and that, I'm afraid, is going to be a retirement. We saw Brian Branson bring that car into the pit lane, and already you can see that Jazz Sapra is not getting behind the wheel of the car. It's one of the mechanics, so clearly there's problems with the number 40 Beamer.
I think that was Kevin Clark behind the wheel actually, trying to resolve the problem there. Kevin Clark will be out a little bit later on with Matty Evans, but Kevin trying to resolve the BMW, of course a car he's very much familiar with, and trying to make sure that car can get back out before the end of the race. But he's not meant to be driving it, is Kevin Clark, but he's trying to figure out the problem of that one.
It's first race that car has had with a paddle shift system fitted to it, so I think they're making sure all is okay still, because that car is also going to be back out later on in the LIquI Moly Slick Series.
I was just going to mention this gap between what now is effectively the race lead as it stands before these two cars have made their pit stop, but what was around about 11 seconds between the Ginetta and the BMW is now down to 3/4 of a second. So very much Dominic Malone has found some quicker speed. He's now getting into grips with the car. He's more confident out there around the Grand Prix circuit, and he might be about to take this Ginetta before they serve their pit stops, because they've only got now what's going to be 5 or so minutes before that pit window closes. So if he wants to find his way through, Dominic Malone will want to do it fairly quickly here, and we're now starting to work our way into some traffic as well, so it's not going to be easy here. It could hinder Dylan Popovic, or it could help him. One of the two will happen very shortly.
Yeah, well, he got past Terence Dolphin at the wheel of the Ford Focus reasonably easily. He also picked off Rob Hardy's Porsche 944 without too much problem, but as did Dominic Malone. So the pair of them are now absolutely together, and the way the race is flowing at the moment, I would suggest it's not that much longer before Dominic Malone might be able to squeeze the BMW through and ahead of the Ginetta G50. Now, Dominic Malone doesn't really need to worry too much, because he's not, in reality, yes, he's racing these cars for overall position, but remember, we've got 2 races combined. We've got the WOSP New Millennium and the Verum Builders Open Series, both on the grid here, and the Ginetta is a car that races in the Verum Builders Open Series. Dominic Malone is a New Millennium car, so even if he stays where he is and sits behind it, he would still win, in reality, his own race. But being a typical racing driver, he's not going to want to do that, is he? He's going to want to press on. He's going to want to overtake that as far as he's concerned, slower car, and work his way through and past. Manoj Patel is into the pit lane. He was a race winner in tin tops last year, and he's just getting quicker and quicker and quicker all of the time. So let's see what he can do as Dominic Malone makes a lunge for the lead, heading in towards Brooklands. Can he make it through? No, too far away.
Tyres on the ground here, and Dylan takes a much tighter line. He gets the squirt out the corner, and it will be heading for the pit lane now. So Dylan Popovic, the man who was just about holding on to the race lead there, heads down the pit lane. So it's 90 seconds, remember, so from pit in to pit out, and of course the driver change, which he doesn't have to do, so he just sits in that car and waits for when they think that car can be released to head down to the end of the pit lane. So Dylan is in, and I think David Harvey was only around about 40 seconds or so back as they crossed the line, so he should very comfortably retake the lead of this race once everyone has made their pit stop.
Yeah, more and more and more cars filing their way into the pit lane. I think the Ford Focus just came in of Terence Dolphin that time through as well. Yeah, that's another car that is in. Also, Rob Hardy at the wheel of the Porsche 944 came in. We know that Manoj Patel was in, and I think we also saw come in the Ginetta there of Mark Lee, the Ginetta G55 come in. So more and more and more feeding their way into the pit lane. There's a smiley face of Dylan Popovic, again another driver who's been racing with the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of years, sporadically in the early days, but it's more a regular feature now, Dylan Popovic, and he's always running at the front, and he's always a happy chap, as you can see.
Yeah, even when he's sitting there in the pit lane, he's very much playing his part in front of the camera, so good to see Dylan out there, and we'll see where he rejoins in the field. It will be a close run fight, I believe, between him and Dominic Malone. Of course, as you said, it's not for a battle in terms of their classes, but definitely for battle in overall position in this race. So we'll see where he rejoins once the time has elapsed in the pit lane. And I believe possibly Dominic Malone will be in this time as well, because it's not going to be 2:24 yet. So the time has pretty much run out for him next time round. So it will have to be this time that Dominic Malone finds himself into the pit lane.
Yep, so you have to come into the pit lane before you end up with 25 minutes of the race completed. In other words, before you get to less than 15 minutes to go. If you don't, you will end up with a penalty, and it's quite a draconian penalty if you pit outside of the pit stop window. So Dominic Malone will be no doubt hearing on the radio, because I'm sure all the Amspeed cars have pit-to-car radio, that he needs to box at the end of this lap and dive his way into the pit lane. Well, he's got a little bit of traffic still to deal with, which is going to be Warren Allen's Porsche Cayman S, but he takes a line out of Luffield, which suggests he's coming into the pit lane. Indeed, he does. So Dominic Malone, having taken up the lead of the race, and of course has still set that fastest lap of the race, dives to the pit lane this time through.
Yeah, certainly does. So let's see if he can do this as quick as he can and head back out. Now, he's got a little bit of traffic, in fact, coming into the pit lane, so that might just slightly delay him before he gets to his position in the pit lane. We can see there the recovering, the number 14 machine of Warren Tattersall. So good to see that Warren has continued. And to be fair, where has he made his way up to now after that problem on that kind of first lap? Well, 27th place for Warren, so he's making slow progress. But as we said, with that lap lost, it will be not too much for, I don't think, for Warren to make any progress.
Yeah, and if you're watching the stream, you can see on the screen there, it indicated how many drivers have pitted. So yeah, as soon as it goes one, it means they've pitted once. So on that same lap, before the pit window closes, Mark Smith came in, Dave Griffin came in as well. So I think that is the vast majority that have pitted now, apart from one car that hasn't, which now comes in, thankfully, Max Petch. I was getting a bit worried there that the number 2 car that started 19th and had worked its way all the way up to 5th was going to pit too late, but no, Max comes into the pit lane with about, 40 seconds to spare before the window closes.
Yeah, they're all coming in very fine there, but they thought they could squeeze through before the time in terms of the window close. There's still 20 seconds left, so hopefully we'll get all of them in. I think we're still waiting on the number 91 machine, aren't we? The BMW of Hugh Gurney. That has not yet been in by the looks of it.
David Tyson hasn't either at the wheel of Renault Clio.
There's a couple need to make it, and they might not do this. We'll have to wait and see. There's Chris Murphy, you can see, working his way through the final corner. So Chris Murphy, who again has raced Classic Sports Car Club, GT Cup, is a long-time runner in a BMW. He's driven a few different things. I think he's also out in possibly Porsche, if I remember. But
at Z-Cars Championship as well.
That's right, yeah. He's another one who likes to race most weekends.
Most weekends he's somewhere, is Chris Murphy, yeah, and a former GT Cup champion as well, so he's not a slow chap whatsoever. So the pit window has now closed. However, There's still Hugh Gurney to pit, and there is still the Renault Clio of David Tyson to pit. So those drivers will be asked questions as to why they enjoyed themselves so much out on track and did not to come into the pit lane. I gather there might have been problems in the pit stop for the James Collins and Nigel Greensall BMW. There was, I think, a misfire as it was heading down the pit lane. Lots of backfiring coming off from that car. So whether there's some sort of electrical issue or not, I'm not entirely sure. Remember, that's the car that has just been taken over by Nigel Greensall, the pro, from first time ever debutant in racing cars, James Collins.
Yeah, yet to go across the line, so they are now rapidly dropping down the order. They were 10th, there they go, across the line, 13th place. So just coming through now in towards Copse Corner. And we'll give you a kind of rundown of the order once everyone has finally made their pit stop and once the next lap has been completed. But we are expecting David Harvey to be back towards the head of the order, although as it stands, he's not quite there yet, but we're still waiting for, of course, Dominic Malone to tick his way through, which he'll do, of course, at the end of the next lap. And as we say that, David Harvey's just gone across the line to recommence as our race leader once more.
Yeah, so Dave Harvey retakes up the lead of the race. I wonder, I mean, the report we got was that the car was backfiring heading down the pit lane number 4. I suspect it's probably the pit lane speed limiter that they got fitted to that car that was causing the problem. So Dave Harvey retakes up the lead of the race. What we're looking at here is Alex Haynes fighting away with, that looks like Ashley Muldoon's car that sits behind. Now this will be for position. This will be for 8th and 9th place on track at the moment. Staying well and truly out of harm's way was the Seat Leon Cooper that was in the gravel earlier on of Warren Tattersall. He knows that he's a lap adrift of all of those that are coming by, so he's just letting the quicker cars scythe their way through. But the squabble is on between the two Beamers as they turn their way through the right-hander at Abbey. I think these are another two cars, both of which I think are run by Amp Speed. So lights are on for Ashley Muldoon, but Alex Haynes, that won't worry him. He's going to press on.
Certainly is. They are currently battling for 4th in class by the looks of it. So this is the new Millennium Class 1. So they are currently in 8th and 9th place overall, but good run there from Ashley. We might see him try and make a move at the end of the Wellington Straight. So let's see if Alex Haynes can defend this position as they work their way under the bridge very shortly. They'll hit the brakes as hard as they can. And you can just see there 2 other BMWs working their way through, and there's big lunge there from Ashley Muldoon, and the job will be done, I think, on the exit of the corner. So Alex Haynes wasn't really expecting it. I wasn't really expecting it either, but Ashley Muldoon has gone through, and that's what you need to do sometimes, is take your competitor by surprise.
That was decisive, wasn't it? Ashley Muldoon said, I'm coming through. If you want to turn in, I'll be alongside by the time you get there. So, but yeah, sensible driving by both of them. Alex Haynes reading it well, actually, and well aware of what was going on in his peripheral vision as well, once he'd seen that the car had maybe moved out of sight. However, he's having another little nibble again as they head up towards Copse Corner. Ashley Muldoon is going to have to stick his elbows out here if he wants to hang on to his newly acquired position, which is 7th position. So through Maggots and Beckett, such a great section of the circuit, isn't it? This just sweeps from one side to the other and back to the other. It must be exhilarating to drive one of these BMWs around. I can't imagine what it's like in a Formula 1 car with the change of direction and the speed you carry through there. It's a great corner.
Yeah, chucking you about corner to corner, but yeah, great sequence of circuit here at Silverstone. We've got into the pit lane Amir Naran for, is that a late visit? Possibly, I'm not too sure, or maybe a problem. That was maybe taken over by Tom Jackson, who it was meant to be, but we've got a different name on our timing screen, so it's probably had a further change there, unfortunately, but we'll try and get to the bottom of that in due course. So this BMW battle continues. This is, of course, Ashley Muldoon with Alex Haynes behind. There is also another close BMW battle just up the road from them, which is in the same class. Mark Smith and Dave Griffin, not too far separated as well. So we've got a nice cluster of 4 cars becoming a great battle for 5th place, and then this is a further battle a little bit back from what we were just looking. There's Warren Tattersall's Seat Cupra. Again, as we said, he's currently a few laps down as it stands, but it's the BMW now trying to make a move towards the inside, in towards the right-hander of Abbey, and that's going to make the job done and dusted as it works its way past the Porsche there in the hands of, I think that's the 165 machine.
It is, that's Warren Allen, and it's Nigel Greensall that's just gone past. Nigel Greensall, who is has been a pro racer for a huge number of years, whether it be more contemporary machinery or historic stuff as well. Only, I think, last weekend and the weekend before, he's been out racing in the States with customers that he has on the opposite side of the Atlantic, and is back over here now racing and tutoring James Collins, who's dipping his toe in the motorsport water for the first time this weekend. So through shot there goes that squabble that we were talking about. Here up towards the camera now goes Warren Allen, having lost out to this green BMW now in the hands of Nigel Greensall. Nigel Greensall's next target is going to be that Ginetta car number 199 of Mark Lee that lies ahead, the 3.7 litre Ford engined G55 that we've seen Mark racing in the Miller's Oils Ginetta Super Cup for the last season or so, having come out of the academy, I think, Mark Lee, the Ginetta Academy in the first year. So he is now feeling the pinch from the pro who's ganging up on him.
And all of those cars ahead of Nigel Greensall need to be aware of him coming, because last time round he's just done a 218.3, where all those ahead are in the 220s or 221. So Nigel Greensall almost 3 seconds a lap quicker here, and he's not too far back from them, is he? So as you'd expect, Nigel's be quick, but he's absolutely on a mission, and he's almost going to make a move here on the car which is just about caught now, Mark Lee, in that Ginetta, the bright yellow Ginetta, which is now onto the back of. So here comes Nigel Greensall, down the hanger straight he goes, looks towards the inside line, and that will be a position for him overall, and we'll see him now up into the top 9.
Yep, so good result for that. I did say it's one of those cars that would drop down through the order in the early stages and would be one that would work its way back through later on, and that's exactly what is happening. Still a good fight going on between Ashley Muldoon, who is still being shadowed to a reasonable degree by the number 3 Works liveried car of Alex Haynes that sits behind. The 2 E36s still working together. Now, if Nigel Greensall can get past the Ginetta, which he has now done, those 2 BMWs are the next that he needs to catch, and often problems, and that's car number 129, that's Tommy Grout, that is off somewhere on circuit. Difficult to tell from that shot where that is. I think it might be along the Wellington Straight, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's by the Beckett's box, isn't it? Somewhere around there. So Marshall's on hand once again to push Tommy's car out of the way. And just looking at the clock, this race has flown by. There's only 8 minutes left as it stands, and Nigel Greensall is trying to get on with the mission. As you can see there, the second place man, Dominic Malone, just working his way through the traffic. So the man who qualified on pole position, just up now behind the Morgan there, coming up onto the back of the Morgan of Tom Andrews. So that car is about to go a lap down, and Dominic Malone, his nearest competitor, is near enough 10 seconds back. But that's good progress, actually, from the 72 machine of Chris Murphy. So again, later on in this race, Chris Murphy has made his way back towards the front.
Yeah, so he started 4th, dropped down through the order, and is now sort of chipping away again, is now up into the podium places in reality. The former GT Cup champion from a few years ago. Now here's Alex Haynes again. He's got a good run on Ashley Muldoon this time as I come up towards Copse Corner. No, still can't quite make it stick. So Ashley Muldoon still hangs on to 7th place despite the very best efforts of Alex Haynes. He can't quite wiggle his way through, and now these 2 E36s are slowing each other up because they're battling, and closing, ever closing, is the dark green E46 of Nigel Greensall, who is now almost up onto terms with him. And a mistake by Alex Haynes midway through the Beckett's complex there surely is going to allow Nigel Greensall to draw himself alongside, which indeed he does as they come out of Chapel. He's got 2 wheels on the grass. There's no way he'll lift off the throttle. He's got the inside line for Stoke, should go through. Yeah, Nigel a bit wary there whether to make the move or not, but now I think he will do down towards the end of the hanger straight. Makes his car then as wide as possible as he turns in through the right-hander. I think there the mistake came from Alex Haynes. I think he was concentrating on Ashley Muldoon's car and also trying to work out what was behind him, so just kind of missed the apex of the corner. So unfortunately for Alex, he's lost ground now to Ashley Muldoon. He's lost the place to Nigel Greensall, and I think before too much longer, Ashley Muldoon in the number 18 BMW, the black and red one, is about to be passed here by Nigel Greensall. But can he get the job done before the right-hander at Abbey Corner? He's going to try for it, but again, he doesn't want to put that car in too much of a precarious position. So he hangs on, and will probably have a little bit of a better look up towards the loop. Yeah, I think he's just a bit slower and a bit cautious heading in towards Abbey, but made sure he got good momentum coming out, which leaves the door open also for Alex Haynes to squeeze his way through. So Ashley Muldoon wanted to let the E46 through. He did not ideally want to let Alex Haynes through, but Alex Haynes, doors open. Thank you very much. Signed, sealed, delivered. Yeah, no second invitation needed on that one. So through goes both of those cars on Ashley Muldoon. So he now drops down into 8th position. What can now Nigel Greensall do on Dave Griffin? Well, we'll have a look at the end of this lap, but it's going to be a fair gap to make up. And with time ticking away now, I don't think he's going to quite get there. But if anyone can give it a go, I think Nigel Greensall will be the man to do so. But let's have a look and see what the gap is between them as they head now up towards the line. And also watch out there, you can see in the background, just catching up now with the BMWs, is the car of Mark Lee. So I don't think he's quite done
in that Ginetta as it stands. So he's on the charge, and for Nigel Greensall, the gap between him and Dave Griffin is almost 10 seconds, so that might be a little bit too much, Mark.
Yeah, even for Nigel Greensall, that's a bit of a tall ask, isn't it, in reality? He's still got traffic to deal with as well. I think that's Les Conway's car that he's just heading through and past. That's one of the slightly older BMWs, that's the E30 type BMW. So yeah, that will be Les Conway, who has just wiggled his way through and past. But now he's got past that little bit of traffic for Nigel Greensall. You can see that, yeah, the dark green BMW heading towards us now has huge amounts of daylight between himself and the next car he's hunting down. Alex Haynes, Ashley Muldoon and Mark Lee all still together, the two BMWs being shadowed by the Dayglow yellow Ginetta G55 as they dive on the brakes and flip their way in towards the right-hander at Stowe Corner. From then it's sort of downhill slightly through the Vale and in towards the braking area for the quite tight section, really, the left and the right at Club Corner, and then pick up the throttle again, but be cautious on how quickly you pick it up. Otherwise, if you come through Club Corner and apply a bit too much throttle too early, it can soon spin you around or spit you into the pit wall on the right there.
Certainly could, yep. So the battle continues here as we watch it between Alex Haynes and Ashley Muldoon and Mark Lee, who now has just dropped off slightly from the back of these two BMWs. So after the squabbling they've been doing, they've kind of regrouped and started to pull away once more, but I don't think Ashley Muldoon is quite done with this Alex Haynes car just yet. He brakes very late into the corner, almost outbraked himself there at the same time, but manages to get himself back online. Through the loop they now go, and down on towards the Wellington Straight for what's going to be for them the 13th time of asking. So they're on their way down there. Race leader, by the way, David Harvey, already across the line onto another lap. Leads by well over 50 seconds at the minute, with Dominic Malone still not that safe in second place, because the gap between him now and Chris Murphy is down to 1.3 seconds. So can Dominic hold on? Of course, it's not for the same class, because both of them run in different classes. New Millennium for Dominic and Open Series for Chris Murphy, but of course it's all for overall position and to find themselves either second or third step on the podium.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with what Chris Murphy has done in the Verum Builders Open Series. So let's see as to whether he can haul himself up into second overall. We've still got this great fight going on. Mark Lee, who had dropped away a little bit at the wheel of the Ginetta, well, the number 199 Ginetta is now starting to close back up again towards Ashley Muldoon. Ashley Muldoon is having another go at it to see whether he can unlock the door again and squeeze his way through and past the BMW of Alex Haynes that lies ahead. Didn't look as though the gap was quite big enough. And then in the background it looks as though Warren Allen is coming under pressure from Adam Brown, and Danny is doing exactly what we thought Danny would do. He knows this car well. He's raced it with himself and Nigel Haynes for a very good number of years, and that means that he's now going to be up into 11th position at the wheel of the DC5 Honda Integra.
Yeah, just going to miss out on the top 10 by the looks of it, but again, a great drive from both Danny Cassar, who currently finds himself in the car, and also Adam Brown, who took the first stint in the Honda Integra. But a fighting drive as ever from Danny. Just wondering if the car there of the Warren Allen machine is going to come back. He might do, we'll have to wait and see, but as it stands, they work their way down through the right-hander down towards Club and Vale. They're about to go, but Danny Cassar, very busy when he's at these classic sports car club meetings. He likes to do, once again, as many races as he possibly can in that car. Yeah,
he's racing this car in this race. He's out in the other car that Nigel Haynes has available for him in the tint tops later on, so it'll be a sort of a teal and white Honda Integra DC5. I did see trickling its way slowly into the pit lane was the Chris Petch driven Ginetta, so that car that was running inside what the top 12, top 15 is looking as though it is heading towards retirement at the closing stages of this race, and we are now very much at the closing stages of the race because we are in to the final 45 seconds of this race. Dave Harvey, having picked up the lead when the lights went out, he really increased his lead either just before in the early stages of that Code 60, we'll have to wait and see, but he has since maintained that gap, hasn't he? It's always been around 50 seconds, subject to when the pit stops are taking place.
Yeah, hasn't changed too much at all between him and either Dominic Malone or Dylan Popovic, who was there at the time as well. Dylan's held on fairly well. He has dropped about 20 seconds back from the top three, but still for Dylan, this is going to be a good third place in class and inside the top five as well for that Ginetta. But we have now got 5 seconds left on the clock. We've already got David Harvey on to his last lap, and the Lotus now working his way through the final couple of corners in towards the likes of Luffield through Woodcote for the final time, and it's been, I think it's fair to say, a fairly easy second half of the race for David Harvey, albeit with the traffic to deal with. He's going to come up to take his first win of the season in the WOSP New Millennium and, for his part, the Verum Builders Open Series. So he crosses the line in first place. We're going to have to wait quite a while for second place man Dominic Malone to come through, but he is going to be good by the looks of it to pick up the victory in the New Millennium Series. And as I say that, he's just pulled off on this last lap. So Dominic Malone, after what was looking to be such a fantastic run in that ex-Andy Prio BMW, has pulled off on the last lap of the race.
Maybe short-fueled?
Yeah.
I simply don't know. That's the only... It'd be gutting if it was a mechanical issue on the final lap. It'd be equally as frustrating if it was fuel, but were they that tight on fuel? It begs the question, doesn't it? We did have a code 60, so it'd be a miscalculation for sure.
It would have been if we wouldn't have had that code 60. It'd be a lot earlier than that. So what a shame for Dominic Malone. So he's not going to pick up the victory in the New Millennium. So we'll let you know who that will be once they've taken the checkered flag. But second place now comes through, so it's going to be an even better drive there from Chris Murphy. So fantastic job from fourth on the grid up to second.
Yeah, brilliant stuff for Chris Murphy. And then it should be Dylan Popovic who will come through to finish in third position at the wheel of the number 9 Ginetta. And I think ultimately the New Millennium section of the race should be taken by the number 36 car of Mark Smith, who I gather did have a small problem in the pit stop, and that's why that car was a little bit slow and lost time. So to come through and still win that section of the race would be a good result for at least one side of the Amspeed garage.
Certainly will, yeah. So Mark Smith looking for the checkered flag. He's not too far away from it in his BMW. He's about 3.5 seconds up the road from now his nearest competitor, which is Dave Griffin. So if he's done enough to hold that gap, then Mark Smith should be good for fourth place overall and also the win within the New Millennium. And we still wait for him to come through. It's taken a long, long time. That was the extent, of course, of David Harvey's lead. And yes, it will be Mark Smith for fourth place, first in the New Millenniums. Fifth place and second in that class is going to be Dave Griffin. And then sixth place and third in New Millennium is Nigel Greensall, and for his first ever race, James Collins. Not bad at all. So another first-timer on the podium in their first ever race. So many congratulations to James. Lots of hard work done by him and lots of work in that latter stage of the race done by Nigel Greensall as well. So that's for sixth place and third in class, as we said. They also win, in fact, they're part of the New Millennium in terms of the class. So class 2 won by Nigel Greensall and James Collins. So it gets even better for those two. Seventh place then for number 3. That's going to be across the line for Alex Haynes. Good job from him after starting 11th on the grid. Eighth place then for number 18. That will be Ashley Muldoon. So Ashley just losing out, unfortunately, in that great battle we saw between him and Alex for the majority of the race after the pit stop. And then for ninth place, it's going to be the Ginetta in the hands of Mark Lee. And for 10th place, it will be the Danny Cassar and Adam Brown Honda Integra. So they pick up class honours in New Millennium as well, because they came through in Class C as the victors. So here's a result of race number 2 for the WOSP New Millennium and Verum Builders Open Series. David Harvey, your winner after 16 laps, wins by 52 seconds over Chris Murphy in his BMW. Third place for the Ginetta of Dylan Popovic. And then the first of the New Millennium cars home is Mark Smith, who finishes ahead of Dave Griffin, and then James Collins and Nigel Greensall for 6th place. Alex Haynes, Ashley Muldoon, Mark Lee with the Adam Brown and Danny Cassar Honda in 10th place. Warren Allen was in 11th. Dominic Malone will get classified in 12th place, but of course that will have to be one to wait and see. The Humphrey and Wyatt car in 13th place, and Tom Andrew in his Morgan finishes in 14th position. Further back in 15th place is the 133 machine of Shane Taylor and Dean Beckett in their BMW. 16th place for Patrick Scharfiger and Steve Cunniff, just ahead of the Porsche of Natalie McGloin. 18th place for the Petches in the number 2 car with Hugh Gurney and Andy Napier rounding out your top 20. Then it was the Dolphin and Green 219 machine in 21st place. Rob Hardy and his Porsche in 22nd. David Tyson, Manoj Patel, Warren Tattersall with some problems towards the end, of course, and also towards the start of the race, with an Aaron and Coulson car in 26th and Les Conway in 27th position. The rest of the field, unfortunately, not making it to the checker flag, with Tommy Grout, the Brian Branson and Jasper Sapra BMW, and also the number 771 BMW as well. We lost early on. That, unfortunately, was Klaus Kuika, but hopefully we'll see him back at the next meeting for the Classic Sports Car Club. So there we go. We hope you enjoyed that one from the WOSP New Millennium and the Verum Builders Open Series. 40 minutes of fast racing which I'm sure you'll agree goes by in an absolute flash. But we thoroughly enjoyed that, and of course we've got lots of great racing to look forward to across the course of the afternoon here at the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit. We haven't really given you an idea of what's to come. We've been so busy so far bringing you all what's happened in the paddock and also on the circuit. We forgot to tell you what's coming up. We'll do that in a few minutes' time, but for now we're going to hand you down to Mark Werrell, who's ready to talk to our winners from that race.
So our second race of the day, the combined WOSP New Millennium and Verum Builders Open Series race, won by Dave Harvey. Dave, you started on the outside of the front row of the grid. Great start, saw you ultimately come through for a lights to flag victory.
Yes, first thing I was going to say was to thanks to all the marshals that are standing out there freezing cold. Yeah, but it was good. Code 60 came out and I dropped down the speed, running on 60, and I don't know where everybody else went. I don't know if I got it right or not, to be honest.
So you dropped down to 60, hang on to the lead of the race, you then pitted, and of course you still got to keep pushing.
Oh yeah, I pushed all the way through, and but I pitted early. I often do, because then it gets it out of the way. And when you're getting towards the end of the race and you're starting to get tired, you're more likely to make a mistake in the pits.
We don't see that many Lotus 340Rs racing generally, let alone in the UK. Just talk us through this car and what it's like around Silverstone and the Grand Prix circuit.
I've had it since it was new, back in 2020. I've raced it in Europe for many, many years, and as far as I know, it's the only 340 racing car, and it's fabulous. It's much, much better than the driver.
Brings a smile to your face, even on a cold day like this, going round in it.
Not cold in there.
Well done on the win.
Thank you.
Many congratulations. So that's Dave Harvey, our overall race winner and the winner of the Verum Builders Open Series section of the race. We'll come down and have a quick chat to Mark Smith, who probably might not have been aware as to that he was heading towards a chat as the winner of the WOSP New Millennium section of the race, but it was quite late on where sadly his teammate Dan Malone from Amp Speed retired whilst in a position that would have given him victory in the WOSP New Millennium section of the race. So off come Mark's glasses, we'll wait for him to take off the crash helmet, and then we'll grab a quick word with him and Warren Allen as well, who was one of the class winners in the New Millennium section of the race. So crash helmet off comes the hands device, and then beard and moustache as well now for Mark this season, so sporting extra weight in the car. The winter setting, he says. So let's grab a quick word with our WOSP New Millennium winner in the race. It'll be delight on one side of the Amp Speed garage, it'll be disappointment on the other, because Dominic Malone, your teammate, was leading until the final lap.
I know, I only just found that just when I pulled up here, which I think it was like a fuel issue or something on the last lap, which I'm really upset for him. So I probably didn't deserve it, but I'm here now, so I'll take it. What happened? There was an E46 sort of GTR car as well that was quite pacey. I don't know what happened there. Was
that was I don't know which one that was. Oh, that would be Nigel Greenstall took over that towards the end, so he was closing in your mirrors there.
Oh, was he? Oh, right. Okay then. Oh, that will explain something then. I'll take that as a positive.
Delighted with the win. Back for another season again with you.
No, I know. Yeah, keep passing the on medical, don't I? So I'm coming out to play.
And you're coming out to play later on as well, because you're out in the LIquI Moly Slick Series. And
who's my son? Yeah.
Who's starting in the car? Because we don't know that yet.
I think I am. I think
we'll pop you down as
quicker than me. Maybe he should, but I will.
And the other thing you need to do, then, is wander up and just tap Dominic on the back of the shoulder and commiserate him.
I'll give him a cuddle. I'll give him a cuddle and a cup of tea.
With a big smile on your face as a race winner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Cheers.
Well done, Mark. There we go, there's Mark Smith. And let's grab a quick word with Warren Allen, if we can, who came home and had a busy old race, really, at the wheel of what was the Class B WOSP New Millennium Porsche Cayman. WOSP being our new supporters of the New Millennium for the 2022 championship season. Warren, congratulations. It was a busy old race. Every time we saw you on the stream, you were either in full attack mode or full defence mode.
I had a good afternoon, actually. Thank you. Yeah, we had a good race. I didn't know where I was going to come today. I had to rush to get the car ready just to get here for Silverstone, and I've just got to do the Grand Prix circuit. So you look a bit chilly.
It is rather chilly. It is rather chilly. You're saying rushing to get the car ready. Surely that's Club Motorsport generally anyway, isn't it?
That's life, mate, isn't it? That it really is life. Getting my licence, getting all the bits together, getting the tyres from Adams and Page and everything, that was just all another job to do.
And a nice way to start the season. A with a win, but Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit, as you say.
Exactly. Great place to be. Great place to be.
Well, very well done indeed. Many congratulations on the win in Class B, WOSP New Millennium. But we've got more racing coming up for you in just a few moments' time. It's the Co-ordSport Tin Tops together with the Turbo Tin Tops and the Puma Cup that are up next.
Thanks very much, Mark. Yeah, great to hear from the drivers down there in the pit lane. As Mark said, very shortly, we're going to look forward to our third race of the day here at Silverstone, the Co-ordSport Tin Tops with the Lohen Turbo Tin Tops and also the Puma Cup back together for this year. So they've got to look forward to a 40-minute race in just a few minutes' time. After that, we've got a few more races to look forward to with the second race of the day for the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens. They'll be looking forward to the second race just after 20 past 3. Maybe a little bit earlier now, actually, because we are running, as it stands, ahead of schedule. So that's to come a little bit later on. We've also got to look forward to the first race of the year for the Modern Classics and also the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, which run together. Their first race around about 4 o'clock of the season. And then the final race of the day, very short day here at Silverstone, but long races, of course, are that of the LIquI Moly Slicks, which will be the final race of 40 minutes, again around about 5 o'clock. This afternoon. So lots to come here at Silverstone. As we were just hearing there, it's bright, it's breezy, bit chilly, and nice to hear that David said he thanks the marshals out there in the cold. We're quite cold here in the commentary box, I have to say, but they're doing much better work than us.
Oh, I mean, hats off to the marshals. No, don't take your hats off, leave them on. Yes. To the marshals, because yeah, I was only out there just for a few moments, and as Warren Allen said to me on my interview with him, you look cold. Yeah, I was only out there for a split second. It is bitterly cold out there, but as we've always said, Matt, you know, it's nice to get racing back underway, and yes, it's a little bit earlier than usually you'd start a racing season, but looking at the forecast a week ago, it could have been far worse today, couldn't it, weather-wise?
Could have been, yeah, and it saves all of us being cooped up at home.
That's very true.
Doing nothing.
Getting under other people's feet,
yeah.
And they just want you out the way.
They're happy we're gone today, aren't they?
Danny Cassar, back end of that race was going really, really well. He's having to jump out of that car and jump into another car because, of course, he's in this next race as well, but it's a different car. Yeah. And Manoj Patel retired quite late on in that race with an issue with his car, so we might have a gap on the front row of the grid. I'm not sure that Manoj, if it's a quick fix, they'll get him back out, but again, he's another car that's done back-to-back races, so I'm not sure we'd see him potentially.
Yeah, the timetable not really working for those two competitors today, unfortunately, the way it works. Open Series then being followed by the Tin Tops, but of course, different rounds will be different things. You can see there, we spoke earlier about the new hotel, which has been built there over the wing. You've got the lovely passage, which goes right along the top now. So another brand new thing being brought here to Silverstone. And you may have seen in some of the pictures brought to you by Alpha Live today, some of the new construction work happening down towards Maggots and Beckett's with some new kind of, I don't know what they're called really, complexes or a new hotel, but they're going to be there hopefully for this year's Grand Prix, I understand. So lots of buildings being brought up.
They look very grand, don't they?
Yes.
I think they're slightly out of my budget, Matt. They might just be able to fit into yours.
No, not quite. But it does look magnificent today, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Keep anything coming on the stream as well. If you want to send us a little message via VMix Social, you can do as well. I've seen there's a few that are coming in. We haven't really got to that many of them today, but we can see already Tom has suggested that Danny Cassar's DC5 is going to be hard to beat in this race. Someone else saying, isn't it always cold at Silverstone? Yes, most motor racing circuits are, particularly if they're an old airfield circuit. We do seem to have a lot of those. So yes, the Tin Tops and the Turbo Tin Tops heading out there. So it's the Co-ordSport Tin Tops and again another new sponsor, the Lohen Turbo Tin Tops, incorporating the Puma Cup. Let's guide you through the starting grid. Danny Cassar starts from pole position, and alongside is Manoj Patel. Row 2 of the grid is Froze Bilamoria and Russell Hurd, with row 3 being John Warburton will start at the wheel of the indecently quick Mark 1 Volkswagen Golf, alongside Adam Brown, who is now at the wheel of his Ford Fiesta, his regular car. Row 4 of the grid is James Slater and John Wyatt, with row 5 being Cole Chambers and the Ford Fiesta, which will be started by Lisa Selby.
Yeah, row 6 then sees James Wilson, with alongside that car the Colin Gunton number 99 machine. Row 7 is going to be Lee Briscoe and David Marson. Row 8 then sees Andrew Marson and the car which I haven't got a starting driver for. I don't know if it's Simon Horrobin or James Palmer, but both of those.
James Palmer.
Okay, so James Palmer will start that car, number 14. The 9th row is going to be Stuart Kilroy with Tom Oatley alongside, and then to round out your top 20 on row 10, Mark Carey and that of Gareth Knopp.
Yeah, on to row 11. It's the Volvo C30, very unusual car. Adrian Matthews lines up on the inside of row number 11 with David Tyson alongside him, with row 12 being James Janau and Mick Dwayne, former Ferrari racer. The 13th row of the grid is Richard Marson, one of 3 members of the Marson family that are on this grid. And Nick Mellor, great to see Nick back in the championship at the wheel of his Peugeot 205. Row 14, Lee Norton, not at the wheel of the regular Toyota that we see him out in, but the wheel of a Peugeot 205 this time, alongside Cade Banks. And it's Gary Barlow, who I think is a retiree. I think he had big engine issues in qualifying, who I think will be missing from the 15th row of the grid, alongside Mitchell Rust at the wheel of his Honda.
Then row 16 is going to be that of Paul Anderton. He'll be alongside David Bellamy in the number 98 machine. Then back to the 17th row, where you'll find Daniel Barber, and alongside him Jack Hordley. The 18th row is going to be Vic Hope, and Luke Johnson starts on the outside of the 18th row. 19th row is going to see Steve Reynolds. He'll hand that car over to John Ridgeham, and the 38th place on the grid for Alan Wilshire. Then to the 20th row, Stuart Early is going to be on the inside, and Chris Deere on the outside.
Onto row number 21, Steve Fletcher will start the Alpha 33, and then it's John Glover at the wheel of one of the Ford Pumas. It's an all Puma. Next couple of rows of the grid has each got a Puma on. Gareth Cotgrove lines up alongside James Manning, with Mark Jackson then alongside the Renault Clio of Paul Clothier. Habib Allah at the wheel of his Puma is there on the 47th position of the grid. That's row 24, and alongside him is Paul McDonald. Then it's David Little, Wayne Bocock, Robert Chitcock, and Daniel Goldberg lines up in the Austin Rover MG Metro with its works livery from back in period in the British Touring Car Championship, and like St Patrick Watts back in the day, tail end of the field. So a colossal 52 car grid here. I think the maximum we can start on the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit for what is a 40-minute race, but it's still classified as a sprint race as far as Motorsport UK is concerned. I think it's about 62 cars, so we're nearly at capacity grid.
That's what you call a grid, though, isn't it?
It is.
Bulging at the brim of the Classic Sports Car Club. As we said, it's still fairly early in the season, so to have all the drivers out there with cars ready, because normally this time of year you're kind of making sure that things are ready for the first round towards the end of March at Snetterton, but all of them have done a grand job to make sure everything's in place, ready to go, and to have 52 cars on the grid is once again testament to the club, Classic Sports Car Club, to get everyone out ready to race and on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. There's a police car at the back.
There is, yeah, the Polizia are at the back. So that is Robert Chilcock's Alpha 147. One of a couple of Alphas that are on this grid, because we've also got the Alpha 33 of the Fletchers, and we've also got an Alpha 156 out racing today as well, I think, in one of the races. There are a few smatterings of Alphas. There's a 33 just heading through shots now. So didn't quite pick up as to whether Manoj Patel had been able to start on the front row of the grid, or whether it is just Danny Kassar. So it's if there's a silver Honda with yellow flashes to the bonnet of it on the front row of the grid, we know Manoj is out, but he did just retire in that race earlier on. Maybe he retired in that race earlier on because he wanted to make sure he was available on the start for this one, and yeah, that was probably the case. Yeah, brought the car in early in the earlier race because he wanted to make sure he didn't miss this one.
Yeah, this is one he's more interested in to do well, and yeah, being the Open Series, he decided to pull the car in a little bit early. So we are almost good to go. 52 cars hopefully going to bunch themselves together and get themselves safely through the first corner at Copse. It's going to be a great race to look forward to. 40 minutes, once again a pit stop to look forward to. This is the first race of the season for the Co-ordSport Tin Tops and the Lohen Turbo Tin Tops, and also the Puma Cub. We're about to go racing once again as the cars work their way up towards the line. Danny Kassar and Manoj Patel both going solo for this 40 minutes, working their way now towards the start line. Very, very tightly bunched as they come up towards the red lights, which go out now, and the power gives way to Danny Kassar, making a very good start there. Also, the Integra Russell Hurd hasn't made a bad start from the second row, but can he make his way past Manoj Patel in towards the first corner? Time will tell as they exit Copse corner. Here they come, 52 cars, hopefully all safely through, and it's going to be, yeah, Danny Kassar that leads, and Russell Hurd will just about squeeze his way through. So Manoj Patel from the front row already for now down into third place.
Well, Danny Kassar qualified 5.5 seconds quicker than anybody this morning in the qualification session, but it is now, is that a problem for Manoj Patel? He's moving way offline and is starting to slow up there, so maybe all wasn't well at the end of the previous race. So Manoj Patel dropping down through the order. Everybody's safely through the first 2 or 3 corners at the moment. It's a Honda Integra DC512 at the moment. Danny Kassar leads the way from Russell Hurd, but just look at that huge grid of cars, all having to weave their way through past Manoj Patel, who's doing a sensible thing. He's indicating to the left, he's staying well out of harm's way. The white flags are coming out to forewarn the drivers. There's a slow car ahead.
Adam Brown's made a good start in that Ford Fiesta from the third row up into third place already. So again, a quick peddler in a previous race we've just seen with Danny Cassar, now on his own for this one and doing a great job there as all these Clios get themselves together through Club and Vale. That one there a little bit further back, that's going to be the number 16 car, trying to make some places up as they work their way towards the halfway stage of this first lap. That's Tom Oatley. They're going to be 3 wide through the corner, but again, halfway round, all bar Manoj Patel have safely made it through. And of course for Manoj, it's only due to what possibly could be a mechanical problem.
Yeah, poor old Manoj Patel having had problems there. Up towards the braking area for the first time, in towards Village and the loop, everybody threading their way. There's another Honda Integra DC5 further down through the order. That's the Carey car, isn't it? That's further down through the order, Mark Carey's car. But again, everybody's still just making sure that they are just driving sensibly. You know, long race to go, coldish tyres. Let's get everything up to temperature, and then we can really press on. Danny Cassar leads the way, Russell Hurd second, Adam Brown in third place. That's James Slater that's there in fourth place, but under pressure from the Scirocco, which comes from a long, long way back in the hands of Rosie Bellamoria, and outbreaks themselves, which means that James Slater goes back up straight away into fourth position. And for fifth and sixth, that will actually be the lead battle for what will be the Lohen Turbo Tin Tops, I think, won't it? The VW Scirocco, followed by the Peugeot in the hands of Carl Chambers.
And to be fair to Russell Hurd, he's not letting Danny Cassar get away just yet. 1.3 seconds was the gap at the end of that first lap. And for Adam Brown, he's a further 3 seconds back as we've got, again, almost 3 wide across the line. They've all kind of dispersed in a nice line there, but it's going to be the number 29 machine which leads them into the corner, which is Lee Briscoe. And hopefully they've all safely made it through again, which they have. They've got one of the Basts in there, you've got a Peugeot also battling it out as well. So again, just like we've seen in other races so far today, there is plenty of variety in terms of the manufacturers we see in the tin tops and the turbo tin tops. And again, on that first lap, I think all bar one have made it round to the completion.
Yeah, Lee Briscoe under pressure from the Peugeot that sits behind him, which is James Wilson, who's been in the Tin Top Series for a season or two now. Who's behind James Wilson, I hear you ask? That's going to be, I think, is that one of the Abarths? Yes, it is. It's the number 3 Abarth, which is David Marson that sits behind. David Marson has then got the gold Mini behind him, which is going to be John Wyatt. Then there's another member of the Marson family thereafter, which is Andrew Marson at the wheel of the very patriotically liveried one with the Italian tricolore stripes down through the centre of it. And then Mark Carey in the dark blue Honda Integra DC5. So squabbles all the way down through the order, and you can see that this section of the circuit through the Vale and what is Club Corner is going to get very, very busy at the moment. The lead battle is still going on. Danny Cassar leads from Russell Hurd, but the man from the outside of the front row of the grid that we saw have those problems on the opening lap, Manoj Patel, is in the pit lane.
Yeah, certainly is. So for now, not going any further within this race, unfortunately. And here comes now, by the looks of it, John Wyatt in that kind of gold Mini to make a move on David Marson, which he'll do. That, of course, is for different class positions, but behind, David Marson's now going to be under attack here from Andrew Marson. So the Marsons are together, and it looks like that of the number 59 machine first is going to make his way through here. So yeah, Andrew Marson is going to push out wide the car of David Marson, and the Abarth now starting to drop its way through. In fact, that's Mark Carey, isn't it, who has already made the move on Andrew Marson, who we'll see very shortly in the Italian liveried Abarth there. So those two running in pretty much the same class.
And there goes the car that started off the back of the grid, which is Daniel Goldberg. So the MG Metro, the Austin Metro, still running in its works livery colour. So the likes of Patrick Watts would have raced that very same liveried car in period in the British Saloon Car Championship, and it was multi-class, of course, unlike the single-class category that we've had for a good number of years now. Mark Carey having gained a few places. The Marson family are ganging up on each other now and are trying to fend off, if they can, the aspirations of the little Ford Fiesta that sits behind. That is going to be James Palmer's car that he shares with Simon Horrobin. But the grey Ford Fiesta can't quite make it through and ahead of the two Abarths. And there through shot goes the Volvo I was talking about, the red car with the green flashes to it, which is a very unusual car to see racing. That's kind of a 132. Adrian Matthews, who we've also seen out racing things like cars in the Puma Cup in the past, which are part of this race we've got out on track.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit more of a souped-up Volvo a little bit later on, aren't we? But for now, this is a more standard tin top that we have within the field as it works its way again down towards Maggots and Beckett's, trying to make up some positions. Just to let you know, Dani Cassar leads the way by, well, it has extended to be fair, so he's getting back now to his qualifying pace with a gap of just over 5 seconds between himself and Russell Hurd, and Dani has just done, in fact, the quickest lap of the race there with a 2:23.835, so that continues on. But this great fight at the minute is continuing as well, because the Baths over the last few laps have just been under attack, haven't they? This is now Richard Marson, who is going to be under attack from the Ford Focus, which works his way down through the right-hander off the hanger straight. Behind that is the Volvo, as we said, of Adrian Matthews, so a nice tight battle here. And they're also catching the Ford Fiesta just up the road, which is the number 7 machine of Lisa Selby, which in fact has dropped from where it qualified, but I think it's fair to say Toby Harris will be slightly quicker in the second part of this race.
Yeah, so a busy section of the circuit at the moment, so past the wing. So Lisa Selby coming under attack from firstly the Bath, which is Richard Marson, the number 6 car. Then we've got the Colin Gunton driven Ford Fiesta, followed by the Volvo and everybody else thereafter. So this is going to be something like 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd position that we're looking at the moment. And are we going to see Lisa Selby losing a place? No, because he was just a little bit too far back there, Richard Marson, at the wheel of his little Fiat Bath, which harks back to the very brief one-make series that we had, didn't we? The Fiat Bath one-make series that we had in the UK. Only lasted, what, really a season, didn't it? A couple of seasons at the very, very most. And bizarrely, used to race on occasion supporting the British Superbike Championship, if memory serves me correctly.
Had some big names in that championship as well, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Really did. So there they are, battling on hard with that Ford Fiesta still in the mix at the minute of Simon Horrobin, I think you said, didn't you?
No, I think that's James Palmer starts that one.
I'll make a note of that now. My apologies. James Palmer then is the man who's still trying to attack the Bath ahead of it as they work their way through. And just going back, in fact, to the Lisa Selby and Toby Harris car, have they now stepped up from the Puma? Because they'd raced that for many seasons, didn't they?
Yeah, raced the Puma for a very, very good number of years, but have been racing this Ford Fiesta for a couple of seasons now. Okay. A bit like Carl Chambers, he's moved away from the 309 that he used to race, or 306 rather, into this the newer Peugeot, and is concentrating on the turbo tin tops at the moment, which seems to be gaining ever more momentum at the moment, turbo tin tops. So it's good to see it's another series that was introduced a few seasons ago that is really, really starting to burgeon and come into its own, really. Adam Brown we're looking at now, which is the third place car. Try to hunt down that all-white Honda Integra DC5 of Russell Hurd that lies ahead. There was 0.8 of a second between the pair of them as they came over the start-finish line. There's even less now as they work their way through Club Corner. The Ford Fiesta, the outside line, a bit more momentum, might try and squeeze his way through, but is he going to lose out of puff in a straight line? It looks as though just, the variable cam timing of the VTEC engine on Russell Hurd's car just allows him to pull away a little bit from Adam Brown that lies behind. Now, is Adam Brown going to try anything in the lighter car to try and nip up the inside? He's drawn himself alongside as they're coming towards Village. Through goes the Fiesta, up into second place. Russell Hurd down into third.
Yeah, this is the part of the circuit where Adam Brown should excel for the next couple of corners, but then onto the straight they'll go once more. Russell Hurd might have the opportunity to get that second place back, but we'll see what happens at the end of the Wellington straight. And as it goes, the gap now between the top two is 10 seconds, so already out of picture has gone Dani Cassar, very shortly heading up towards the start-finish line, and a big lock-up there on the left rear as they work their way in towards the left-hander at Brooklands, but surprisingly, really, Adam Brown, in terms of the power, has managed to hold on to that second place ahead of Russell Hurd. So it should now start to get a little bit easier for Adam to keep this second place. But I'm sure Russell Hurd in that Honda Integra will have other plans on trying to get back through. And then just behind, you can still see Feroz Billamoria in fourth place, and fifth place is currently the number 27 machine of James Slater.
News with regards to Manoj Patel, the driver that started on the outside of the front row of the grid and went nowhere when the lights went out. Gearbox issues, unable to downshift is the problem for Manoj Patel, so that's why he was staying well and truly out of everybody's way. So Adam Brown still feeling the pinch a little bit from Russell Hurd. Again, that locked brake as he really tried to anchor the car up through Maggots and in towards the first aspect of Beckett. You can see the car sliding around as well, front wheel drive car, but back end almost just briefly hanging out there. But beautiful little drift there from Adam Brown, and he has, if anything, opened up a bit more daylight between himself and Russell Hurd's Honda Integra that still sits there in third place. Fourth at the moment will still be the car that leads the Lohen turbo tin top section of the race for those with forced induction, as Russell Hurd has a nip up the inside. The big long hanger straight favouring the Honda. They almost lean on each other. Problems also out on circuit for the MG Metro of Daniel Goldberg that seem to be slowing, but in a straight line that Honda has the advantage over the Fiesta, doesn't it? And all Russell Hurd needs to do is really sit on the rear bumper of Adam Brown and see what he might be able to do, either along the hanger straight, or I would say less so the Wellington straight, because it's a shorter straight, isn't it, really?
Indeed, and just going back to that, the corner at the end of the hanger straight down there towards Stowe, you could hear the engine of Adam Brown screaming. It's at its limit as it comes off the hanger straight, so what a shame for the car. We can now see on the screen Daniel Goldberg, that has not really pulled off, but is kind of on the curb, just trying to find a way out. But as it stands, that might bring more drama in terms of either a code 60 or an actual safety car here.
Yeah, unfortunately he couldn't turn off to the left of the circuit. There's a gravel trap there, so I think he was trying to get to the end of the gravel trap and get it out of harm's way, but the car just didn't have the motive power or the momentum to enable him to do so. So that parked there is not going to be in the best of positions, and the pit window is now open as well, so some of the drivers might see that and might gamble that there's a safety car coming out, and if a safety car comes down when the pit window opens, oh no, thankfully it's on its way again, so that is good news. Alt Control Delete, Metro gets going again, and hopefully he will bring that car into the pit lane. If the pit window's open and you've had that problem, bring it in, get it looked at, do the driver change, and if there's not a problem you can go back out again, but that would be my advice there, I think.
You wouldn't have thought you could do a Control Alt Delete in a car as old as that.
You wouldn't have thought so, no.
He did.
Cole Chambers comes in, so he had been running second in the Lohen Turbo tin tops. I think I just saw the Peugeot sneak through on the left of the screen there. The Warburton's come in as well, which is John Warburton at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf. So I think we're going to see a few come in at the end of this lap, Matt.
Yep, certainly are. So those who have decided to come in have now done the deed. The leaders pretty much stay out there. Yeah, Danny Cassar, Russell Hurd, who has gone back up into second place. So while we watch the recovering MG, it's Russell Hurd back into second, Adam Brown now third again, but we'll wait and see if that changes back into the hands of the Ford Fiesta in due course, and before they make their way into the pit lane for their pit stops, as the MG makes his way down, and we'll see if that comes into the pit lane as well, as Mark suggested, maybe just to check things out, see if everything is working as it should be on that one. But as it stands, we've got some more fascinating battles to work our way through. We've got, again, a mix of Hondas, Renaults, we've got the older Peugeot there as well, as they work their way up in towards the end of the lap, and I don't think any of these, choosing to come into the pit lane. So out they stay, on towards another lap they're about to go, and they'll come through, and this is all over what's going to be 23rd place at the minute.
Yeah, well, you said that Russell Hurd had moved from third back to second. Adam Brown has dropped to third and is in danger of dropping to fourth, because Feroz Bilamoria is not that far behind at the wheel of the Volkswagen Scirocco, and you can see that also just off the back of Feroz, a few car lengths back, but red bumpers, lights ablaze, is the challenging James Slater at the wheel of the number 27 Honda Civic. So he's wanting in on the mix as well, and if Adam Brown gets slowed up any more, well, I say he was falling into the clutches of the Volkswagen. All of a sudden the gap seems to have opened up again very, very slightly. So through the braking area they come at Village, up towards the tighter left-hander at the loop. Feed in the power. You don't need to lift off as you go through Aintree, which is just a little left-hand kink which brings you onto this section of the circuit, which is the Wellington straight. They'll be heading down right now. And in a straight line, we know the Honda has the legs on the Ford Fiesta. Does the Volkswagen have the legs on the Ford Fiesta? I think the answer is yes. Forced induction at the moment is better than normally aspirated when we've combined these two separate races into one.
You can see from the graphic there, for some reason, Adam Brown was 2.5 seconds per lap over the last 2 laps, slower than Feroz Bilamoria. So something has gone on, either in terms of a mistake or that car is starting to suffer somewhere. And another car which is now suffering is the number 99 Ford Focus. So that is, by the looks of it, the same place we had the MG pull off, although be it on the inside of the corner. So unfortunately that's a car which doesn't look like it's going to go any further, and a bit smoky as well there with Colin Gunton currently behind the wheel.
Yep, so that's Colin Gunton into the pit lane. Can't quite tell which car that is, but I think it might be... Oh, sorry, you can now see which car it is because the camera's zoomed out. That was the car that had qualified on pole in the Puma Cup. Luke Johnson, who's been a regular competitor in the Puma Cup, and I do like that new livery he's got on the car for this year. It's very much harks back to the super touring car Ford Mondeo.
It does indeed, doesn't it? The yellow and blue livery with the spanner on the side of the car as well. So yeah, harking back there, Puma carrying the Mondeo livery for this year, which is fantastic to see. So that one sits in the pit lane as we now look back towards our second place battle here, which it still is because Danica Starr is still out in the lead of the race, and Adam Brown now very much under pressure here from Feroz Bilamoria as they turn their way through the right-hander of Stowe, and can the Sirocco make his way through down towards the left-hander here in towards Vale and then Club Corner? Well, not at the minute because Adam Brown has that one covered, so Ford Fiesta stays there in third place. Second place for Russell Hurd, and Feroz Bilamoria still trying his hardest to get his way through, but as it stands, the main thing for Feroz there is he does lead his class in terms of the turbo tin tops.
Yep, and is at the moment comfortably leading it, because the car that is second of the turbo tin tops is going to be that gold Mini that you were alluding to a few laps ago, which is John Wyatt at the wheel of the supercharged R56. Now, Adam Brown, is he going to try another little nibble here? He's very late on the brakes, heading in towards the braking area for Village. Yep, through and up the inside of Russell Hurd. Russell Hurd will try and fight back, but needs to close the door for Rose Bilamoria, who dives up the inside. So 2 places lost there for Russell Hurd, but more importantly, 2 places lost, and one of them is to a car that is now leading the Lohen turbo tin tops, and that is the Volkswagen Scirocco that now picks up the lead of the turbo tin top section of the race. Down the straight, though, we know both of these cars that have forced induction are quicker than the Ford Fiesta in a straight line. Adam Brown is the meat in the sandwich. Is he going to back out of it? No, yes, he does. Sensibly so. And Russell Hurd somehow manages to get past both of them. So Russell Hurd now back up into second overall and back into the lead of the Lohen turbo tin tops. Great stuff.
Yeah, Russell would have thought that was all over then, didn't he? And here comes James Slater trying to get into the mix as well. Adam Brown almost closed the door. Looks like he was coming for the pit lane there, but was actually looking for the inside line through the right-hander of Woodcourt. Lights are flashing now from the Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown, so not happy with being demoted to 2 places by Russell Hurd and Feroz Bilamoria. And now James Slater, as we said, right onto the coattails of that Ford. So we've got 4 for 1. Who's going to be in the lead in terms of this group? Down through Maggots and Beckett's, it's going to be the all-white Honda Integra of Russell Hurd. But that Ford Fiesta has been locking up, hasn't it, many a times in this race. So hopefully that's not putting a dent into his tyres.
Yeah, it's all the unloaded wheel all of the time, isn't it? But yeah, every time it's just locking up. I think the flash of the lights from Adam Brown is because there was some gesticulation off the pit wall, possibly to say, look, get in. If you're in a battle, get into the pit lane. If you think it's slowing you up, let's pit now. Let's pit now. And yeah, it might be wise, because not only has Adam Brown now dropped behind both the Honda Integra and the Volkswagen Scirocco, he's now coming under pressure for another position, which is James Slater, who is now right behind him at the wheel of the largely silver Honda Civic, but with its red front bumper to it. And that's the train of 4 cars that are just heading down in towards the braking area for the Vale now, with back markers to deal with as well, because just ahead of them is James Manning at the wheel of the number 124 Ford Fiesta. So James will be receiving the blue flags. Feroz Bilamoria is a little bit slow through the back markers, which allows Adam Brown to sneak his way up the inside as they head round through Club Corner and onto the Lewis Hamilton straight. And Feroz Bilamoria also loses out to James Slater's Honda Civic there. So that's just allowed Russell Hurd to escape away and leave it for 3 now fighting for position.
Yeah, certainly has. So Russell Hurd trying to break away as best as he possibly can, but they are going to have to be wary of the pit window, which has around about 6 minutes left now. So they're going to have a couple more laps left out there on circuit before they have to make their rounds of pit stop in this 40-minute race. And James Slater now the man looking to be on the move, as Adam Brown there right out on the exit curb. James Slater was wide as well, and Feroz Bilamoria is going to get that Sirocco back down the inside line, so he will see himself what's going to be now up into, I think, 4th place once again.
And all of this squabbling for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th has all played beautifully into the hands of Danica Starr, who has just been pounding the laps in, and all of a sudden has continually opened up the lead to what is now round about, I think it was 20-30 seconds last time I looked. So are we going to see 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th come into the pit lane this time through? Russell Hurd looks as though he's destined for the pit lane. Adam Brown looks as though he's destined for the pit lane. James Slater stays out, but Feroz Bilamoria comes in as well. So of all of those 4 cars that were squabbling, only one that stayed out was the Volkswagen Scirocco.
And I think Adam Brown is going to be right up behind Russell Hurd as he comes into the pit. In fact, he's got past Russell Hurd before they got to the pit lane line there. So Adam Brown was tempting for Russell Hurd. The other one that came in there as well was Feroz Bilamoria. So this might play now into the hands of James Slater, who's got clear air for the best part of the whole lap. He'll have probably a little bit of traffic to deal with, but if he gets some clear air here, he might be able to leapfrog the likes of Russell Hurd and also Feroz Bilamoria. So this could play nicely into the hands of the number 27 machine.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as what he might be able to do. So the mandatory pit stops for the turbo tin tops laps is 1 minute and 30 seconds. It is exactly the same also for the tin tops for this year, and that is a change to both of their regulations, because it used to be as fast as you possibly can. Retirement, I'm afraid, and that is the Chris Warburton number 81 Volkswagen Golf that is out of the race. It had conducted a pit stop, so I'm guessing it was Chris Warburton who'd only just taken over that car, and into the pits for tyre pressure adjustments for his mandatory pit stop also comes the number 29 Renault Clio of Lee Briscoe.
Yep, so that's the only check they really need to do on that car. Nothing more to be done. No tyre change, no fuel to be added, so the driver stays within the car, and when they're happy to send it back on its way, once they feel they can get to the end of the pit lane with the 90 seconds elapsed, then that car will be on its way once again. So it just sits there patiently as it can be. We'll try and work its way past the Honda Integra ahead of it, and then once that's all been completed, as we said, it'll be back on its way once more. James Slater, by the way, as we said, continuing out there. He will be possibly at the end of this lap into the pits. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be close. He might get one more lap if he wants it, but of course we're doing 2 minute 30-second laps for the tin tops, so he might decide to just play it safe and come in on this occasion. And as they exit the pit lane, you can see there that Adam Brown has definitely now found his way ahead of Russell Hurd, who in turn has been passed by Feroz Bilimorio as well.
Yep, traffic to deal with as well, so it's one of the Mazda RX-8. I think it's Stuart Eardley's number 122 car is the next of those that he's going to want to try and squeeze his way through and past, but should be able to work his way past that rotary engine machine along the hangar straight. And indeed already, both Adam Brown and Feroz Bilimorio are through and past the number 122 Mazda RX-8. Russell Hurd also able to just squeeze his way through before they got towards the braking area for Stoke Corner. Now, Danny Cassar has lost the lead of the race, according to our screens, but that is only because James Slater had taken over the lead and has now come into the pit lane. So Danny Cassar in serving the pit stop, James Slater now just in to serve the pit stop. So depending on where Danny Cassar and James Slater feed out, they should feed out around about where these cars are again. Danny Cassar ahead of them, but James Slater, as you suggested, you know, a couple of quick laps with no traffic might leapfrog these three cars that we see on screen. Yeah,
it's nice to see that the battle has recommenced after that pit stop for all three of them. Nothing to choose between the Fiesta, the Sirocco and the Honda Integra, and I think you can just about squeeze a Honda in there somewhere. So James Slater might be lucky just to get himself back into this mix somewhere, but as we said, he'll be hoping to be ahead of all three of them to make sure that extra lap would have got him the gap he needed to pull back out in second place. But time will tell, and it won't be too much longer, because as this battle for second place works its way down the Wellington Straight, very shortly James Slater will be released from the pit lane, as there again Feroz Bilimorio goes for the inside line at the left-hander of Brooklands. He's going to have the outside for the next corner, which is going to be the right line this time round, and we'll see that Sirocco stay for now in second position. But would it be second position by the time they get to Copse Corner?
We'll have to wait and see. I would have thought it would still be second position for Feroz Bilimorio, because we know that the forced induction cars, the likes of the Volkswagen Scirocco and the other cars that were in the mix as well there, are going to be slightly quicker in a straight line than a normally aspirated Ford Fiesta. So Feroz Bilimorio, yes, still ahead by the time they get towards Copse Corner. Now, where did James Slater feed back out relative to these cars? Can't see him on track either ahead or behind at this stage, so might just need to see maybe the next lap as to where that Honda has fed back out again.
I think it's quite a way out the road, Mark, to be fair. I think he got out in good time there, so James Slater, I think, is already down somewhere towards the right-hander of Stowe Corner, and these cars we were looking at now only working their way halfway down the hangar straight. So I think that is the situation. Still waiting for Danny Cassar to come through in the lead of the race, and there he is. There is the man we were talking about, James Slater, car number 27, and we're going to have to wait quite a while, I think, before the next gaggle of three cars come back into sight. But that worked out a treat, didn't it? Got in late, did that extra lap with some clear traffic. The pit stop was nailed nicely, and James Slater now has no one around him to bother him.
Well, he's got a bit of traffic, but that's just slower cars than him that will be receiving the blue flag. And in the background now, you're absolutely right, yeah, you can see the cars that he had been doing battle with. So just leaving it that extra couple of laps to come into the pit lane has really aided the course of the number 27 Honda Civic, who is now looking to try and squeeze his way through and past Richard Marson's car, which he manages to do in towards the braking area for Village Corner, up towards the loop. Back marker's dealt with. He can just watch out through the windscreen again, concentrate on getting the corners right, getting the braking points right, getting the apexes right, shifting through the gears without a problem. We have 14 minutes and a bit of change of this race still to go. Danny Cassar now has retaken up the lead of the race now that we have cycled through the pit stops. The pit stops are now closed. However, there is one time penalty in the pit stop, and that is for car number 127 for an unsafe release, and that's an important one. Feroz Bilamoria is car number 127. That will serve a 30-second penalty as an unsafe release.
And that is a long time, isn't it, in the pit lane? We spoke about how long the pit lane is here at Silverstone as well, so that has got to be added to it. So it's going to be the best part of 60 seconds. That
it doesn't say it's a 30-second stop-go.
Oh, okay.
So I'm wondering if it might be post-race. I don't know, Matt.
No, you could be right. Yeah, you could be right. So he needs to be about 30 seconds, though, doesn't he, over the rest of the guys around him. So that's going to be a hard task for Feroz. I was just going to say the pit window is now closed, and there was a couple of cars who hadn't come in. I think one of those was Richard Marson, and a spin for Danny Cassar, the race leader, just managed to catch it there. He was trying to pass some traffic, and that was a lucky escape, I think, for Danny.
It was, yeah. It was Ray Kirschberg at the wheel of the Metro that he was trying to work his way through and past, and I think there was, well, almost contact between the pair of them. I didn't quite see any contact, but it was very much at the back end of the incident that I caught it and just pointed it out to your attention. So I think we're going to get a quick replay of what happened. Danny Cassar, crumbs, launches it over the sausage curb, almost takes the sump off the Honda Integra, and Ray Kirschberg saw him coming, but Danny was so keen to try and press on. Dangerous place to do it, that, because not only can you damage the car on those sausage curbs, I have seen cars pushed into a roll before. If they hit that sausage curb at the wrong angle, it can go over.
And it's one of those things to say, he didn't really need to go for that move there, did he? He's got a big enough gap.
Yeah.
But the racer is the racer, and they'll go for every single move they possibly can, whether it is a back marker or not. But Danny Cassar survives this one. He still leads by well and truly 43 seconds and has still kept on top of that fastest lap of a 2:20.986. So Danny Cassar still working his way nicely through the traffic. Again, we'll have a quick look at the top 10 once everyone has served their pit stops. Richard Marson was one of those who I think was late in once the pit window had closed, but he is now into the pits. And I think the other one as well was a little bit lower down, the number 60 car of Jack Hordley, but he has now decided to come in with 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, they're all out there enjoying themselves too much, Matt. That's the problem. They're having a great race, and you just, it's a bit like, when you're enjoying yourself at home and you don't keep an eye on the clock, and all of a sudden you're running late for something. Well, it's exactly the same here. You're out there enjoying yourself. You look at the clock and think, oh no, I've missed the pit window now. The problem is that it is quite a draconian penalty if you miss the pit window, so we'll have to wait and see. So as you can see, if you're watching the stream on the left of your screen, Danny Cassar leads James Slater, who's there in second place. Richard Marson at the wheel of the Abarth is there in third place. Feroz Bilamoria with a 30-second penalty hanging over that car is there in fourth, and then it's Adam Brown and Russell Hurd that wrap up the top six at the moment, which means that leading the Co-ordSport tin top section of the race is Danny Cassar, and leading the Lohen turbo tin top section of the race is at the moment the car in third place, the number 6 Abarth of Marson.
Yep, certainly is. So through the leaders have gone once again, with Feroz Bilamoria there in third place. But of course, he has to serve this extra 30 seconds in terms of a time penalty at the end of the race. I'm just wondering.
Well,
yes.
Richard Marson was leading Turbo Tin Tops but hadn't pitted, and now pits outside of the window, so he will drop down. Feroz Bilamoria has got a 30-second penalty. Might it be that Carl Chambers, who's running fourth in Turbo Tin Tops, could pick up the win, or was running third in Turbo Tin Tops, could pick up the win?
Yeah, the ever wily, the long-time runner in the Classic Sports Car Club, Carl Chambers, back there towards the head of the order he possibly could be. I was just going to say, Adam Brown, would he know that Feroz has got a penalty to try and push for this third place overall? Possibly not. He might have seen the number on the gantry, but he might not know that Feroz's car is 127, so he might be in a no man's land here. But the other thing he needs to worry about now, rather than Feroz, is Russell Hurd, because he's now starting to attack once more. So again, they're not in they are in the same class, aren't they, tin tops, but different classes within tin tops are both Russell Hurd and Adam Brown. But Adam Brown will do everything he can to try and hold on to this position over Russell Hurd.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. So Adam Brown proudly sporting the number 1, because he was the most successful driver in the Co-ordSport's Tin Top Series last year. He will desperately want to try and keep Russell Hurd behind him. He might not be too worried about Feroz Bilimoria because he knows that that car runs in the Lohen Turbo tin tops section of the race for those cars that are not normally aspirated, whereas for the tin top cars it's all sub 2 litre normally aspirated machines, and that's what he will be focused on. Again, that really locked brake, and looked as though the car was sliding wide there potentially from Adam Brown. More traffic to deal with includes Ray Kirschberg's Metro, which stays as best he can out of harm's way through the very tight section at the loop, and then as they come out of the loop you can apply the power and get back on it again once more. We're into the final sort of 10 minutes of this session now, so we've got 9 minutes and just a few seconds remaining. Danny Cassar still continuing to lead the way, but since his scary moment down there at the bottom of the Vale, he has somewhat eased his pace as Russell Hurd makes a move up the inside to see at Brooklands yet and squeezes his way through and ahead of the Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown. So Russell Hurd now in the Honda Integra DC5. The all-white car is now up into 4th position.
Yeah, Adam Brown's trying to carry the speed through the exit of the right-hander at Luffield to try and get a nice slingshot on towards the start-finish line. But as we know, the Honda Integra is a little bit quick in a straight line compared to the Ford Fiesta. So again, through the twiddly bit, through the corners, that's where Adam Brown comes into his own. So he sits there patiently waiting once again in this currently 5th position. 1st in terms of Class C of tin tops and 4th within the tin tops overall. So there's a few places up for grabs still there for Adam Brown. The gap between Feroz Bilimoria and Russell Hurd now starts to come down. And I was just watching on that previous lap to the one we just completed. James Slater was being closed in on by Feroz Bilimoria, but on that previous lap, James Slater in that 2nd place was slightly quicker once more. So again, it's the ebb and flow of traffic, where they catch it, what lap they catch it, depends on what kind of lap they do set.
Yeah, a few people just asking on the stream about our cars in the same class. Now, if you are a turbo tin tops car, you are in a separate race. They might be racing together, but an entirely separate race to the normally aspirated cars, and each turbo tin tops car is allocated an individual class, and those classes will always be different to the normally aspirated cars, which have a separate class structure. So the classes are very different from class to class. 2 races for the price of 1, all out there together at the same time with 7.5 minutes to go.
Yep, indeed, and that's what gives us a very healthy 52-car grid, which we've thoroughly enjoyed watching so far. We've got some more penalties now appearing on our screen. One of those is for the James Palmer Simon Horrobin, number 14 car. That was a 60-second penalty, which had just disappeared, but that was, I think, as I read it, for track limits there.
Speeding in the pit lane.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah,
on our screen.
Was something that's cropped up that we've been informed about. There's also another car out there with a suspected puncher. David Tyson's Renault Clio has got a suspected puncher, and also further news from the pit lane is that the Lisa Selby Toby Harris Ford Fiesta is out. Low oil pressure on that car, so they've pulled it in before any further engine damage is caused.
Cole Chambers into the pit lane for a 2nd time, so the man we thought might win that race is now not going any further. So unfortunately for Cole, he's going to drop down the order, which means it would now be, I think, the number 17 car, wouldn't it? Which could win that of John Wyatt in the Mini Cooper.
But at the moment, he is more than 30 seconds behind.
Yes.
Feroz Bilimoria. So even with the 30-second penalty, Feroz still might win the turbo tin tops element of the race.
Yes, we try and make it as simple as possible.
It's hard work following it. So for you, those of you watching the stream or here at the circuit, it must be even harder. But yeah, car that's got a penalty at the moment is going to overcome that 30-second penalty because it's more than 30 seconds ahead of the next car.
There we go, nicely done. Someone who is not in any danger at the minute, I don't think, is Danny Cassar, who still leads this one, 46 seconds. So after that little bit of a scary moment, the pace has just dropped off, not by a huge amount, but it is still quicker than all of those behind him. So Danny Cassar is out there. James Slater, is he being caught? No, that one has stabilised as well, so I think he's fairly comfortable in 2nd place. That is overall and, of course, in class. And Feroz Bilimoria, as we said, still leading his class as it stands, even with the 30-second penalty. So all looking good. Just over 5 minutes to go as we watch this lovely Volvo, which is on our screen right now. The 132 Volvo working its way through up towards the loop very shortly, but he's under pressure here by the looks of it from the Peugeot. This is all over by the looks of it, 16th place, I think.
That will be James Wilson, won't it, that has now managed to squeeze his way through and ahead of Adrian Matthews. And yeah, that was for position. So the Shorewise back Peugeot of James Wilson goes through. Not quite sure where he lost all the time because he qualified just outside of the top 10 in 11th position and is only now running down in, 18th, 17th, 18th place. So slow pit stop or problems somewhere for that particular car. And you can see that the relative gap has started to come down between Adrian Matthews and Richard Marson as well at the wheel of the Abarth. Again, so many different manufacturers represented on this grid, and battles all the way through. There is Richard Marson. He is now under attack no longer from the Volvo. It's going to be the Peugeot that's trying to grind him down, and this will be for 16th, 17th and 18th places.
Yeah, certainly will. So up towards the line they come. Of course, Richard Marson was a late pit stopper. He wasn't in the pit stop window, he was after it, so he's trying to recover places as quick as he possibly can. This is now for 15th place because Cole Chambers has continued to drop down the order. He has rejoined, which is good, but Cole Chambers back out in 18th position, so not where he would have wanted to find himself, but the main thing for him now is he's back out there trying to test that car out as we go back to this fight over 15th place, and Richard Marson's still there, and it's the Peugeot in the middle, which is still just about hanging on ahead of the number 132 Volvo, and whilst they do that, they have the traffic to work their way through as well.
Yeah, you can see a few more grey clouds just beginning to appear in the sky. The problem with Cole Chambers, suspicious engine noise. That was why I brought the car into the pit lane, because he was slightly concerned that there was an issue with it. Danny Cassar still working his way through and past the traffic. He's just got past the number 16 Renault Clio, which is going to be Tom Oakley. Behind Tom Oakley is the very patriotically liveried Fiat, but he's also managed to get his way through and past, so now he can concentrate his efforts on the clear road ahead. And there was a big wiggle there as he came in towards Abbey, because he was trying to utilise as much as that curb on the left-hand side as he could. I think it just unsettled the car as he wanted to lean on that tyre, so a bit of a wiggly moment there.
Yes, we've had a few of those, haven't we, throughout the course of not just this race, but throughout the course of the day, with the temperatures and all the cars pushing as hard as they possibly can. But they all survive another day, which is good to see. Danny Cassar just working his way now, I think, onto the Wellington Straight for what could be the penultimate time, with 2 minutes 45 on the clock. 2 minute 22 is roughly what Danny Cassar is currently doing, so he could be heading on to the last lap this time round. As we look at some more variety here, we've got the Alfa Romeo, the Mazda RX-8 in there as well, and very shortly up to the line, as we said, it will be the race leader of Danny Cassar, as the Renault Clio there works his way through the number 29 machine of Lee Briscoe. He is currently running in a very respectable 8th position.
Just having a quick look on the relative gaps for the lead of the Lohen Turbo Tin Tops, and in third place Feroz Billamoria is the best part of 50 seconds ahead of anybody else in that category, so it does look as though, yeah, with a 30-second penalty, it's still going to be the best part of a 10, 15, maybe 20-second win, even with the penalty applied to that Volkswagen Scirocco. And it's going to be a very handsome win also for this car, which is going to be onto its, might be its penultimate lap. It depends how quickly Danny Cassar goes on this lap as to whether he can squeeze another one out, but he can afford to back things off now because he's leading very, very, very comfortably at the wheel of the number 86 Honda Integra from James Slater's Honda Civic that sits there in second place. The relative gap first to second is so large that the second place car hasn't even come over the start-finish line to start the final lap yet, and already Danny Cassar is at the end of the Hangar Straight and is the best part of a third away round the lap. I think it's going to be about a 45, maybe 50-second advantage that he'll have, so he's not under any pressure at all. I'm not sure whether he's getting that information on the radio, Matt, or not, but if there is pit-to-car radio, you'd be saying, look, just back things off, try and avoid doing another lap, don't stay on it.
Yeah, that's right, save the car for another day, for possibly another victory for Danny Cassar, but of course from here on in it'll be a winner's penalty to carry for the next races as well. And just as we said about the gap, it's now grown to 57 seconds, so Danny Cassar still pushing very nicely indeed. James Slater sits there in second, with Feroz Billamoria comfortably in third place in terms of his class. Russell Hurd just dropping back there by a couple of seconds in fourth place. So I think we're looking good for Danny. He's got 40 seconds left on the clock, and I think you're right, he just needs to back off now down the Wellington Straight to save the car from doing another lap, and this should be, if he's timed it to perfection, I think the last lap. It was very close as he crossed the line, but it all depends if he does a 2:22 or a 2:24.
Look at what's going on for third and fourth place overall in the race. Feroz Billamoria, who is the leader of the Lohen Turbo Tin Top section of the race, coming under pressure from the fourth place car, Russell Hurd, who is a normally aspirated machine. So those two cars still busy squabbling away for overall position, but for Feroz Billamoria, yes, an overall podium would be nice, but it doesn't matter if the white car behind goes through, you would still win the turbocharged aspect of these two races combined as one. The Lohen Turbo Tin Tops victory would still go that way. Danny Cassar over the start-finish line, but just before the clock ticked to 0, I think. So he's got one further lap to do. He didn't quite back things off sufficiently, so he's now going to have to do another 3.66 miles of the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit.
And hope there's enough fuel in the tank, which is always a worry. But yeah, the checker flag was at the ready, but as he pulled it out, he went through, did Danny, so that was missed, unfortunately. But he'll go for another lap here and hope everything is good. But it gives us a chance now to watch this battle for this lap and also another one. So Feroz Bilamoria is carrying on in 3rd place. Russell Hurd just off the coattails at the minute. Of course, this is not for class honours or battle. This is separate classes in terms of turbo tin tops and tin tops, but it would be 3rd on the road as they turn away now down off the Wellington Straight in towards the left-hander of Brooklands, already through there in towards the right-hander at Luffield. And is it still going to be Feroz? Yes, it is, just about there. The Sirocco ahead of the Honda of Russell Hurd.
Yeah, so Russell Hurd almost running just out of road there, coming out of the sweeping Luffield corner. I thought for a split second he was going to dip a couple of wheels into the gravel trap, but it was just a sort of a bounce over the curb on the exit of the corner as he tried to get the power down as early as possible, and perhaps the car washed out a little bit in a straight line. He's begun to close up again on the Volkswagen. Down the Hanger Straight, we can also see some good fights going on still. It looks like that's Tom Oatley at the wheel. Is it Tom Oatley? No, it's not. It's the other similarly coloured one. It's James Janau at the wheel of his Clio, trying to stay out of harm's way as other cars are going to try and go through and past him. But for Danny Cassar, he is well on course for a race victory. 62 seconds is what he leads by as the clock has ticked to 0. Without question, he is now on his final lap.
Yep, it's been another dominant performance from Danny Cassar as he works his way towards the end of a lap. This battle is not quite over though. Feroz Bilamoria and Russell Hurd, of course, with the 30 seconds. It will be Russell who finishes there in 3rd place, but on the track it's still Russell Hurd who wants to finish ahead as they take the checkered flag. He's going to try and look down the inside as they work their way in towards the left and right flick of Vale and Club. And when he gets the job done, he's going to try at the last minute. He does, and through goes Russell Hurd. Bit of a lock up there from Feroz Bilamoria, but for the first win of the year in the Co-ordSport tin tops and Lohen turbo tin tops, it goes the way of Danny Cassar, who crosses the line there in dominant style with lights are flashing. Unfortunately, Jack Hordley has gone for a spin on the last lap as well. That's the Mazda RX-8, which is facing sideways down at the end, I think, of the Wellington Straight. So that's down through Brooklands in towards Luffield. But yeah, Danny Cassar through as the race winner. And I think we could have another penalty coming our way as well here for James Slater.
I think you're right. I think there's a few cars that picked up penalties towards the end of this particular race. So Feroz Bilamoria now through ahead of Russell Hurd, who runs very, very, very wide, heading round through the loop for the final time. Just couldn't get the car turned into the corner. So it is going to be James Slater who is going to finish potentially 2nd on the road, but may well have also picked up a time penalty for transgression of circuit limits or some sort of pit lane infringement. Feroz Bilamoria looking as though he's going to finish 3rd on the road, and Russell Hurd, who was running 2nd at the start of this lap, I think may well have dropped down through the order, so it's really going to shuffle the order. The only thing we know of for sure at the moment is Danny Cassar's the winner.
Certainly is, yeah. He's gone through, he's up there. He's won by what looks to be 1 minute and 41 seconds, so a huge winning margin for Danny Cassar. On the road, it's given 2nd place to James Slater, 3rd place for Feroz Bilamoria, but both of those have received penalties, we understand. So Russell Hurd goes to 2nd, so that's 1st for Danny Cassar in tin tops, 2nd for Russell Hurd in tin tops, 3rd for James Slater in tin tops. First of the turbo tin tops home is Feroz Bilamoria. He should hold on to that because we're still waiting for the number 1 Ford Fiesta of Adam Brown to come through. And then we should have next up in 6th place, number 17, which is John Wyatt, ahead of the 189 machine, which is not too far away in 7th position. So that should be through very shortly to round out the last of the cars actually on the lead lap. So the dominant drive there from Danny Cassar meant there was only 7 that finished on the lead lap, and that was Mark Carey who came through in 7th place. So last of the runners come through all the way down to what's going to be probably 45 or plus finishers after the 52 strong field we had to start this tin top race and also the turbo tin tops. And I'll be looking forward to many more races across the course of the season with the Classic Sports Car Club, and we'll get a full classification of the order once everyone has taken the checker flag. But Mark is on his way now down to the pit lane. He's going to have a long conversation with Danny Cassar because it's going to be, as we said, around about 90 seconds before the rest of the field make their way towards the end of the pit lane. So Well done to Danny Cassar. Did the job in qualifying this morning with a 5.5 second margin after that 25-minute session or so, with Manoj Patel unfortunately not doing what he wanted to do. He qualified on the front row, but Manoj with problems throughout that race, and of course previously in the race we saw prior to the tin tops also suffering some dramas towards the end of that one as well. In terms of your classification for race number 3, it's Danny Cassar, as we said, with the win. 17 laps completed. He wins in the end by over 75 seconds, with Russell Hurd in the Honda Integra coming through in second. James Slater picks up 3rd place after that penalty, and Feroz Benamoria, another man with a penalty, comes through as your Turbo Tin Top winner. Adam Brown then through in 5th place ahead of John White and Mark Chieri. 8th place for Lee Briscoe, with David Marson and Tom Oatley rounding out your top 10. Stuart Kilroy, Andrew Marson, James Wilson and James Janot is the last of the 14 runners that we had at the end of that 40-minute race. And then Adrian Matthews finished in 15th place in the Volvo ahead of Richard Marson, late pit stopper, but drove the Abarth very well to 16th place. The Reynolds and Ridgeon car came home in 17th ahead of Horrobin and Palmer. Kay Banks was 19th with David Bellamy, David Tyson, Nick Mellor and the Fletchers in 23rd place ahead of Mitchell Rust, Knop and Tester in 25th, Daniel Barber and Chris Deere down in 27th position. Further back we had 28th place for Luke Johnson, the Clothier and Fulbrook car in 29th. Vic Hope was then in 30th ahead of Anderton and Johnson. Stuart Early was 32nd, Jack Hordley 33rd with that spin on the final lap. John Glover 34th, Gareth Cotgrove in 35th and James Manning down in 36th position. Wilshire and Churchyard 37th, Paul McDonald 38th, Mark Jackson for 39th, and Cole Chambers with his issues towards the end also dropping down the order, which could have been a class victory for him, but 40th place it will be in the end. And then the final runners of Goldberg and Kirchberg in their MG Metro, Selby and Harris in their Ford Fiesta, the Warburtons in 43rd were non-finishers along with Robert Chittick, the Guntons and Manoj Patel with the problems as well. So a few with dramas in the first race of the season, but the majority of that 52 car field made it to the end, and as you can see now, all of them very much appreciative of what the marshals have done so far today, showing their appreciation to everyone out there on the banks here at Silverstone on what is a very cold February day, but as it stands, still dry, and we're looking forward to much more racing this afternoon with 3 races still on the cards here at Silverstone, so do stay with us for all of those, because on the way very shortly the second race of the day for the GoldArts Magnificent Sevens. But before we get to that, we're going to head once again back down to the pit lane with Mark Werrell.
Well, more great racing from the Co-ordSport's tin tops combined with the Lohen turbo tin tops. Let's grab a quick word with our overall race winner and the pole sitter in that race, Danny Cassar. Danny, pole position by 5.5 seconds meant you were always probably going to have the pace in the race, but you had to work hard in the early stages.
Yeah, it takes a while to get our tyres in, so it was a case of being patient, not giving up the lead, and then just try and edge away, really. But yeah, once the car came in, it was yeah, just crack on and get away. And then once we had a little bit of a gap, we decided to sort of try and save the car a little bit and back the revs down so we don't kill an engine. So that's what we did.
Well, we thought that's what you'd do, that you'd back things away and not try and make any mistakes. And then we saw what happened going into the Vale. I think you were in 2 minds whether to try and get past Ray Kirchberg in the Metro and almost got clobbered by the sausage curb and it caught you out.
Yeah, I sort of got on the brakes and nothing really happened, and I pumped them, they come back, by which stage I was going way too quick. So it was, I'm not going to go drive through the side of the Metro, so I had a little tweak of the handbrake, flicked it sort of sideways and nailed the throttle and just caught the sausage curb. But I think we've bent the steering a little bit, but other than that it was good. It was still fine, it still drove straight, so it's good.
2 races, 2 finishes for you today. Nigel Ainge letting you drive the car solo in this race with Adam Brown in the other one. I'm sure Nigel would like to be back out there with you, but can't quite manage it as yet. It'd be good to see him back behind the wheel, won't it?
Yeah, the sooner we get him back behind the wheel, the better. It didn't feel right, him talking to us in assembly before going out, and he normally goes first. So, but it's all credit to Nigel. The cars that he prepares are fantastic. I mean, all the boys at the workshop, yeah, they don't stop working on them. So that's why they're so good.
Well done on the win, congratulations, and good luck trying to overcome that 30-second penalty for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I don't think Nigel's too happy about that bit.
Well done, well done. You're not supposed to secure the victory in the first race because it's only going to trip you over for the rest of the season. Who have we got here, sir?
Luke Johnson in 163 Puma.
Luke John, you qualified on pole in the Puma and just seemed to sort of just have the pace over John Glover all of the way.
Yeah, it was a bit hectic at the start with lots of different pace cars out there. I think it was quite chaotic, but we managed to stay out of trouble on the first few laps, got a bit of clean air, and the car was pretty quick. So,
And back for another season in Puma Cup, but with a different livery.
Yeah, same car, but we've got a wrap on it this year. So we've got an old, I think people might remember the touring car from the mid-90s with the Rapid Fit livery on it. So we've opted for that today. And it looks pretty smart, I think.
It looks very smart. However, I was chatting to John Glover earlier this morning, and he did say that some of the time and the effort had been into the prep of the car with the wrap, and less maybe around the mechanicals on the car.
Yeah, so we had a fuel pickup issue last year, which happens about 8 or 9 minutes from the end of each race. So we go out with a fully laden tank, and it still starts, you know, the typical spluttering coming out of left-handers. And it was booked in to get fixed this week, but the car was in for wrap and it didn't come out until Thursday. We ran out of time, so I had to sort of put some quick laps in early on because it was pretty bad towards the end, about 4 seconds a lap slower the last 3 or 4 laps. So just hanging on with it, really.
Well, well done on the win. Congratulations. We're going to chat to a few more drivers. Russell Hurd has just come over here to congratulate Danny Cassar. Let's grab a quick word with Russell. I'd leave your gloves on, Russell. It is bitterly cold out here at the moment. You seem to be quite a busy man there.
Oh, it was a great race, actually. Good fun. Just brilliant fun. Dan was gone, so it was a case of dicing with whoever's about, really. So there was Adam, who was doing a storming drive. I don't know what happened to him in the end, but and a good dice with one of the Scirocco's in the turbo tin top. So yeah, it's good fun. Yeah.
It just seemed as though you sort of had the legs on Adam down the straight from the Honda, but through the twiddly parts, he was right with you.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I was a bit tight on some tyres there, so I put some 6-7-year-old tyres on there, and I noticed that. So I was ruining that decision sort of 3 or 4 laps into it, where it's understeering like a pig. So, but anyway, we had a good result. So yeah, pleased.
And that's Wonder down. He's on the phone at the moment. We've got one more driver that we need to chat to, and that is John Wyatt, who was driving the Mini and was having a great little race in the Lohen turbo tin tops. John, it seemed as though, again, you know, so many cars out there, 52 on the grid, there was always somebody for you to fight with as well.
Every time I went in the pits, come out, there was another 6 to overtake, and then, but I enjoyed it. It was a really good race, and we're so happy on the 26th of Feb to get weather like this. It's amazing.
It might be cold, but it stayed dry. It could have been a lot worse.
Dry, it's lovely. You know, we had a good race, so I enjoyed it. Really
well, very well done indeed. Many congratulations. That's all from here, though. I better hand you back to Matt Suckling in the commentary box, who's got more racing action coming up from the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens.
Thanks very much, Mark. Nice to have a chat with the drivers once again. It does look bitterly cold out there today. The sunshine we had earlier has now disappeared from Silverstone, but we're looking forward to some great racing still to come, as we said this afternoon, with 3 races on the horizon. It's now time for the second race of the Co-ordSport Magnificent Sevens. And for this one, we'll see number 32, Luke Stevens, start from pole position. Second on the grid, number 42 is Richard Carter. That's how they finished the earlier race, of course, with the 10-place grid penalty for both Group 1 and Group 2 cars. The second row of the grid is the 777 machine of Jonathan Edwards. He'll be joined alongside by the number 12 machine of Nick Starkey for this race. Row 3 then has Chris Mayhew in car number 94, had his first ever race earlier today. Alongside him, number 89 is Bruce Wilson. The fourth row is going to be number 54, which is Simon Lanyon, and alongside him is going to be number 144, which is Julian Kemp. And then the fifth row of the grid, number 71, Jonathan Constable, alongside that of Gary Boone. The sixth row will then see number 81, which is Johnny Pittard. He was the earlier winner, but of course with 10 places added to his grid for this one, he'll start 11th with Sahid Chatterjee alongside. The 7th row is number 15, Stephen Trinder, with 17, Josh Gollin. And then the 8th row of the grid sees 20, Tim Woodman, joined by that of Michael Jacobs, and Richard Green should round out the grid towards the back in the 134 machine.
Yeah, of course, those final 3 cars on the grid, Matt, are the cars that got tangled up at the very first corner of the race early on. So fingers crossed with either the teams that are running them or the support that they've got here, that the parts are available to get them back out there. Probably the largest concern is Tim Woodman, isn't it? Because his car had got front right suspension damage, which would all need replacing. So hopefully he's out there.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. But the cars now, as you can see, working their way through the mid-stage of the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit, all lined up, ready to go, making sure there's plenty of temperature into those tyres. tyres. Of course, there's a bit more power underneath these cars compared to the tin tops, so they'll be able to weave, they'll be able to brake and stop, and they'll be able to make sure that they're ready to go for the rolling start once they get towards the end of this formation lap. But all nicely poised under the safety car, and just seeing hopefully as many of them there as possible. But as you said, Mark, I think we are missing a few from the rear.
Yeah, I can't see the orange car, which would be Tim Woodman, towards the rear of the field, so I think, yeah, my main concerns over him are absolutely just. I couldn't see Richard Green's car there either, so I think we've perhaps lost a couple from this one, which is an enormous shame. But what we have still got is the prospect of seeing Johnny Pittard come from 10 positions further back from where he finished the first race. As the race winner, that's the penalty you pick up. How quickly can he get through the field? And then what kind of battle can he give Luke Stevens, who only missed out, remember, by 92 thousandths of a second in race 1?
Certainly did. We spoke to him earlier. He was gunning for the victory, so let's see if he can make this the second race with his first race win of the season. I think there's 13 cars there, so we're missing 4. I think 3 of them are from the back, and there's 1 also elsewhere on the grid also missing as well, which is a shame, but we are still going to be looking forward to some cracking racing. We saw some great racing earlier on, and unfortunately we had a safety car through that first race, which lost us a good chunk of the first half of the race. So fingers crossed we can stay safety car free this time to give all the drivers a good 20-minute race. And Luke Stevens brings the field down towards the... In fact, is Luke Stevens there?
I did question that in my own mind, as to whether he was there on the grid.
His colours are not, are they?
No, they're not. No, he's not there.
So Richard Carter will be on his own on that front row to lead them away for the second race of the day for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens.
Yeah, let's have see what happens then. Richard Carter on his own then on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Jonathan Evans and Nick Starkey on row number 2. So Richard Carter should, in theory, be able to sweep across and take whatever line he wants in towards Copse Corner, as long as he gets his foot on that accelerator as soon as the lights go out. 20-minute race again, remember. No pit window to worry about this time through. Lights are on the gantry. Lights go out. Now watch for the black car with the Dayglow helmet. That is Johnny Pittard, who already has picked off 1 or 2 cars even before he gets to the start line in reality. But it is going to be Jonathan Edwards that leads, actually, up towards Copse Corner for the first time. It's the red car of Jonathan Edwards that leads the way. Who's going to come through in second place? It looks as though it is Richard Carter that's there in second place, but already up to third. Johnny Pittard is up into third place already, having started 10 places lower than he finished, because he was the race 1 winner, and therefore that's the penalty. 10-place grid drop is what you get, but already up to third, and they hadn't even got to Maggots.
Yeah, not hanging about at all, is he? So through the field, he's starting to carve his way already. Johnny Pittard there in third position, just behind Richard Carter, who started on the front row, who now starts to come back on Jonathan Edwards here. So it could be 3 wide down off the hanger straight. He's going for a wide line. There is Jonathan Edwards, and all of a sudden the door is left open there by Richard Carter to let Johnny Pittard through. So second place after, what's that, 5 corners, 6 corners about to come, and it's going to be Johnny Pittard, I think, for the lead of the race.
Yeah, well, I think they brought Johnny Pittard runs a little bit late, outbrakes himself heading in towards the braking air through the Vale and Club, so not quite, not for the moment. Jonathan Edwards retakes up the lead of the race once more. I don't think Jonathan Edwards and Richard Carter are particularly going to make it hard for Johnny Pittard, because they know the pace of that car. Let Johnny Pittard disappear off into the distance, which is what he's doing now, because he's taken the lead of the race, and Jonathan Edwards and Richard Carter can have a good little squabble for what will be second and third place, and remember, that will also be a squabble for the lead of Class G as well. And if we can get the car that's in 4th place, Nick Starkey, to join them, that would potentially be a 3-car battle for the lead of Class G, but he's just a little bit further back in 4th currently.
Yeah, he's got his own battle going on as it stands. He's working his way now through the loop and on towards the Wellington Straight for the first time of asking in this 20-minute race, but all nicely through, which is good to see. Johnny Pittard comes off the back straight and he's still leading. It's going to be side by side for second once more, though. Richard Carter with the inside line. He's going to take the place away, and that's now going to put Jonathan Edwards back into third place. And to be fair, Nick Starkey will want to see this go on for the majority of this race to allow him to come into the mix, although unfortunately for Nick Starkey, he's already lost that place, because through has gone Bruce Wilson in the number 89, the dark blue machine, now up into 4th place.
Yeah, that's another Class G car that's gone through to replace Nick Starkey's Class G car, and he will want to try and push on, because again he's coming under pressure from driver who makes his debut this weekend in racing cars, Chris Mayhew, who we saw claim a class win earlier on, and he's going to nip up the inside of Nick Starkey there, heading in towards Copse Corner. I think the white car with its Dayglow flashes should have made it through. Back to the squabble for second. Richard Carter is still leading in the lime green car, heading round through Maggott and Beckett, and they're just about to come up towards Chapel. The red car, Jonathan Edwards, still sits there in third place. Bruce Wilson is fourth. Chris Mayhew did make it through in the Dayglow rollover hooped car to fifth position, which means that Nick Starkey is now down into sixth position. Is it Gary Boone is there in seventh place? No, it's going to be Carnival 144. Jolyon Kemp, I think, that's there in seventh.
Yeah, it should be the red car of Jolyon, which is coming down the Hanger Straight, next. Yeah, just about ahead at the minute of the number 71 machine, which it might not be for much longer. Jonathan Constable trying to squeeze his way through, which he can't quite do. And in fact, they've switched around, haven't they? Yes, so it's Jolyon Kemp in the orange car, and it's going to be Jonathan Constable in the red machine there. So they are fighting over what's going to be 7th and 8th position, and a big lock up there. In fact, from the number 17 machine is Josh Gollin. So there's been a further change there because Constable has now dropped back a little bit further than where we saw him at the end of that first lap. So the timing screen is not updated. That's what's confusing us, and that's why we've got no graphics for you on the screen at home.
Yeah, timing screen will sort itself out. A few little technical issues up on the second floor of race control. They'll be rebooting the system, and then we'll be able to give you full graphics again once more and actually be able to pick up on exactly what's going on out there on circuit. One thing I can tell you, though, is that Chris Mayhew is now asking a few questions of the blue car of Bruce Wilson, who had a good run in the race earlier on. Did Chris Mayhew, to finish in 6th place overall ahead of Bruce Wilson, so he knows he's already got the pace of the car that he's trying to hunt down. Further down through the order, we've still got that little squabble going on as well, which looks as though that was Jolyon Kemp who was coming back under pressure once more. But are we going to see Chris Mayhew get through and ahead of Bruce Wilson? He's looking up the inside, he's heading towards Brooklands, he's got the inside line, through he goes, place gained.
Yeah, bit of a lock up there as well from Nick Starkey as he came off the Wellington straight, but all good, makes the apex of the corner, doesn't lose too much ground to the two cars ahead of them, but as Mark said, it's now Chris Mayhew ahead of Bruce Wilson. So on the charge they go up towards the line. The race leader already through, by the way, Johnny Pittard, leading by 7.5 seconds. So he's well and truly gone once again out front. But this is by far the closest battle on circuit at the minute between Chris Mayhew and Bruce Wilson. They cross the line there, separated by just under 0.4 of a second. So good squabble between those two. They exit the corner again side by side, and it might be now Bruce Wilson to take the place back, although he's not quite on the correct line in towards Maggott. So he has to sit back in tow through Beckett's. And again, he'll have to try and do something through the right-hander of Chapel. But as it stands, Chris Mayhew having a fantastic debut weekend here with the CSCC.
Yeah, it's been hugely impressive, hasn't he, Chris Mayhew? And as he said earlier on, never raced a car before. He's done a bit of motorcycle racing in the past, so I suppose some of that is transferable, but not quite as transferable as something like karting. A spin, I'm afraid, for Jolyon Kemp. He rotates the number 144 machine, gets it pointing in the right direction and will continue. And for Chris Mayhew, well, he's about to lose out once more because Bruce Wilson used the toe all the way down the Hanger Straight, jinked out from behind the car that was punching the hole in the air for him, and was able to sneak his way through when they got towards Stowe Corner. So it is now Bruce Wilson back up into 4th position, and the number 94 car of Chris Mayhew back down into 5th and in full attack mode once more.
Yep, certainly is. So he'll try again to try and put another move on Bruce Wilson. He's got some good straight line speed, actually, has Chris Mayhew. So he might try at the end of the Lewis Hamilton straight as they work their way down in towards Abbey Corner. But no, Chris Mayhew on this occasion thinks better of it. So Bruce Wilson holds on to that 4th position as it now stands. Some 12 or 15 seconds it may be at the end of this next lap behind the Jonathan Edwards car, but nonetheless they're having a great battle between themselves. Just wondering if Nick Starkey is going to bring himself into this equation, because at the line previous time round it was 2.8 seconds adrift, and he doesn't look too far back on this occasion. So Nick Starkey, with the battling that's happened ahead of him, might be a little bit closer at the end of this lap.
Yeah, let's just see as to whether he can edge up onto the coattails, but his previous lap time he was almost 2 seconds slower than the cars he was trying to close in on. So even if they do battle, they are reliant on Nick Starkey finding a bit more pace, because I don't think they'll be slowing each other down to that same degree. Here comes Josh Gollin up towards the end of the Wellington straight. He's starting to feel the pinch a little bit more. That will be from the Simon Lanyon car that's behind him. Mark drove it in the first race. Simon is driving it in this second race. Over the start-finish line comes the squabble still between Bruce Wilson, who for the moment is still hanging on to 4th place. Chris Mayhew sitting right behind him. Has Nick Starkey closed in? The answer is no, he has not particularly. 0.3 of a second over one car. He's lost 0.3 of a second to another. So is he edging up? I'm not sure he is still.
No, a little bit of a gap to close down there for Nick Starkey. I think we've just had a change, though, from what's going to be now 7th place, because Simon Lanyon has made his way through. So, yeah, Josh Gollin there in that red machine, dropping back, and it's Simon Lanyon in the 54 car now that works his way through. So, again, great little squabble between these two cars. And, again, if you look just in the background, you'll be able to see Jonathan Constable maybe starting to catch as well. Of course, it's all aided by these two continuing to fight. So, they're relying on those ahead who are slowing each other down. But now can the car of Simon Lanyon start to pull away? Well, of course, when you give that toe to the car behind, it brings that car back into the equation. And again, Josh Gollin looking for a move down in towards the right-hander of Stowe. He goes for it, not quite alongside the high, wide, sweeping line there for Simon Lanyon. Just about keeps him ahead on this occasion.
Yeah, and all of the time, Jonathan Constable will be closing up on this little pair. So Simon Lanyon, Josh Gollin feed their way through the Vale and up towards Club Corner, and arresting times may be ahead because Constable is beginning to close all of the time on the pair ahead. This is going to be the battle for what will be 7th and 8th place, with Jonathan Constable there in 9th place, edging up all of the time.
Yep, certainly is, as they head their way now in towards the right-hander of Abbey Corner. And last time through, Constable was about 3.4 seconds back. So again, it looks like that gap is much closer than it once was. So I think, yeah, we're going to be bringing Jonathan Constable into this with a three-way fight for what's going to be now 7th position. We're not quite there, still just the 2 at the minute, but I think before too much longer, we're going to have 3 for 7th place as we approach the halfway stage of this race. So almost 10 minutes completed, 10 minutes to go. Johnny Pittard out front now by well over 17 seconds. And there's another battle to keep an eye on there as well, because just behind you can see, heading through your picture, 2 cars not too far apart. That's the number 7 machine, which resides in the hands of Gary Boone this time round. And I think behind him, just on the coattails after his recovering spin, is Jolien Kemp. In fact, he just got through, hasn't he? So Jolien under the bridge, now up into 10th place.
Yeah, so Jolien Kemp goes through. Gary Boone losing the position on that occasion. Jonathan Constable has now fully closed in on the car that he was looking to try and catch up with, which is going to be the car in the hands of Josh Gollin. So Josh Gollin, who used to race, did he not used to race in the Mini Challenge, Josh Gollin, if memory serves me correctly? And looks as though, yeah, he manages to sneak through and up the inside of that number 17 car as they head round through Copse Corner. So place gained for Jonathan Constable. Now having gained 1 place, his attentions will turn to the next position that he's very much focused on trying to catch up with, and that will be the car of Simon Lanyon, the dark blue number 54 car that currently lies ahead, and that car of Simon Lanyon is in 7th.
A different perspective to watch Silverstone from for today as it flies overhead.
I bet it's even chillier up there, you know.
They're getting a bit of a move on though with that wind, aren't they? Which is handy. Good view indeed. Back to the racing though. Jonathan Constable is continuing to close now on Simon Lanyon. Simon had just managed to pull a little bit of a gap over that of Josh Gollin, but all of a sudden this very quick pedalling number 71 machine is working his way nicely through the order, and times for Jonathan Constable 2:25.6, so he's kind of lapping 6th upwards at the minute, so that's where potentially he'd like to end this race. So it's Nick Starkey, once he gets past Simon Lanyon, he'll be trying to set his eyes on, but as it stands he's still got that 1 car to make his way through. So on towards the Lewis Hamilton straight they go, and again good exit speed there for Jonathan Constable. He pulls alongside the car of Simon Lanyon, and will it be a brave move to the inside to take the place away? It surely will be, and there goes Jonathan through and sees him now up into what's going to be 7th place. So 2 positions in 1 lap so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure what class Jonathan Constable is running in, because in race number 1 his class was down as to be confirmed, and it's still down as TBC for this race as well, so I can't really tell you what the progress of his car is in terms of its respective class. All we can do is tell you where it lies overall, which is now in 8th position. Johnny Pittard still continuing on his merry way. He's opened up a 22-second lead now between himself and Richard Card, who's there in 2nd place, with Jonathan Edwards still there in 3rd position. Bruce Wilson was still there in 4th, but was still being hounded by former motorcycle racer, which is Chris Mayhew, who was tucked right behind him as they came over the start-finish line. Further down through the order, it looks as though Simon Lanyon has not got anything he can offer up in terms of extra pace now that he's lost the place to Jonathan Constable. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether he is going to fall ever more into the clutches of Josh Gollin, who of course he lost out to Simon Lanyon a few laps earlier.
Yeah, in terms of the class dilemma for Jonathan Constable, in the entry list he was entered to class F, so that kind of puts him where he should be, shouldn't it?
It does, yeah.
in kind of second place behind Chris Mayhew. So that's kind of where he needs to be heading, does Jonathan. And he's only now one place further back, because the next one he needs to try and catch is Nick Starkey, who is 5.4 seconds down the road. Last time through, Jonathan Constable was just under 4 seconds a lap quicker. So this is well and truly on with what's now 7 minutes left on the clock. Jonathan Constable is on the charge.
Here comes Chris Mayhew, who's drawing himself back alongside Bruce Wilson. He's not going to be able to do anything as they head down in towards the Vale and through the first aspect of Club Corner. Can he get a bit more momentum coming out of the corner and onto the Lewis Hamilton straight past the wing, so over the start-finish line for the British Grand Prix they'll go, and then up towards what is turn 1 for the British Grand Prix, but your best part of half the way round on the lap when you use the heritage pits, as it's called nowadays, before the reconfiguration of Silverstone, would you believe, 12 years ago since the reconfiguration of the Silverstone circuit. So Bruce Wilson doing a very, very good job of trying to right the wrong of having just lost out to Chris Mayhew in the race earlier on, but the former Ducati motorcycle racer is making sure that the task in hand he is more than up to, and at the moment he's looking as though he's going to get the toe as they head onto the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, very close indeed, isn't it? He comes now on towards the left-hander. They'll appear under the bridge very shortly. And which way does he go? Well, Bruce goes defensive to the inside. Chris goes to the outside in towards the braking zone at Brooklands Corner. That should be the preferred line, but whether there's a way through, I don't think there quite is at the minute. So Chris Mayhew stays in line. He'll try again through the right-hander of Luffield. He'll then try and get another great slingshot up towards Woodcote, and then try and see if he can do anything down towards Copse Corner. But of course, all the time he sits behind Bruce Wilson, time is ticking away, and it's not seeing him up the road into 4th place. So he'll try again. Bruce Wilson comes across the line. The gap between them that time through is pretty much nothing, because they go on towards this next lap. 1/4 of a second between Wilson and Mayhew, and we'll keep an eye on what Starkey and Constable is, because we know that gap is potentially going to come down as well. So we'll see what Starkey can do in terms of Jonathan Constable, but our eyes firmly focused at the minute between these two for 4th place.
Yeah, last time through they lapped to within about, what was it, 70 thousandths of a second of each other, so their lap times were not quite identical, but not far off. However, this time Chris Mayhew gets a really good slingshot coming out of Chapel Curve and onto the Hanger Straight. He'll sit in the slipstream of Bruce Wilson for as long as he can. He jinks to the right-hand side. That gives him the inside line as they get towards Stowe, but first weekend of racing, he doesn't want to make any enemies. He just wants those signatures on his licence, and no doubt to find somewhere warm after this 20-minute race, because you know it's cold outside. Can you imagine flying around at 100, 120 miles an hour? Just how cold it is still out there.
Yeah, the wind through your helmet and it just making you even colder, and your hands trying to work. I know you've got gloves on, but it is very, very cold indeed in these cars as it stands. Just looking at the lines that Chris Mayhew was taking down the straights, he tends to pull out of the slipstream a lot earlier than I'd have expected. Yeah. He kind of doesn't stay right up to the tail of Bruce Wilson. But again, it's learning. He's only in his 2nd ever race in a car here. So Chris Mayhew, every single race he does, he learns more and more. But for now, he is still glued to the back of Bruce Wilson with some traffic to deal with as they work their way down towards the right-hander once again in towards Village. They'll turn through the left-hander in towards the loop, and he does actually get back to the outside line to get a better slingshot out of the corners. So he's doing that very well indeed, is Chris Mayhew, but again a little bit further back than he'd wanted to be as they head once more for the 7th time of asking onto the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, massively impressed though with Chris Mayhew. First ever weekend of racing, not raced a car before. So far, touch wood, hasn't put a wheel wrong and is enjoying some good squabbles, and he's got the inside line on Bruce Wilson this time as they head up towards Brooklands, but Bruce just about gets the door closed in time by the time they get to Brooklands. He'll still hang on to it as they head round through Luffield Corner, and if Chris Mayhew is this quick and this competitive, but also this sensible, with all of those boxes being ticked on his first weekend of racing, another full season of racing under his belt, what's he going to be like, Matt?
It'll be interesting, wouldn't it, to see what happens at the end of this season, kind of looking back to this meeting at Silverstone and seeing what he's doing by the time we get to likes of Donington Park and the season finales towards the kind of September and October. So, yeah, keep that one in mind if you're a firm follower of the Classic Sports Car Club. Let's see what Chris Mayhew can do by the time they get towards the final few races of the season. He's doing well at the minute, sits there at currently 5th place, again, all over the back of Bruce Wilson with just under 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, the actual Classic Sports Car Club season concludes in America with races at Daytona and at Sebring. However, the domestic season finishes on the 14th of October up at Croft in North Yorkshire, circuit we've not visited for a few years now. Chris Mayhew again gets that good propel momentum coming out of Chapel. This time he's going to squeeze his way up the inside of Bruce Wilson at Stowe Corner. Now again, can't quite manage to do so. So Wilson still manages to hang on to 4th place despite the very best efforts of Tom Mayhew, who again is too far back to have a nibble as they head through the Vale and in towards the Club Chicane and Club Corner. So the order remains the same, and all of this whilst our race leader Johnny Pittard has now opened up nearly a 30-second advantage between himself and the number 42 car of Richard Carter, who's there in 2nd position, and we've only got 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think Johnny's just gone on to his last lap of the race with the time we have left. So these guys that we're currently watching, working their way through this half a lap, and then now be heading on to the last lap of the race as well. But can Chris Mayhew open the door to Bruce Wilson yet again? At the minute, it doesn't look that likely, does it? Because the gap has grown just slightly by a few tenths of a second. But Chris Mayhew still has time to play with here to try and get himself back up into 4th position. As it stands, it will still be a win within his class for Chris Mayhew, but he'd like to go one better and try and find himself back up there into 4th position. Meantime, the car we were looking earlier on at, Jonathan Constable, hasn't made any progress. In fact, he's lost now the place to Simon Lanyon once again. So Simon Lanyon is now the man on the move. Nick Starkey is his next target, and you can see there Jonathan Constable now finds himself down in 8th position behind that number 54 machine. So something has happened, unfortunately, for Jonathan, and a bit of a mistake there for Nick Starkey, which puts him out wide through the loop. And I think that will give the invitation for Simon Lanyon to go through up another position, now into 6th place.
Yeah, difficult thing is if you run wide at Aintree and have to get off the gas, you then lose all of your momentum down the Wellington Straight. But I think Nick Starkey somewhat got away with that, probably by the skin of his teeth more than anything else, because he was able to hang on to the place, and then they met a little bit of a back marker, which has slightly delayed Simon Lanyon, who's still doing battle with Jonathan Constable, who's now going to try all the way around the outside at Luffield Corner. Surely that isn't going to work. Now Simon Lanyon gets a better exit out of Luffield, which puts Nick Starkey back under pressure. So they're all busy squabbling away. Brilliant battle for what is 6th, 7th and 8th positions, whilst our race leader Johnny Pittard is now a long way round his final lap of the race, because we're into the final 10 seconds before we see the checkered flag.
Yeah, just a matter of seconds away for the checker flag for Johnny Pittard, as these 3 cars now head on to that last lap of the race, and this one is definitely not done. So 3 cars all vying over what's going to be 6th position, but which order will it finish in? Well, time will tell in just under 2 minutes time, but up towards the checker flag is going to come very shortly, that of Johnny Pittard. It's been a sterling drive from 11th on the grid. He comes through the final corner up towards the line, takes the checker flag, and Johnny Pittard is going to win by somewhat, I think, 30 seconds or more.
Yeah, so Johnny Pittard comes through. 2 out of 2 for Johnny Pittard. It's a shame we didn't see Luke Stevens out for the second race, but this battle that we've still got going on for 6th place, it is Simon Lanyon for the moment that stamped his authority on 6th place. Nick Starkey, I think, might lose a further place on the exit of Stowe Corner as Jonathan Constable manages to work his way through. So Constable now is a further place up from when he started this lap, and poor old Nick Starkey has dropped from 6th, not to 7th, but down into 8th position. Johnny Pittard is the race winner. Richard Carter comes through to take the checkered flag in 2nd place. Completing the podium should be car number 777, Jonathan Edwards, as you watch of the final battle heading around what is the last half of the race.
Yeah,
last half of the lap.
Yeah, Simon Lanyon will be looking in his rearview mirror saying, yep, you carry on fighting, guys, let me get away, and I'll take this very deserved 6th place in the race. But Jonathan Constable is not having anything to do with that, because he wants to fight right towards the checker flag here as the gap comes down once more between him and Simon. I think Nick Starkey is maybe just a little bit out of the realms of catching now, but of course if anything happens between those two down towards the likes of Brooklands and Luffield, then Nick Starkey will be the first man to pick up the pieces. Whilst they continue to fight, both Bruce Wilson and Chris Mayhew have come through in 4th and 5th. Those two were separated by just over a 10th of a second at the line, so a fantastic squabble from start to finish there between Bruce Wilson and Chris Mayhew. And for what's going to be 6th position, we'll pick up the trio of cars through the final corner very shortly. And with that, who is it going to be? It's going to be, by the looks of it, that of Simon Lanyon, who is just about going to hang on. Although saying that, Jack Constable is going to have a good go to try and slipstream him up towards the line. As a checker flag falls for those two cars, it will be Simon Lanyon who picks up 6th place, 2nd in Class F, 7th place for number 71, Jonathan Constable, and 8th place for number 12, which is Nick Starkey. So a nice dash there to the line between those 3 cars, and then we'll just wait for the last couple of cars to come through, which should be Josh Gollum in 9th position, and for 10th place on his recovery drive, as we said after that spin, should be Jolyon Kemp in what's going to be 10th place. But in the end, another fantastic win for that of Johnny Pittard. It was a dominant win this time round, not quite the battle we had between him and Luke Stevens in the earlier race, but nonetheless, Johnny Pittard worked his way through on that first lap, and by the time they got down towards the left-hander of Vale, he was pretty much into the lead of the race, wasn't he? So it didn't take him long to extend that gap and pull it out over himself and the second place man, which was Richard Carter, who started in 2nd place and came through to finish in 2nd as well. So the end of the Gold-Arts Magnificent Sevens, they are done for the day. The second race for them sees the win go the way of Johnny Pittard after slightly more laps this time round, 9 laps in total, wins the race by just over 36 seconds from Richard Carter. Jonathan Edwards gets himself into 3rd place, picks up 2nd within Class G, just ahead of fellow competitor Bruce Wilson in that class. He was a further 26 seconds back. Chris Mayhew on his debut weekend in racing picks up another Class win, Class F victory, and 5th place overall, just ahead there of Simon Lanyon, who won the trio of the battle between Jonathan Constable and Nick Starkey in 8th position. Josh Gollin was in 9th, just ahead of Jolyon Kemp, and then for 11th place it was the car of Gary Boone. 12th place for Sahid Chatterjee, and 13th place that of Stephen Trinder. So all 13 that started managed to make it to the checker flag at the end of what has been a great race for the Gold-Arts Magnificent Sevens. As we move through the season, we look forward to seeing many more competitors on the grid for this series of races. 2 more races still to come here at Silverstone today. We're back to the normal 40-minute encounters. We've got the Modern Classics and Future Classics on the way very shortly. And to round out the day here at Silverstone, the LIquI Moly Slicks series, which will be on the way just before 5 o'clock. For now, though, we're going to head back downstairs to Mark in the pit lane with our winners.
So that's 2 out of 2 for Jonathan Pittard in the Gold-Arts Magnificent Sevens. Once more, he's brought the number 81 car to pit lane as a victorious car. It was close in race number 1 between himself and Luke Stevens, just 92 thousandths of a second. But in the absence of Luke Stevens, who should have started from pole position in race number 2, Johnny Pittard was able to get his head down, charge away, and build up a very substantive lead indeed. We've also got Richard Carter joining us in the pit lane, and once more, we've also got Chris Mayhew. So we're going to grab a quick word with all 3 of them. Let's wander down and grab a word with Johnny Pittard to start with. Johnny, come and join us again, if you will, please. Come on this way. Come on.
Thank you.
Johnny, congratulations. 2 out of 2. We were hoping for a good little squabble between yourself and Luke Stevens in that race, but he decided that he, for whatever reason, couldn't make the grid.
The car sold to it. So the car found a new owner. So impressed with its performance in race 1 that he sold the car so he couldn't run it. But yeah, I still really enjoyed it, actually.
You didn't take long to get going. You were up to 2nd by the first corner and almost in the lead by the end of Hanger Straight.
Yeah, I had a good run. The pack sort of strayed to the left a bit and gave me a clear run up the inside into Copse. So yeah, what a treat it is to come here at the GP track on a sunny day and have free reign, just the 7s running out. It was fantastic, so I loved it.
And what sort of difference, because we know whilst we don't like the cold weather, cars and engines like the cold weather, what difference does it make, this kind of weather we've got today?
The car did feel strong, still feels strong. It's a brand new rebuilt engine by Rob's dad. David, if you're at home watching, nice work. So he's done a fantastic job. It's a fresh engine, so it's feeling very strong here. Yeah, wonderful. It's made for this place.
Onto Snetterton next as well, another quick circuit. That's one that you're looking forward to. You're heading towards Norfolk in a few weeks?
Very much, although I think I'm quite far to the back of the grid, aren't I?
You'll give yourself another 10-place grid penalty for sure.
If it's a rolling start, I'm optimistic I can make up some places. But
well done on the 2 wins.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there we go, that's our race winner, Johnny Pittle. Let's grab a quick word with Richard Carter if we can. Richard, who had a busy old race with Jonathan Edwards, who was keeping you honest. He was ahead of you, you were ahead of him, and that was the way it played out.
Well, I really have to work on my starts, I think, because he's jumped me twice now. But I managed to get him back in the same place I did in the first race, which is at the bottom of the Wellington Straight. So, and then after that, it was just a question of keeping the gap.
You managed to sort of keep that gap, but he was always there or thereabouts. Any small mistake, he'd have been right back on you.
Absolutely, yeah. You still have to focus. Even though you're out or seemingly on your own, you still have to stay focused.
And we're talking about, how cold it is for the marshals out there. You're flying around at 100+ miles an hour. Yes, you've got a race suit on. Yes, you've got a crash helmet on, but it can't be that warm still.
It's quite warm in the cockpit, yeah. But I noticed the difference when I put my arm up at the end to wave to the marshals. I thought, oh, that's chilly. But yeah, it is warm in the cockpit.
Enjoyable day's work?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well done, Richard, well done. And let's wander down and grab a quick word with Chris Mayhew again, who we spoke to earlier on today. Chris, it's your first weekend of racing, and already you're making a habit out of this.
I know, we've done the clean sweep, really, and I qualified pole and taken the 2 wins, so it's remarkable. All credit to the guys at Boss Racing for giving me a fantastic car. It's made the job easy for me. And yeah, what can I say? I'm lost for words, literally.
How transferable do you think it is from the stuff that you've done in the past on 2 wheels, whether it be in the Ducatis or other things? How transferable is it into 4 wheels?
I personally find it very, obviously, it seems that there's something there. People have done it in the past, and it's worked for me this weekend. I think if you've got an understanding of race and feel, I think the biggest thing is the relationship between the tyres and the tarmac. And if you can take that relationship from motorcycle racing and take it to car racing, I think that makes you quite a quick car driver. Because if you understand that relationship, it's quite, you can go quickly in a car. Because I know what it feels like to slide a motorcycle. And so if I can slide a bike, then sliding a car is like a fun day out for me. And yeah, obviously, clearly it works.
Well, if you're already this quick on your first weekend of racing, we look forward to what you're like at your final weekend of racing this year. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
There we go, so that's it for the moment. I'm going to hand you back to Max Suckling, because already we've got the next race heading out onto circuit. It's the Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics that are next up.
Some great stories there from the drivers, as always. As Mark said, Modern Classics and Future Classics for you now. The Modern Classics, of course, for most production saloon hatchback sports and GT models produced up to the end of 1999. And the Future Classics, which are with them, are for those series for sports saloon and GT cars from the 1970s and the 1980s, also encompassing the 1970s Group 4 and factory rally cars are welcomed into these series. So again, we're looking forward to a fantastic grid of cars for this penultimate race of the day here at Silverstone. And the way the grid lines up for this 40-minute race, we'll see Alex Taylor start from pole position. He was roughly 2 seconds quicker than Matt Spark this morning in qualifying. Tony Blake lines up on the second row with Patrick Scharfiger back for more action in the number 99 machine on the outside of row 2, and Richard Harman with Roger Hamilton on the third row of the grid. Then we move our way back to the fourth row, where we'll see David Whelan in his Porsche. He'll be joined by James Neal alongside in the number 11 machine. The fifth row is going to see number 2, which is Richard Hayes, and 91 Hugh Gurney back out for a second piece of action for today. And then row 6, Tom Barley and that of Ed Harvey. The seventh row of the grid will see Chris Boone joined by David Sharp alongside. The eighth row is going to see Jeff Beale and Darren Claydon. The ninth row will then have Luke Plummer and Stuart Jeffcoat. And the 10th row will see Ray Barrow, a long-time runner within the Classic Sports Car Club, and that of Ben Richardson. Onto the 11th row, we'll then have that of Metin Yilmaz, joined on the outside of row 11 by Jake Severs. The 12th row is going to see Chris Prudham and Graham Smith in the number 12 car, and the 13th row of the grid will have that of James Palmer and Rob Hardy back out again. This is what we see in the Classic Sports Car Club. They love their racing, so they'll get out as much as they possibly can. The 14th row of the grid is going to be the Lawrence and Richard Coppock car with Matthew Lewis alongside. The 15th row is going to be Ben Cater with Josh Smith alongside. And then further back on the 16th row of the grid, we'll have Ryan Charters and Amir Naran. The 17th row is going to be Brian Richardson and Alan Drain. The 18th row, Ryan Moon and Colin Claxton. The 19th row will then see Martin Reynolds and Paul Last before we head towards the back of the grid with Stephen Gilby and Les Conway. And towards the rear, 41st place, for Paul Linfield.
Another colossal grid of cars that are out there, and really looking forward to this one. It's always good to see the TVR Tuscan Challenge cars back out there, and I think sometimes we do look through rose-tinted glasses about previous championships and eras of motorsport, and so many people wax lyrical about the TVR Tuscan Challenge, and having been there at the time when it was running, I still think it's one of the best domestic championships, one make we ever had in the UK, and it's still great to see, you know, here we are 30 years later still seeing these Tuscan Challenge cars out.
Indeed, it's found a new home, hasn't it? We don't really have the TVR Challenge anymore. As you said, the Tuscan Challenge departed probably through the late 90s, somewhere around there. So yeah, to be able to come and race in the future classics and the modern classics, we see those cars that we adored back in the day racing in period, which is great to see. A lot of Porsches on the grid as well, which we'll see, of course, in the modern classics part of this race. But again, loads of variety and lots of great racing to look forward to across the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Looking forward to seeing how Ray Barrow at the wheel of his thundering great big Camaro comes with some of the heavy stopping areas, and what his brakes might be like at the end of 40 minutes of racing here at Silverstone. That is going to be a rocket ship in a straight line. He's a long way down the grid, but Ray Barrow, what's he, 19th on the grid at the wheel of 5.7 litre Chevy Camaro. But it's the 5 litre Tuscan that starts from pole position in the hands of Alex Taylor. Matt Spark at the wheel of the Porsche GT3 that lies alongside. We've got 40 minutes on the clock. There will be a mandatory pit stop in the middle of this race. It opens after 10 minutes, closes for the final 15, and again 90 seconds all of the cars have to be in from pit in to pit out. So you don't remain stationary for that period of time. That's the period you have to be in the pit lane area. Lights are about to go out. We're away and racing with the Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Alex Taylor leads the charge. Crumbs, we're 5 wide over the start-finish line there. Good job, there's plenty of room at Silverstone, but there's not quite as much room as everybody wanted up at Copse Corner. And I'm afraid, whilst we can't see it, we can see lots of debris up at Copse Corner, which suggests we've got at least a couple of cars have come together. Now, who is going to come out in the lead of the race, I don't know, but there's bits of debris flying, and it is not from the front of the cars, because Matt Spark is through and into the lead of the race. Alex Taylor is second, and that's Patrick Scharfegger that's there in 3rd place. It's Richard Hayes that's there in 4th place, and I can't at the moment quite pick out whom we're missing from the front end. Tony Blake didn't come through, Richard Harmon didn't come through, so possibly those two. Yeah,
lots of smoke, lots of debris, wasn't there, that we saw out of picture there, but they've all seemingly made it through, bar maybe one. There's some damage there as well on one of the Porsche. Is that David Whelan's Porsche?
Yeah, damage on Tony Blake's Tuscan as well on the left front, isn't there? Yeah.
So there's some battle-scarred cars. I think one maybe ended up in the gravel. There were some gravel tyres there, and is that one of the Camaros with some problems as well? Slow towards the back. So yeah, everyone just kind of tiptoeing around this first lap just to make sure everything is okay with the car, but not the start some of them would have wanted. But as you said, some good starts elsewhere, and one of them that I did see was Rob Hardy. That's who made it 5 wide across the line. He made some good progress on the outside down towards Copse Corner.
Yeah, if the gap's there, keep your foot in, don't lift. Yeah, I think we're going to see destined for the pit lane Tony Blake at the end of this lap. His TVR started 3rd position on the grid, but it's tumbled down through the order, and that's the car that's carrying front left damage following whatever happened out of sight at Copse Corner there. So it is Porsche that leads. Matt Spark leading the way at this stage. We're looking at battles going on further down through the order, which is David Whelan's Porsche, the glorious looking 993 RSR Cup car. Cars queuing up behind him though, including Darren Claydon is the next of those. You've got the Jaguar X K8 of long-time Jaguar racer sitting right behind him. Chris Boone, the man from Coventry as well. So good fights all the way down through the order in the early stages.
Yeah, indeed there are. So the front runners work their way safely through down towards Brooklands for the first time of asking. We will see if anyone does head for the pit lane at the end of this first lap. That will give us indications to if anyone is carrying any severe problems with their cars. But as it stands, they're still racing as hard as they possibly can. I think that's the Jake Severs, isn't it? BMW trying to go round the outside there of the Porsche. Not quite going to work. Going to run out of road just about on the exit of the corner. But Jake Severs will continue that battle going across the line as they run side by side still as they complete the first lap, and it may just go to the advantage there of the Porsche, I think.
Only just though, I think. Thundering over the start-finish line comes the great big Ford Mustang Mark I of Martin Reynolds. I think that was the car that you maybe thought was slowing down towards the end of the straight up towards Stowe Corner, the Hanger Straight, and I think everybody has continued round. I think the only car we're going to see come in the pit lane is the TVR Tuscan that I was expecting the arrival of, Tony Blake. I think other than that, whatever happened up at Cops Corner, everybody else largely got away with it. It might just have been a bit of contact and a spin in the middle of the pack, and thankfully nothing else, but there is one car that's just speared right of our screen there, just saw it out the corner of my eye, spearing right, and that is David Sharp at the wheel of the Lotus that's had a moment. So the Lotus Elise Series 1 just exited stage left there, but thankfully, such is the runoff at Silverstone, he was able to gather it up.
Yeah, no harm, no foul, which is good. Ed Harvey's making ground here. That's that green Porsche, the green and grey Porsche, which is carving its way nicely through the field at the minute. So Ed Harvey now taking another position from one of the older Porsches as they work their way down in towards the Verum Club part of the circuit, and the car it was passing was Darren Claydon, and now Jake Severs tries to get to the inside, which there's a slight bit of contact there, but will Jake Severs still take the place away through the right-hander on towards the Lewis Hamilton straight? Well, he briefly does, but again with the power there of Darren Claydon, I think that'll just see the Porsche stay ahead down towards Abbey.
Yep, so he just manages to hang on to it. Now they need to be careful because they've got the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of Jeff Beale queuing up behind them. Then you've got Chris Boone's Jaguar as well next up as well. And Chris Boone is feeling the pinch and is under a little pressure from a Porsche that's behind him. That's a spin, and that's the Marcotte that's had an off. So that is Matthew Lewis that gets it pointing in the right direction, eventually gets the thing fired up, and he will continue on his way. But the 3.9 litre Rover-engined Marcus Manchula losing places there.
Yeah, it certainly is a magnificent looking car as well, is that Marcos, which will work its way back onto the circuit. There's more moves being made down at the end of the Wellington Straight once again. This is the Porsche versus Toyota battle at the minute as it turns its way in towards the final couple of corners. But again, you look through the field, there is a battle everywhere you seem to look at the minute. And again, it's making progress in the early stages, because that's where you're going to find the majority of the field bunched together. So the more you can do now, the easier possibly it will become for you or your teammate in the second half of the race.
Yeah, that Porsche was James Neal who started that car, and he's coming under pressure from the Toyota, which is in the hands of Richard Hayes that sits behind. So that is going to be for 4th and 5th position. Just off that was going to be the car of Richard Harmon. His 944 Turbo was looking to try and join in the fun as well. So it's one good thing about such big grids that we always have within the Classic Sports Car Club, is that there is always somebody to race with, is there not? And case in point, doesn't matter whether you're at the front or whether you're at the back, there's largely always going to be somebody that you can have a little bit of a play with, and you can just see as all of the cars sweep their way through Maggotts and Beckett's and out of Chapel Curve and onto the Hanger Straight. They're all within touching distance of someone else. So down the Hanger Straight, 4th place car, Neil Harvey at the wheel of the Porsche. Look in his mirrors, who's still with him? It's going to be the Toyota in the hands of Richard Hayes.
Yep, certainly is, and there's a few more now starting to queue up behind here. So Richard Harmon is there, Roger Hamilton is there as well. You've got Tom Barley and Hugh Gurney all within touching distance. So 5 or so cars starting to line up now behind the Neil and the Harvey car as they turn their way back into the left flick of Vale, back in towards Club Corner. But none of them on this occasion, as of yet, making any moves. So they'll sit there patiently for a little while. But as we said, they want to try and make up as many positions as they possibly can in these early stages, as Roger Hamilton now takes his way down in that Ginetta in towards the right-hander of Abbey Corner. And as he does that, we can tell you that Alex Taylor is still your race leader. The gap last time through 2.6 seconds. And it is potentially looking to grow by another second or so by the end of this lap, as well as the Ginetta again looking for a move on Richard Harmon, but Roger Hamilton can't quite squeeze away through on the inside, so instead he tries for the outside. Both of them run wide, and that will let surely Tom Barley through in the BMW, which it has done. So Tom Barley there, the lucky man to get through, gains 2 positions and now sees him up into 6th place.
Yeah, Ginetta G20, still a good car to see out there. Little 1.8 litre Ford C-Tech engine machine. Used to, again, have a very competitive one-make championship for it in the UK that always used to support the likes of the British GT Championship. Alex Taylor with the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 22.951, is not easing his pace. I gather the contact at the start of the race might well have been between Tony Blake and Alex Taylor, but if it was Alex Taylor, there's no ill effects or obvious signs of any damage to that car. And I can also report that the Mustang Mark I of Martin Reynolds, sadly, I gather, is out of the race as well with problems. But this 4th, 5th place battle heads through Copse Corner. Then we get the battle of the Porsche, still busy squabbling away with Tom Barley. The Ginetta's dropped to the tail end of that little field. Up towards us now comes Ed Harvey in the Porsche. That's the black car with the Dayglow green flashes to it. Now, it's good to see James Neal, who shares this car again with Neil Harvey, the white Porsche, back out again. The 964 they've competed in for a very, very good number of years, always sharing the car. We used to see them at every single classic sports car club round. We've done less so over the course of the last few seasons, so it's good to see them back, but they've got their work cut out. The flame-spitting Toyota of Richard Hayes is having a good run as they come down the hangar straight, but he'll have the outside line for Stowe, Matt.
Certainly will, and to be fair, towards the second half of that straight, James Neal gets a second burst of power, so that keeps him ahead just about on this occasion. But Richard Hayes again, through the more positive parts of the circuit for him, will try and get his way through. It's not through here down towards Vale and Club, but definitely on the acceleration part of the circuit, it is where Richard Hayes seems to be better off here. But James Neal holding on nicely for the time being. They've just broke away slightly now from the new 6th place car of Tom Barley. So after that move he did about a lap ago to gain 2 positions, Tom Barley now setting his sights on the next 2 cars. But as we said, he's got some ground to try and close down first off. Still behind Tom Barley is Richard Harmon. He works his way through very shortly with Hugh Gurney and Roger Hamilton still on the tail of them at the minute in 8th and 9th places. But as it stands, Richard Hayes, after that little bit of a go he had down the hangar straight, has not really amounted to much over the rest of this lap.
Now these cars that are coming round here will not be able to pit at the end of this lap, because I don't quite think the pit window will be open for them when they get towards the decision of having to head in towards pit lane entry. We're 30 seconds away from that at the moment, but any cars towards the tail end of the field would be able to pit, because we would be into the pit window at that point. Alex Taylor, the race leader, just keeps going faster and faster and faster with a 2-minute 21.966 from him that time through. So the lead advantage will stretch to beyond what it was, which was 5.1 seconds first to second place. Matt Sparks still sitting there in second place at the wheel of the Porsche. And in fact, the gap is 5.1 seconds this time through, actually. And we've also got Jake Severs jinking out from behind the Porsche to try and squeeze his way through. Very decisive move. Is it quite going to work for the Beamer? We can't quite tell. We'll have to pick up on that as they come over the start-finish line.
Ray Barrow there, sorry, making his way through another position as well. So that should see Ray possibly into 17th position by the end of this lap. But Jake Severs has had that car in every position so far in this race. Has been over the curbs, down the inside of cars, through the outside, and he's still not yet quite through, is he? Because he sits there at the minute behind the Porsche, still that of Darren Claydon, the car that goes solo for this one. But Jake Severs, again, is hassling this Porsche like nobody's business as they work their way down towards Maggots for what's going to be now the 5th time of asking. But good going here for Jake Severs. Hopefully he can pass that car over in good time to Matthew Irons for the second half of the race.
Yeah, Matthew Irons, who's been racing this car as Darren Clayton has a big wiggle at the wheel of the Porsche. He's still trying to gather it up all the way through Beckett, but yeah, Jake Severs able to pounce there, and he will hand that car over to Matthew Irons, who's been racing this car for donkey's years, this yellow BMW. I gather it is his last season of racing. He's going to retire from racing at the end of this year, and if that's the case, thanks for keeping us entertained over the years, Matt. Himself and Jake been racing together for a good number of years, but yeah, he's decided to hang up his crash helmet at the end of this year, which will be a shame to not, because it's one of those cars that as soon as you see the car, Matt, you know the driver name instantly. You don't have to think about it.
Exactly. Yeah, it'll be a sad situation to see Matthew go at the end of this season, but hopefully it's a good year for Matthew and Jake together. At the minute, not doing a bad job as they sit ahead of the mighty Jaguar, which works its way through at the minute, and I think that's made fairly good progress, hasn't it? That's normally in the hands of Chris Boone, which it is again for this year. So 13th on the grid was Chris Boone, just dropped down to 15th place, so he's lost a couple of positions over the first few laps, but hopefully make some good progress as we head in towards the second half of the race very shortly. Meantime, this battle which continues on for 4th place, nothing has really changed here because it's still James Neal that heads that fight with Richard Hayes in the Toyota in 5th place, and Tom Barley now has caught up with those 2 cars ahead, so it's a 3-way tussle, I think. I don't think there's any more in there just yet. No, just I could be wrong. I think Richard Harmon is catching and Roger Hamilton is almost there as well. So we've got 5 potentially here for 4th place.
Yeah, it's good value, isn't it, this one? Yeah, so 3 cars really for 4th position, but another couple wanting in on the fun as well, with Richard Harmon ever closing up at the wheel of the Porsche and Roger Hamilton at the wheel of the Ginetta G20, just that little bit further behind. And they're all cars that will excel at different parts of the circuit. You know, in a straight line, the Porsche and the Toyota are a match for each other, as this time Richard Hayes looks to have a run on James Neal. Can he squeeze the Toyota up the inside at Copse? No, he can't. So he's got to back out of an ever decreasing gap, and then that slows his momentum and allows Tom Barley to close in. But through the twiddly parts, the car that's at the tail end end of this little quintet, the little red Ginetta, that's going to have the advantage. It hasn't got the power, it's got the handling.
Certainly has, and of course with these cars ahead of them continuing to squabble as well, it brings them all into the mix. And I think now Roger Hamilton looking to make the move on Richard Harmon. Can't quite do it through the corners, but if he gets a good run through on the exit of Chapel and on towards the Hangar Straight here, it could be a move to be made for Roger on Richard by the time they get down towards the right-hander of Stowe. But again, it seems that Richard Hayes has that good ability to get out the corner, but as soon as they hit the bridge and go under it, it seems that the second burst of power comes from James Neal's car. So again, he's doing well, but this is going to be a very tired James Neal, I think, at the end of this stint, and he'll be quite relieved, I think it's fair to say, to hand that car over to Neil Harvey to have a go at defending from possibly Richard Hayes in the next part.
Yeah, even tougher for Richard Hayes because he's behind the wheel for the whole thing. He can't jump out of the car and hand it over to a fresher driver. He's just got to keep pressing on and seeing what he might be able to do. Now, the other interesting thing, of course, is with the change for the regulations that we've seen for a lot of the Classic Sports Car Club series for this year. It used to be pit stops as quick as you can do them in a lot of series. Most of them now are 1 minute and 30 seconds from pit in to pit out, so you can't gain or lose anything in the pit stops. In theory, you're all at the same advantage or disadvantage of each other.
It's making sure you get there bang on 90 seconds, not a second or 2 seconds too early or too late. So you've got to be on the money there. So this might be the defining factor, especially for this first meeting of the year.
Yeah, we've not seen any cars opt for the pit lane as yet. The window's been open around about 4.5 minutes. It opens after the first 10 minutes of the race and closes for the final 15 minutes of the race. So they've got still another 10 minutes to come in and take the pit stops, but no takers just as yet. A little bit of smoke in the background, and that is a smoky Porsche, I'm afraid to say. It looks as though James Neal has been wringing the neck of that Porsche. He's been trying so hard to stay ahead of the Toyota, but something, I'm afraid to say, has given up on the 964, and he'll be destined for the pit lane. That does not look anything other than maybe bodywork. There's been contact. Yeah, there's been an incident, hasn't it? It's contact to the rear of that Porsche. Maybe the Toyota's clobbered him.
The exhaust is hanging off, isn't it, as well as the bumper there. So yeah, there's been something that's happened for James Neal. Unfortunately, he comes in very slowly to the pit lane. I think he was possibly holding up a car which was also coming into the pit lane as well. So James Neal will go past our commentary position. There is damage on the right front of Richard Hayes' car there. So I think 2 and 2 together, you get your answer.
Yeah, such a shame, because that was such a good battle between the pair of them, but clearly, yeah, they've tripped over each other, and that's such a shame that both cars then head into the pit lane with damage.
Chris Boone goes through once more. That looks a little bit smoky, but I think that's absolutely fine for the Jaguar as he works his way down through Copse Corner. Is that Darren Claydon behind him as well? Yes, so this is a Porsche Jaguar battle for 13th and 14th place. Good progress still being made there by Jake Severs. He was up quite a few positions on the first few laps. He's made up 7 places from where he started here, so Jake Severs doing really well in his position at the minute. Sits there in what's going to be 15th place as we now look towards the Porsche in the pit lane. So that is James Neal, and Neil Harvey was looking to get aboard that car, but as it stands, I don't think they'll be heading back out, because unless they've got some gaffer tape to hold that in place and also put the exhaust back into position, that's not going to be good enough for the scrutineers to send it back out, is it?
No, sorry sight that, isn't it, as it sits there in pit lane. Fellow Porsche racer there just inspecting the damage and kicking parts of the body, but now it's well folded in, isn't it, that rear quarter panel, and that is going to take a large old crowbar just to even get that out, and then you've got the exhaust hanging off still, Matt, as you say, so I think the scrutineers would want to satisfy themselves that all is well. However, I did notice that James Neal was pointing himself in the general direction of the Toyota, and I suspect words might be had as to exactly what happened there. Let's just hope that it's all sensible. It looks as though it is. Body language suggests that, yeah, they might be disgruntled, but it's not too aggressive, is it?
No, I think Richard Hayes is done as well, isn't he? So he's about to jump out in the car, unfortunately, after that contact between the two of them, and you can see a bit of damage to the right front as well there, which has just gradually lifted the bonnet flap up as well, so that might be a little bit too dangerous to head back out, but I think Richard is maybe poised to go back out here, not too sure, but both of those will unfortunately lose places for the rest of this race. So on they go. Alex Taylor, still your leader. He has stayed out of our vision, really, hasn't he? He's led this race from start to this point, and he now has an 11-second margin over Matt Spark, who was the man who qualified on the front row alongside him. So those two yet to be into the pit lane. And we've got around about 7 minutes or so before that pit window comes to a close.
Yeah, that battle between Tom Barley and Roger Hamilton hasn't really changed too much as well. Is that the Toyota heading back out of the pits there? It was difficult. It looked like it, didn't it? So I couldn't quite see from that shot. But yeah, Tom Barley still in 4th place in the BMW. The red Ginetta right behind him. And is that the Toyota back out? Yes, it is. Yep, so back out and into the race has indeed gone. The Toyota in the hands of Richard Hayes. I think I said Roger Hayes. Richard Hayes. Also pit stop going on for a car that I'm surprised is out racing in modern classics and future classics, because it's at a bit of a disadvantage regardless of how good the drivers are. An 1800cc or 1950cc MGB is never going to quite have the pace of more modern machinery. But Paul Linfield handing over to Roland Watt, and I think the reason they're probably out, Matt, is they want to get racing. They want to race. We haven't got the swinging 60s series here this weekend, which that car will be more than eligible for, but they want to come out and race, and they know it's not going to be competitive in this field, but they're out there.
Exactly, and the Classic Sports Car Club let them do that as well, which is great to see. A quite low car to the ground there. It's very tall drivers as well, so they've got a long way to go to get into that car. But the change now happening from Paul Linfield jumping out, Roland Watt will be the man who jumps into that car, and of course you carry on plodding round. You never know where you're going to finish with all the scrapes and skirmishes we've had so far. So on they push. And it will now be in the hands, as we said, of Roland Watt. And pretty much they'll do half the race each, because almost half the race has been completed. So that car very shortly to head back into the races. The race leader now has headed into the pit lane.
Yep, so Alex Taylor brings the 5-litre TVR Tuscan Challenge car in towards the pit lane. Car which he hasn't owned for that long. I think he acquired it, was it the middle of last year or the year before, I think maybe. He's, of course, regularly raced a Mazda RX-7 in the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of years, and has actually built another Mazda RX-7 over the course of the winter. That's the Ginetta that's in, one would guess. So that will be the car of Roger Hamilton, one would imagine. I can't imagine what it is other than a Ginetta, looking at the colour of the car and the shape of it. And then it will make its way back out onto circuit. It is a Ginetta, but it's not that Ginetta. It's Luke Plummer's car, so it's the number 16. So Luke Plummer heads out there. You can see the Marcos Manchula just ahead of it, minus the rear boot on that car. So with Alex Taylor having come into the pit lane, it means that this Porsche now, in the hands of Matt Spark, picks up the lead of the race.
Yeah, it certainly does. So for the brief time that he's out there, Matt Spark will lead for a few laps before he decides to come into the pit lane. There is David Whelan in his number 9 Porsche. That car to be handed over shortly to Aidan Farrell as well. That's been another long-time runner within the Classic Sports Car Club, so great to see it back for another season. David Whelan pushing on hard as he goes now onto the Lewis Hamilton straight, and before the pit stops, running inside the top 10. So let's see if he can hold on to that one, although behind him, coming very quickly at the minute, is the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of Jeff Beale here. So this fight is not quite over as they work their way up towards the right-hander of Village very shortly, and Jeff Beale's looking quite racy actually. That gap has come down quite significantly over the course of this lap so far. So let's see if Jeff onto the straights probably won't have the power compared to the Porsche, but let's see if Jeff can give it a go to get past.
Yeah, of course. So Jeff Beale is running in the Future Classics section of the race, whereas David Whelan is running in the Modern Classics section of the race. So again, it's 2 races for the price of one, each with an entirely different class structure. And if you're wondering largely how it works, well, the Modern Classics is for saloons and hatchback sports and GTs up to the end of 1999. The Advantage Motorsport Future Classics deals with saloon sports and GT cars. They have to have doors from the 70s and the 1980s, so 2 different eras that we're looking at, each having their own race, but both on the grid, accommodated on one single race here at Silverstone this weekend. Matt Spark came in though, so he had taken over the lead of the race, following Alex Taylor bringing his TVR from the lead of the race into the pit lane. Well, now Matt Spark dives to the pit lane. Former Caterham racer is in at the wheel of the Martini liveried Porsche.
Yep, there's Richard Hayes, the man who had some damage on his right front, back out there. We'll see where he re-slots into the order once everyone in front of him effectively has made their pit stop. But down the Wellington Straight he heads once more, and Richard Hayes at the minute is currently outside the top 10, so work to do to make up some ground once more. Matt Spark, as Mark said, is into the pit lane. Alex Taylor has served his pit stop, so he now carries on. And I think the number 99 machine could be in a good position here, couldn't it? Because Patrick Scharfiger now handing that car over to Steve Cunniff could be either second or third. They are 34 seconds back from the race leader, Alex Taylor. All depends on how quick Matt Spark serves his pit stop here.
Yep, so yeah, Patrick Scharfegger is not a slow guy. Steve Cunniff I know less about, to be absolutely honest, as to Steve Cunniff. The name doesn't even particularly ring a bell. So there's Matt Spark up on the air jacks. It comes down off the air jacks. The Martini liveried car, just, I think they've had a quick double check that everything is as it needs to be. Wait for the final countdowns to be done. Now the car can get rolling before the 90 seconds is up, because it's the beam at the end of the pit lane that's the important thing. So off he goes. Needs to stay within the pit lane speed limit and make sure that you exit the pit lane no sooner than 90 seconds after you entered it.
Once again, there is Chris Boone carrying on around the circuit. 13th place is where he started, so looking to make some progress through the field is Chris. He has already done his pit stop, so 20th place is where he currently finds himself, but looking to rejoin somewhere higher up inside the top 15 if he can. And as they work their way through. Now, the majority of the field have made their pit stop with 1 minute to go before it closes. I think there's only one that hasn't done so far, which is the car of 151 by the looks of it.
Yeah, Josh Smith. He's the only car that hasn't come in. It's certainly inside the top 30, Josh Smith. So he is sitting there in 18th position at the moment. But yeah, Roger Hamilton is in. We've got Darren Claydon in at the wheel of the Porsche. Andre Severs is in to hand over to Matthew Irons. The Koppocks are in, so that's Lawrence to hand over to Richard Koppock. And I think that is the vast majority of it. And the Yilmazes are in as well, aren't they? So that is going to be Martin Yilmaz ready to hand over to Gabriel Yilmaz. So that, I think, cycles through all of the pit stops, bar one. We'll have to wait and see as to how things flush out at the moment, because Alex Taylor, last time through, after his slightly earlier pit stop, was there in 3rd place, but he should, in theory, retake up the lead of the race, shouldn't he, this next time through?
Yeah, should do. There he goes. Alex Taylor just through the picture. You can hear the mighty sound of the TVR working it through for another time in towards the loop section of Silverstone, but he'll be charged hard here by Matt Spark, who is there in 2nd place once again. So I'm just wondering, that gap might have come down during the pit stops there. So I think Matt Spark has done a good job to get things done within good time and get back out there without losing more time than what the race leader did on that occasion. So it could be a battle to resume out front, but Alex Taylor will know what he has to do and what he needs to do to make sure that gap extends once more as they head their way across the line. This is the Lotus, which we saw off down at Mackett's and Beckett's. That's recovered well. No more moments, hopefully, we've seen on screen, but doing well there to recover through the field with now just under 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, you could just see in the background of the shot there Alex Taylor coming over the start-finish line, so he's going to have all of this traffic you can see on screen to catch up with again before too much longer. Down towards the bottom of the Hanger Straight, Hugh Gurney is looking to propel his E30 BMW through the corner. If he looks in his mirrors, he can see that the Koppocks are there, which is the Jaguar XJS that Richard Koppock has only just taken over from father Lawrence Koppock. So again, everywhere you look, you've got cars that are either fighting for position or are looking to try and stay a lap ahead of other cars that are closing in. And I think Lawrence Koppock is very much focused on trying to catch up with Hugh Gurney, because if he can do so, I think that ultimately will be for position, because that Jag was in the pits last time through. And you've also got the other Jag, the XK8 of Chris Boone, not too far away. So the XJS, then the XJ8, all fighting their way through traffic at the moment. That traffic is going to be the Charlie Falkenbone Richardson Porsche, the red car with the Martini stripes, straight way down through the centre of it. So still got just under 13.5 minutes of this race to go. Alex Taylor retakes the lead of the race from Max Sparks' Porsche to the tune of 15 seconds.
Good to see the different variations of Jaguars. I think there's a few Jaguar fans out there today. You've got the XJS out there of the Koppocks, you've got the XK8, of course, the Chris Boone, which we've seen quite a lot of on screen, and also the S-Type of Paul Last. So yeah, 3 different varieties of Jaguar out there, which again brings the variety of modern classics to us for this weekend at Silverstone. But it's Alex Taylor who's doing the business so far in the TVR as he works his way through some more traffic just past the number 16 Ginetta of Luke Plummer as they head away again to the completion of what's going to be lap number 11 with 12.5 minutes left on the clock. And the gap now between him and Matt Spark has in fact stabilised around about 15 seconds. I think it was roughly about 11 seconds before they came into the pit lane. So not too much change between the top 2, and Patrick Scharfegger and Steve Cunniff still there in 3rd place. And I think they're now out in the question to challenge the top two. Should be fairly comfortably in third place, because the next car towards them is going to be the number 51 Richard Harmon machine. So the gap starting to spread out amongst the top four or so, but again, wherever we look down the field, there are going to be some close battles to look out for towards the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, not least of which I would say is Aidan Farrell, who's now taken over the Porsche 993 RSR from David Whelan. He's still got Jeff Beale breathing down the tailpipes of that car at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, and that's cars fighting over 7th and 8th position. Not quite sure where they are on circuit at the moment, but they certainly came over the start-finish line locked together, as good as last time through, so we'll wait and see. So over the start-finish line, there's another car we've not really mentioned yet, the beautiful little BMW just heading through, the 202 Ti that James Palmer started. It's now been handed over to Simon Horrobin. We saw those two out sharing a Ford Fiesta in one of the races earlier on. Here is that fight that I was talking about. Jeff Beale looking to try and sneak up the inside of Aidan Farrell. Aidan Farrell just managing to close the door on the glorious-looking 993 RSR Cup car, having just taken over that car from the retired Army Major, David Whelan. But Jeff Beale driving solo in this car, pushing as hard as he possibly can, and Jeff certainly knows how to pedal that car now. He's been racing up Tolbeam Sunburn Lotus for a very good number of years now, and has been a race winner in it in future classics in the past, not least of which, if memory serves me correctly, Anglesey last year, I think he managed to claim a victory. But he's pushing hard here. Two cars in different races, because it's a modern classics Porsche, it's a future classics Talbot Sunbeam Lotus that sits behind. Yeah, and that car of Jeff Beale is so short, isn't it? You can pretty much stick it anywhere. So Jeff trying to get the nimbleness of that Talbot Sunbeam Lotus through the corners, get it up the inside as best as he possibly can, but it will just lack a little bit of straight line speed compared to the Porsche of David Whelan. As I say that, he gets a great run on towards the start-finish line. Look at that spit of flame as well in the daylight fading here at Silverstone. Great backdrop to the flame-spitting Sunbeam Talbot Lotus. And again there, David Whelan had a good exit from Copse Corner, wanted to take that place back away from Jeff Beale, but on this occasion Jeff had the place covered. But now can he remain in this place for the next 10 minutes? It's going to be hard, but now that he's ahead, he might be able to defend a little bit harder compared to that of what David Whelan was doing. Yeah, in a straight line, the Porsche should be able to outgun that Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, despite the fact that it's still pumping out some serious power from its twin-cam engine. They slide their way through and past the BMW without too much of a problem. That closes down towards the end of the straight, but Aidan Farrell is still too far away from Jeff Beale to do a great deal about it. So Jeff Beale hangs on to his newly acquired 7th place. The Porsche is still there at 8th place, but he almost runs wide and runs out of tarmac coming out of Stowe Corn, which allows Aidan Farrell to close alongside him coming in towards the Vale. But the far more nimble Talbot Sunbeam Lotus through the corners should be able to hang on to it. And I don't quite think that the Lewis Hamilton straight now that they're coming up to is going to be the place where the Porsche is going to try and brave it through and sneak up the inside. Fairly even, aren't they, though, on the brakes as well? They kind of match each other down towards the braking zone. Jeff Beale still has the advantage over Aidan Farrell, so for now it's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus ahead, but we're coming up to the part of the circuit where Jeff Beale should have an advantage here. So this is where he needs to make progress and gain some ground to give him that little bit of an advantage as they head themselves onto the straights here. So he'll do all he can to build up the gap and hope that it's enough by the time they get towards the end of the straights. But it's going to be a tough last part of this race for Jeff Beale to hold on to this one. But we're enjoying watching them battle over 7th position as they work their way now down the Wellington Straight once again. How far back are they from Tom Barley? They are about 9 seconds. So I don't think they're going to catch up with the man up the road from them, but they would like to give it a go. But as it stands, Jeff Beale's main priority here is trying to keep ahead of the Porsche. Yeah, they are lapping, or did lap quicker than Tom Barley did on his previous lap. So they were the 29.5s. Tom Barley was a 30.7, so they still closed by 1.2 seconds. Probably because they're pushing each other along rather than holding each other up at this stage. It's quite a fine balance, isn't it, when you're racing hard and actually pushing each other and you're all both going quicker, or whether you're squabbling too much and then holding each other up. Let's have a quick look that time through. Tom Barley was a 28.7. No, they were in the 29s that time through. So, sorry, no, Tom Barley did 29.8, and it was a 28.7 from the cars behind. So no, they are still closing. They're about a second quicker than Tom Barley. So the gap is coming down. It could be soon a fight for 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, and that was a personal best, wasn't it, from Tom Barley as well. So it could be well and truly on here for them to catch. So Jeff Beale, now that he's through, that was the hard part, that he was trying to get past Aidan Farrell. But now that he's through, he's just managed to pull a slight advantage. It's not a huge margin, it's nothing to be comfortable with, but let's see now if he can get his head down and try and close this gap on the man ahead of him, which is going to be for 6th position. Again, they're in different classes. Future Classics for Beale, it's the Modern Classics for Farrell, and also for Tom Barley. So there's something for Aidan Farrell to go for here. It would just be for an overall position for Jeff Beale in his Sunbeam Talbot Lotus as they head their way down again in towards the Vale and Club part of the circuit. And again, the gap comes right down. So Aidan Farrell is not quite done, and he comes on to his favourite part of the circuit, a straight, which is ahead of him.
It's a little bit of elastic, isn't it, between the two cars? It stretches 1 minute, it closes up the next. There's more traffic to deal with, which I think is Les Conway's car. They're going to try, Les Conway's car, they're going to sneak through. And Aidan Farrell was in two minds as to what to do there. You could see just the body language of the car. Do I go through? Do I not? He just prevaricated for a period of time, and that's just given Jeff Beale an extra couple of car lengths, which is exactly what he needs, because once they've gone through this bit here, the loop, they are flat out through Aintree and all the way down the Wellington Straight up towards Brooklands, and that's where the Porsche will come back into its own again. But that was a good exit out of the loop from Aidan Farrell. I don't think he's going to be that far away again by the time they get up towards the braking area for Brooklands. Leading the race overall is Alex Taylor. He leads the Modern Classics part of the race, and leading the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics part of the race. We've not seen a lot of him in part 2 of the race. It's the number 51 Porsche 944 Turbo of Richard Harman, who's there in 4th.
Wasn't quite enough for Aidan Farrell. He's got a lot closer though, but again it's through the corners where Jeff Beale should be able to hold on to it as Farrell takes the wider line through the corners to try and get again that slingshot off through Luffield and up towards Woodcote, and it gets longer now. The straights that Aidan Farrell will have to deal with are to his advantage, so here he should have a good run down on towards the Hanger Straight. If he's not through by the end of Copse Corner, might be able to have another go if he's close enough. But Jeff Beale again just doing enough, isn't he, to throw this car into the corner as safe as possible and keep that gap. So this is a tremendous battle between the two of them. And in terms of the gap between them and Tom Barley, has come down again, not by a huge amount, by about a second, but it's now what's going to be 7 seconds between that and Tom Barley. So it's still on, although time is continuing to tick away here. 5 minutes left on the clock. Alex Taylor very shortly up towards the line, so he's going to have possibly 3 more laps, might only be 2, it depends how quick he gets there. But Jeff Beale thinks safe this time onto the Hanger Straight. No challenge from what's going to be Aidan Farrell down towards the end of it.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. They're not quite going to get to Tom Barley in time, unfortunately. New fastest lap of the race for Alex Taylor, very late on, but as he thunders his way over the start-finish line, 2 minutes, 21.719 from Alex Taylor is the fastest lap of the race that we've had so far. This little squabble that we've been concentrating on for what is 7th and 8th position just heads in towards the Vale and Club at this stage, with Jeff Beale still having to work overtime, still trying to propel this, what I think is Phil Seaman tuned Talbot Sunbeam Lotus round through the corners as much as possible. If you've got a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus and you want somebody to set it up for you, Phil Seaman is largely the man that most people go to, and I'm sure I've seen Phil tinkering on this car more than once in the past, and that's why Jeff Beale, now that it is very much a comfortable pair of slippers for him, he's been racing for a good few years now, he is able to get the very most out of this car that he possibly can. Used to drive and share the car with Will Arif, his sort of pro driver, but he got to the stage where he was quick enough then, didn't need any help, and he has, say, claimed wins in the past, but again, slightly slower coming out of the loop up towards Aintree, offers up a glimmer of hope for Aidan Farrell as they come down the straight. We now are going to head back to look at some of the other battles that are just coming over the Lewis-Hamilton straight at the moment and up towards the wing.
Yep, certainly are. This is a little bit further back in the race at the minute. As we said, with not too much to go within this race. The 151 machine we just caught there of Josh Smith, but we turn our attention away from this fight just briefly and it gets even closer. So Aidan Farrell again, still charging hard over the back of Jeff Beale, but it's kind of very repetitive now, isn't it? We kind of see this lap after lap and it's getting him closer to the back of Jeff Beale, but not quite enough to get himself back ahead after the place was lost around about 5 or 6 laps ago now. So he'll continue to sit there. We've got a few penalties also arriving on our screen as well. One of those being for the 173 machine. So that is Matt Spark, who was exceeding the speed in the pit lanes for a 60-second penalty for our second place man. So Matt Spark, not good news for him at all. Although saying that, he is 57 seconds up the road from the Steve Cunniff and Patrick Sharfield cars, so he might not lose that many places, but he will lose second.
Depends how much quicker he can go, because he was about 3 seconds quicker than that car last time through. So by the end of the next lap, he might just have 60 seconds in hand and wouldn't lose a place.
No, it's going to be close, isn't it? We'll keep an eye on that. And also the 82 machine has received a 5-second penalty for track limits as well. So that car, I think, outside the top 30.
That's the Ben Cater car. That's the Toyota MR2. Ben Cater and Malcolm Scott, I think, sharing that car.
Yeah, so that's received it for track limits. So not as big a penalty, but penalty nonetheless.
So traffic to be dealt with by Jeff Beale, who decisively squeezes his way through and past the back marker. Aidan Farrell follows him through and even has the time to thank the back marker for getting out of the way by the look of things. So very gentlemanly driving. And now you can see, whilst they've been closing, they're almost now up into contention to fight for what is 6th place, because Tom Barley at the wheel of the number 84 BMW is bottled up for the moment behind the Marcus Manchula of Matthew Lewis, and he needs to get past this car because he will want to make sure he can hang on to 6th place. The Marcos is a lap adrift of them, and he has all of the time got the 7th and the 8th place cars closing up with less than a minute and a half to go.
And Jeff Bill on that previous lap did his best lap of the race, 2:28.1, so nearly 2 seconds quicker. The gap was 5.3 seconds. Already it's down to about 2 seconds by the looks of it. So this is a great run for Jeff Beale. Once he got past Aidan Farrell, the door was unlocked to try and make up more places, and also that time on Tom Barley. He's going to have this lap and also one more, I reckon. It's going to be close again for Alex Taylor. The lap times he's been doing, he might scrape through for another one, but we'll keep an eye on the clock and where he is. But for the time being, it's now a 3-way fight for what's going to be 6th, 7th and 8th place. And Tom Barley has definitely been caught now by Jeff Bill.
He has, yeah. You got the interloping Marcos Manchula of Matthew Lewis in there as well. That car runs down in 27th position at the moment, so really needs to get out of harm's way as Jeff Bill looks to try and attack Tom Barley for 6th place. The BMW sweeps decisively across the nose of the Tallbeam Sunbeam Lotus, and that means that the order remains as is for the moment. But has Jeff Beale got more momentum as they head up towards Maggots? Yes, he has. He goes through and ahead of Tom Barley. So Jeff Beale now up into 6th position. Tom Barley down into 7th, and already, I think, looking to try and turn the screw and see whether he can get a bit more momentum out of the Beamer. Having just lost 1 place, he wants to try and instantly get it back. So out of Chapel Curve, on towards the Hangar Straight they will go. Great fight now for 6th, for 7th, and well, not quite for 8th, because Aidan Farrell wasn't quite with them at the start of the straight, but he's with them and passed by the end of it. So Tom Barley going off the boil a bit here, isn't he?
Yeah, it's all come undone on the last few laps, but he fights back. He chucks that BMW back to the inside of Aidan Farrell, and he gets the place back into 7th position he goes. So he wasn't going to lay down without a fight there. They've got the traffic to deal with as well, so this is all going to play a part as they head their way back down in towards Vale and Club Corner. And for now, Tom Barley is just about hanging on by his fingernails, but it's a very, very close fight. And now that Jeff Beale is through, I think he should be done and gone, shouldn't he? Because he's up the road. He's going to leave Aidan Farrell to try and battle with Tom Barley as much as he can. That will help him towards the end of this race and try and build enough of a buffer not to be challenged in the closing stages, which we are now into, because Alex Taylor scraped across the line there, I think, with about 9 seconds on the clock. So he's on his last lap. We've still got a lot more to look forward to with this battle for 6th place.
Yeah, Alex Taylor just heading past the wing, so he's the best part of halfway around his final lap of the race. Aidan Farrell trying to unlock the door, sneaks up the inside of the BMW of Tom Barley as they head through the loop, and has more momentum as they come onto the Wellington Straight, so should now be able to confirm himself by the end of the Wellington Straight, and Brooklands up into 7th position, and the BMW, I'm afraid, will have lost a further place. But for Alex Taylor, he is for the final time just working his way through Village Corner and up towards the left-hander at the loop. So all he's got left to do now is propel the car along the Wellington Straight and up towards Brooklands and Luffield, and he'll be on for the win. But for this squabble that we've got for 6th, 7th and 8th, they've still got another lap to do.
Certainly have, and Aidan Farrell is still not done, is he? Because he's got back onto terms with Jeff Beale here, so that one is going to go the conclusion as they head up towards the line to start their last lap, and about 30 seconds adrift from them, less than that maybe now, is Alex Taylor, because he's working his way through Brooklands in towards Luffield for the final time. He's got all the stickers that he collected last year, all the race wins that he's had across the course of the Classic Sports Car Club. He's going to add another one to that as well, because Alex Taylor in the TVR has done the job today day here at Silverstone in another dominant performance in that car. Lights ablaze as he crosses the line, and he picks up the win in what's going to be the Modern Classics here at Silverstone. So a wonderful job from Alex Taylor. He's going to win again by a substantial margin over the rest of the field.
Yeah, it was a brilliant win for Alex Taylor, but there's still squabbles to be resolved out there, not least of which is Jeff Beale and Aidan Farrell. Now, always seems as though Jeff Beale has just about had enough in hand between himself and Aidan Farrell, and every time Aidan's got close, Jeff has just been able to either position the car appropriately, or there's a twiddly part coming up which is always going to favour his car over the more powerful Porsche. So I think the order will remain the same, but any small slip up at all, whether it be a locked brake, missed apex, or maybe tripping over a back marker, because there might be one or two of those before we get towards the checkered flag, and we could still see that order shuffle out of club along the Lewis Hamilton straight. They've worked their way past what is Graham Smith in his Mazda MX-5, who, as ever, being a hugely experienced driver, was well aware that they were coming up and indicated decisively where he wanted them to go. He doesn't want to get involved in a squabble, but Jeff Beale has got his work cut out. He's going to know he's had a busy race here.
Yeah, I think he's going to chuck everything bar the kitchen sink for this place over Jeff Beale. It's going to be a close run thing towards the checker flag, which of course has been taken now by the top two, because Matt Spark has also gone through, and Aidan Farrell gets to the inside line through the loop. So Aidan Farrell gets through as they head onto the Wellington straight. It now favours the Porsche down the straight, but what happens at the end of it through Brooklands, we're about to find out, because Jeff Beale is going to surely try and fight back for this position for what's going to be 6th place. But who's going to come out in the battle ahead on this occasion? There's traffic to deal with as well. This could play a part as they work their way in towards Luffield. Very wide there from Aidan Farrell. The door is left open. There's another Porsche to try and work their way through. The Porsche then gets the advantage round the outside. Jeff Beale gets the acceleration. It's going to be another drag race to the line, but Aidan Farrell on the last lap gets the job done.
Brilliant stuff from Aidan Farrell. I really didn't think he was going to get there, but as ever, as the saying goes, until the checkered flag falls, it's not a saying, I've just made it up, until you get to the checkered flag, nothing is decided. So yeah, brilliant stuff from Aidan Farrell. So he just pips Jeff Beale, who finishes 6th and will still finish as the second of the cars in the Future Classics, for which, again, I think there's the driver of the day that needs to be decided in Future Classics, Matt.
Okay, yeah, we'll put that one together and send it up to the team at Classic Sports Car Club. So it was a fantastic race then. We could see the delight on Aidan Farrell's face as he crossed the line, came down towards Copse Corner, and took the plaudits for that battle with Jeff Beale. So a tantalising battle between the two of them for the majority of the last 15 minutes, which was fantastic to watch. So hopefully you enjoyed that one. There are a few penalties to add on there, as we said. The 82 car received the 5-second penalty, and Matt Spark also received his 60-second penalty, but in the end it didn't move him from where he actually was on the circuit. So all in all, good stuff there for Matt Spark. In terms of the result, though, for the Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, there's a win for Alex Taylor in the TVR Tuscan. He wins by nearly 2 minutes over Matt Spark in the Porsche. 3rd place goes the way of Richard Harmon, and then behind that we had Roger Hamilton for 4th place. The delights of Aidan Farrell and Dave Whelan to pick up 5th place ahead of Jeff Beale in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus for 6th. Tom Barley brought the BMW home in 7th place ahead of the Patrick Scharfiger and Steve Cunniff, number 99 machine. Darren Claydon was 9th ahead of Richard Hayes. Hugh Gurney finished in 11th ahead of Chris Boone in his yellow and blue Jaguar. Ray Barrow in the Chevrolet Camaro finished in 13th place, and Stuart Jeffcoat in his Porsche came home in 14th position. David Sharp next up in 15th position ahead of Luke Plummer. It was the Richardson and Falk car in 17th place ahead of the Cobox Jaguar in 18th position. The Palmer and Horobin car in 19th ahead of the mighty BMW in the hands of both Matthew Irons in his last season and Jake Severs in 20th place. The Harvey and Morris machine in 21st place. Further back from them we had the Yilmaz 22nd, the Charters and Westbrook 23rd, Richardson's in 24th, and then further back from them we see outside the top 28 Alan Drain, Ben Cater and Josh Smith. Colin Claxton was a couple of laps down in 31st place, ahead of Pruden and McKinley, Narron and Colson, Les Conway in 34th, and Linfield and Watt in 35th, with the rest unfortunately suffering some problems with mechanicals and early drummers on the first laps of that race. But again, a good healthy number of the cars making it home for the first race of the year in the Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics here at Silverstone. Conditions still good, still a bit chilly, but we've still got one race to look forward to here for the opening meeting of the year. The winter warm-up from the Classic Sports Car Club, the LIquI Moly Slick Series coming up very shortly. But first, once again, we'll head back out into the cold with Mark Werrell.
Well, back down in the pit lane again, we've got our penultimate race winner of the weekend here at Silverstone. A win overall in the Modern Classics, Alex Taylor. Alex, we didn't quite see what happened at the start. Looks like there was a little bit of contact somewhere along the way, because we can see the damage to the tail of your car.
Yeah, it seems the tail of my car is quite popular this weekend. We had a little moment with my friend here who's done very well to come in second there in qualifying, and for some reason our best mate Tony Blake got attracted to it as well. I don't know, it's got some like pheromones on the back of it or something, but yeah, fortunately we were able to carry on, and since the back was already trashed from quali, it's not a disaster for us. I'm just really sad to hear that Tony had to retire.
After, you know, that incident at first corner, it's just a case of head down and try and build that advantage?
Yeah, you're kind of feeling out the car to check everything's okay. And yeah, then letting the tyres come on and just, I mean, look, it's a beautiful sunny day. It's Silverstone GP. This guy was really quick, but I was able to get past him and then start gapping. I was just having a great time in a lovely car.
Rest of the season, we'll see you out, not just in this, I guess, the TVR, but you'll also be out in the old Mazda and the new Mazda that's been built up as well, the new RX-7.
Yeah, the old favourite, the old Mazda, the Turbo Mazda is going to be back on the scene sometime this year. And my dad's put in a huge amount of work over the last 2 years to prepare a tribute to the 1981 BSCC championship winning Win Percy Mazda RX-7. And it's beautiful, we're really excited about it, so hopefully of maybe at some point this year getting some results with that.
Well, you got a result with this one today, well done.
Cheers, Mark, thank you.
There we go, so there's Alex Taylor, our winner of the Modern Classics part of the race. I'm also going to grab a quick word, if I can, with Matt Spark, who finished in second place. Matt, a busy old race there, and a race in which you had to overcome, you might not have been aware, a time penalty. You were given a 60-second penalty for an infringement, and thankfully you were 60 seconds ahead of the car behind.
That happens sometimes, doesn't it? I've got no idea about that, so yeah, just carried on doing my thing. Had a misfire. Before the race, we changed the plugs and the coil packs, but it didn't. It sold it for half a lap, and then it came back. So I was running around on 5 cylinders for the race. So I knew I was capable of 222s. I was only, I think, 226, 227s. I'd have liked to have given Alex a bit more of a run for his money there, actually. So it's a bit of a shame about that.
It's a bit of work to do for the team, is it? You're supposed to be out in the next race, weren't you, the Slick Series?
No, the sister car's out in that one, but this one's not. That's it for today, so we'll have to try and get to the bottom of what's going on with that.
How does this compare to what we've seen you out driving in the past? Because we've seen you out in Caterhams, haven't we, in the past?
Yeah, I've done some stuff in the past with CSCC and a C400, like 265 brake horsepower thing, and then I went to a 420R. I raced in another series in that, and but I just fancied getting a bit more his sort of modern classic kind of thing. This is glorious to drive. It's so well balanced and normally so reliable. And today we just had a few issues. The grip's really good from these tyres as well. These Yokohama AO1s, AR1s I think they are, and yeah, just they stuck in there. So we get it back on 6 cylinders. I'd like to chase this fella down, you know.
He'll be watching in his mirrors, you can guarantee it.
Yeah, brilliant.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you very much. And let's wander down and grab a quick word with Tony Harmon, who was the first of the drivers home in the Future Classics, the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics section of the race. Tony, how was it out there?
Sorry, it's Richard, but yeah.
Sorry, Richard.
That's okay. Yeah, great, actually. I mean, it was a bit of a solo race, lonely race towards the end there, because I was kind of on my own on the circuit, but I had the Ginetta in my mirrors for a while. I think it was in 4th, so kind of pulled my socks up a bit and got on with it. Changed the setup on the car a bit this time out, new tyres, and I didn't quite feel comfortable with it. There's a bit of work to be done there, but third on the road, so happy.
Pleased with that third on the road. And Richard, is there more work to be done back in the workshop ahead of Snetterton? Are we going to see you out at Snetterton for the next round?
Well, there's always more work to be done, isn't there? Yeah, a few tweaks here and there. I think, you know, just trying to get the best out of the car. I'm happy with it. The car's great. It is going well, but obviously you just want to extract a bit more lap time from it. Still a bit oversteery at the moment, so just got to dial that out. But yeah, absolutely, we'll be at Snetterton.
Bit more time out of the car. Any more time out of the driver?
We'll see. There always is. It's the meat behind the wheel that's the challenges with. So yeah, no, absolutely.
Well done on winning Advantage Motorsport Future Classics.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
There we go. So that's our penultimate race of the day done and dusted here at Silverstone. One more race coming up, so let's hand you back to Matt Suckling because it's the LIquI Moly Slicks Series that concludes our day.
And right on cue, Mark, the cars now working their way around on that formation lap, and we've saved the most powerful cars effectively for the end of the day. If you've had variety across the course of the day so far, we've got another eclectic mix of cars to look forward to with some massive power on board as well. One of them has struggled to get out of the assembly area, unfortunately, but that is Harry Petch's Ginetta G50, which is now facing in the right direction, which is good to see. That was a bit of a scary moment. Could have been stuck there for the formation lap, but Harry has pointed the car now into the right direction and gets back into position ready for this formation lap. And after qualifying this morning, this is how the grid will line up here at Silverstone. It will have the Volvo on pole position, started by Nigel Mastill. Alongside him is going to be Kevin Clark in the number 62 Lamborghini. We're looking forward to seeing that one out there. Second row of the grid is going to be number 5, which is David Harrison. He'll be joined on that second row by Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton-Smith in the number 36 machine. Third row is going to be that of Chris Murphy. He'll have David Harvey for company alongside. The fourth row is going to see then Dylan Popovic once again back out in the Ginetta, and Kevin Bird will start the Charles Hyde Andrew Bird car, the number 1 machine, in 8th position. The fifth row will then see number 17, which is Will Ashmore. He'll be joined by again Dominic Malone. If everything's okay with that car, he'll hopefully be back out for this second race that he's competed in for today. We've also had problems so far for the 11th place car on the grid, which is the Jasper Sapra started car. Hopefully we'll see that BMW out in this one as well. And then furthermore, we're going to have James Collins alongside in 12th position. The 7th row of the grid is going to be Dave Griffin, joined by Ashley Muldoon. So again, names you might be familiar with after the racing we've seen so far today. And then further back from that, we're going to have Jake Severs, joined by Andre Severs this time round, but in a different car. Jake goes first with Simon Evans alongside in 16th position. The next row of the grid is going to be that of row number 9, which is Harry Petch. Had a little bit of a moment there on the formation lap, but Harry is, as we said, back in the right direction. John Cockerton is going to be the man who is alongside on the 9th row of the grid before we see the 10th row headed by Tommy Grout with Roran Tattersall alongside. The 11th row is going to be Klaus Kuikia with Dave Longhurst in that lovely Ford Escort we saw at lunchtime during the stream, which you hopefully would have caught. He'll be sharing that car with Lee Wood for the majority of this one, and then Barry McMahon and Mark Lee on the 12th row with Chris Everall to round out the 25 starters for this LIquI Moly Slick Series.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. They're going to have to work even harder, aren't they, on this formation? We've been talking about how cold it is all day. If you're here at the circuit, you'll know how cold it is. If you're watching on the stream, it's looked a nice sunny day. It is bitterly cold, and with the wind chill, I would say it's hovering around freezing point out there with the wind chill at the moment.
I've seen your hand shaking, Mark. It is cold. I've been there.
I can't hold the microphone. So they're going to have to work even more. These are big, powerful pucker race cars. They need the brakes warm. They need the slick tyres warm. Lots of work to be done on this formation lap.
And unfortunately for them, this race has come at the end of the day when it will be at its probably coldest. Yeah. So they've got, as you said, lots of work to do. As we mentioned there, Harry Petch has a bit of a moment coming out of the assembly area, but he'll be now working as hard as ever towards the back of the field in that green Ginetta to make sure those tyres are up to temperature. But what a mix of cars we have here. We're looking forward to this, as Mark said. Hopefully you've stayed with us here at Silverstone and hopefully on the stream for what should be a cracking conclusion to the Classic Sports Car Club season opener. And with it being slicks, we're going to have 2 formation laps, which is no real surprise with the drop in temperature and how cold it is today here at Silverstone. So on they go for a second formation lap.
Yeah, now whether the clock starts to tick on the second formation lap, yes it does, doesn't surprise me. So in theory the race is underway, but it's underway under safety car conditions, and it will be a 2x2 start to the race.
Because effectively we're also battling sunset, which will depart pretty quickly.
Will depart quickly, yeah. So yeah, it's not surprising. So they'll have made sure that all the engines have been through their warm-up processes. The engine will be nice and warm. It is absolutely the tyres and the brakes that we need to get warm. Now we've got Nigel Mastill starting at the wheel of the Volvo that's on pole position. So it might look like a Volvo, but if you were watching the paddock show that we did earlier on, It's a car that was built for the Swedish Touring Car Championship, or the Swedish Championship in reality. It's a space frame car. It's a space frame car. It's a mid-engine Volvo. It's a 7-litre engine that sits behind the firewall and to the rear of Nigel Mustel. He's the AM driver. The pro Craig Dolby will take over it. The car that lines up alongside, you've got Matty Evans, who again, very quick driver, just like Nigel Mustel, but he's the AM in reality, isn't he? And Kevin Clark is the more experienced, and he's not a pro, but he is more of a pro than Matty Evans. So it'd be interesting to see what happens between these two. How can Kevin Clark match Nigel Mustel, who is driving a car that he's more familiar with, compared to Kevin Clark, who probably has even more experience than Nigel Mustel, but it's a car that he's unfamiliar with.
Exactly, yeah. There's a lot of unknowns in this one. They're fairly similar age as well, aren't they? They're kind of the same age level, which will be good to put up against each other as well. So, yeah, off the front row is going to be two significant cars here, the Volvo S60, the Lamborghini Huracan as well. So those two should be quick away. And then it's going to be interesting to see if the likes of David Harrison can keep with them, which it might be hard to start with. In qualifying, that car was about 2.5 seconds slower than the Lamborghini, but it was around about 6 seconds slower than the Volvo. But of course, the time would have been set by Craig Dolby, who is not in the car at the minute.
Yeah, and the car in 4th place, Matt, it was one I checked earlier on because we weren't informed, but I did ask him when he won the race earlier on. Mark Smith is starting that number 36 car because we weren't informed of that earlier. So fantastic sight there, mate. I've thoroughly enjoyed since the introduction of the Slick series a few seasons ago, supported by LIquI Moly, and Matty Evans, who's going to take over that Lamborghini on the front row of the grid, is the UK importer for LIquI Moly. It was new for the 2020 season, so we only had a couple of races, or maybe one off race in 2020. So 2021 was really the first full season, and of course COVID has affected its grids. But it's great to see that when we have Slick series, which we have at a few of the meetings, and you know, we wouldn't bring them to Croft or to Cadwell, the tighter circuits. They need to be on the correct circuits for the car. We have lots of support for this series.
It's been a great initiative, isn't it, once again, by the Classic Sports Car Club. It's grown in numbers over the last 2 seasons, as Mark said, and it's a great kind of testing ground, proving ground for what people might do later in the season, where they might be racing later in the season to get a little bit of extra testing in. So it gives them all those hopes.
And also, as I said in the pre-race show, for cars that no longer have a home, you know, because it's an old specification of car, it gives them somewhere to race. Where else could Nigel Mustel race his Volvo, for instance?
Exactly.
Other than in here and maybe Castle Combe GT Championship. Not many other places.
And we're very much welcoming it here to Silverstone for this opening meeting of the LIquI Moly Slick Series. We are good to go. You can see David Harrison there in the number 5 Porsche, very, very close to the back of the front row of the grid. He is eager to keep with the Volvo and the Lamborghini at the start of this race. David Harvey's back out in the Lotus as well. Good to see him here. And we're ready to go for the last race of the day. The time has already started, but the race itself is about to get underway in glorious conditions here at Silverstone, albeit a little bit cold. We are going to go green once those lights go out, which they now do. And it's a good start there by Kevin Clark. He gets the mighty roar of the Lamborghini ahead of the Volvo down towards the first corner, so he will take the whole shot into the corner. I think Nigel Mustel will just about hold on to second place, but as we said, the Porsches are going to be right there hassling him in the early stages, although David Harrison not quite that close to the back of Nigel, down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. And it looks like Mark Smith has slotted his Porsche into 4th place, with Chris Murphy in 5th, and I think Dylan Popovic is there in the Ginetta in 6th place.
I think it's Kevin Bird, isn't it? I think it's the number 1 Porsche that's there in 4th place. Okay. Mark Smith's is the BMW. So, yeah, it is. It's Kevin Bird who'll hand the car over to Chab or Charles Hyde, Andrew's Bird, for part 2 of the race. And now, by the look of things, Kevin Bird trying to sneak up the inside of David Harrison. The 2 Porsches going wheel to wheel as they head in towards Stowe Corner. Who's going to come out ahead? There was almost a touch between the pair of them, and they are still side by side as they exit Stowe. But it's Kev Clark that leads. It's Nigel Mustel that's second, and they are still side by side as they head through the chicane at Club, and it will just be David Harrison that hangs on to 3rd place, with Kevin Bird there in 4th, Mark Smith in 5th. Dylan Popovic completes the top 6 at this stage.
Yes, certainly does. One of the Ginettas out wide there, just gets back onto the circuit in relative form there. I think Chris Murphy's the one maybe who's lost out the most there. He's a little bit further back in the field than we were expecting to see him. So there's been a real shuffle in the early stage, and then there might be a problem with Chris Murphy's car because he's continuing to harvest away positions here, and he's going to be passed by the Porsche before too much longer. A lot of smoke down there towards the right-hander of Aintree as well. So we've had lots going on, and it looks like David Harrison has still managed to keep that place ahead of Kevin Bird. So great racing all around here, but out front, great start from Kevin Clark to lead the way.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Kev Clark. He really got the start beautifully timed, and Nigel Mustel is now feeling a pinch from the Porsches that sit behind, the first of which is David Harrison, the next of which is Kevin Bird, and well, he's still managing to keep both of them behind. Now David Harrison is going to look to driver's left and see that Kevin Bird is going all the way around the outside, and I think it might work for Kevin Bird here. Tries the long way round at Luffield, makes it stick up to third place and through and ahead of David Harrison, so brilliant stuff. Now that car that's up to third started the race down in 8th position at this stage, so it's been a stellar first lap from Kevin Bird, who certainly is more accustomed to the twists and turns of Castle Combe than he is the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit, because he's a bit of an expert, a local man, isn't he, from down that part of the country?
Yeah, certainly is, and he almost got the job done on Nigel Mustel towards the end of that lap as well, but of course the corner tightened and he was more worried about getting past David Harrison. So here, as it stands, Kevin Bird in that third place, not comfortable at the minute. He's still being hassled by David Harrison as it stands. Just past us in the pit lane. I can tell you Ginetta has come in of Chris Everall, so Chris unfortunately is into the pits at the end of the first lap for some reason, but yes, Kevin Bird on his way, not quickly onto the back of Nigel Mustel, but he's got some clear air now.
Yeah, so that's the V8 engine Ginetta G55. It's been running a V8 for a good number of years. I know we see G56s now with a V8 engine, but that's a car that is a 55 that's had a transplant of a 6.2 litre under the bonnet, and I'm afraid that is it for Chris Everall in this race. Dylan Popovic under pressure. Dave Harvey, who we saw win a race earlier on, looking to try and sneak through, but then makes a mistake, and it's the Ferrari 430 of William Ashmore that's able to go through instead. So the 430 goes through. The Lotus now coming under pressure from the next two cars which stack up behind, the first of which is Nigel Greensall, who starts the number 4 BMW this time through, and right behind that is the grey Ford E46, which is Jazz Sapra, who will hand over to Brian Branson for part 2 of the race. And both of those cars looking fairly evenly matched with the drivers that are behind the wheel for the moment, but the race leader will be pressing on down the Wellington Straight, and we've still got this brilliant battle between the Porsches going on for places further back, and I'm afraid another retirement, and is it the same fuel issue as earlier for the BMW of Dominic Malone, which is slowing out on track?
It's trying to restart by the looks of it, but I don't think it's going to have much luck, unfortunately. So it's been a torrid day for Dominic Malone. That car on the Lewis Hamilton Straight just pulling off to the left-hand side, driver's left-hand side, and will hopefully be out of harm's way by the time the leaders get back round on this occasion. But again, we've got some great BMW battles happening here. Good to see the earlier problems for the number 40 Jazz Sapra Brian Branson machine doing well this time round. He's got the likes behind him of Dave Griffin pushing on in the number 34 machine, and Nigel Greensall is also in there as well. So a three-way BMW fight as they come across the line, and that's going to be for what's going to be 9th, 10th and 11th place.
Yep, so that is a good inter-BMW battle. The E46s mixed up with the E90s as well. And we've also, of course, got ahead of them the Lotus fighting away with little Ginetta G50. But the man who's looking to try and work his way through all of them at the moment is Dave Griffin, the number 34 car. We regularly see Dave out racing the E36, don't we, in the UK? His Coca-Cola livery car, in the hands of the man from the Southern Hemisphere. And he's picked his way through and past Jazz Sapra on that lap, but Jazz is trying to fight back along the Hangar Straight. And closing in on them also with its lights ablaze is Ginetta in the hands of Jake Severs. We saw Jake out in a BMW earlier on, and also out in Volkswagens and other things over the years, but I think it's the first time I've seen him behind the wheel of a Ginetta, which must be new to the family for this year. Yeah,
looks good, doesn't it? It's a great car and going well in the hands so far of Jake for this first in. He's been a busy man so far today with an older BMW, now back into this Ginetta, looking to make the move on Nigel Greensall, which he's going to do. So the Ginetta has more power through the corner, should have a little bit more power down the straight here, but saying that, Dave Griffin starts to pull away. So this is a nice battle now, which has a Ginetta added into the mix, and we've got double wave yellows, haven't we? Yeah, Dominic Malone's car off to the one side, so it did mean that Jake couldn't make the move there, but he might be thinking about a move down towards the right-hander of Aintree, which he closes onto the back of Dave Griffin. He's trying to have a look at the back of Jazz Sapra. As it stands, none of them are able to pull those moves off.
No, absolutely. So they still remain in the order that they were, and that is Ashley Muldoon, is it not, that's just about going to dig himself out of the gravel. So yeah, just the rear wheels only just in the gravel and just enough to get a little bit of traction and get out of there. So couldn't quite tell where that was out on circuit. Maybe I was thinking, so you think the Vale, do you? Right, okay, so maybe the Vale, he'd backed it into the gravel trap. Kevin Clark, our race leader, is at the moment 10 seconds up the road from Nigel Mustall's Volvo and has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2 minute 11.840. We've still got a good battle going on for third and fourth place between the two Porsches at the moment, which is going to be Kevin Bird, followed very much so by David Harrison. They're just wiggling their way through Maggots and Beckett's at the moment. It's the all-white Porsche, just ahead of the white Porsche, the one with the green and the yellow stripes down the side.
Yep, certainly is. So those Porsches continue. David Harvey, by the way, staying true to his word from earlier on, gets his pit stops out of the way nice and early. He's just come into the pit. So David Harvey in the Lotus is in, and once those 90 seconds have been served, he'll be back on his way once again. But for now, this Porsche battle is continuing on, and it's a fantastic battle between both Kevin Bird and David Harrison. And every time we turn away from it, we come back, and it's exactly the same, isn't it? There's been no change whatsoever. So this is brilliant to see these two go hammer and tong.
There's nothing between the pair of them. The only thing that is the difference between the pair of them is how Kevin Bird must have either switched the tyre on differently on the formation laps or had far more confidence on that first lap with what was on the tyre.
Yes, to make those places up. He did very well, didn't he? So, yeah, since then, David Harrison has responded and manages to drive that Porsche pretty much the same speed now. So the other defining factor will be what happens in the second half, because we know that Kevin Bird is going to hand that car over to Charles Hyde Andrew Bird. So we'll see if that disperses the two of them, or if we continue with this tantalising battle as it stands, which again is nothing to choose between the two of them. Oh, big rear end there from David Harrison. Nicely held though.
Lots of arm twirling, because he was so keen to get on the accelerator coming out of the loop that he nearly looped it itself, didn't he? And just about gathered it up. And that's not an easy thing to do. When you react to that and you're in a rear-engine Porsche, you can soon get the pendulum effect and it can get away from you. But yeah, it's just dropped him maybe an extra couple of car lengths away from where he was fighting with Kevin Bird, and has just dropped him slightly more into the clutches of the Ferrari 430 Challenge car of William Ashmore. That's the yellow car with the black and sort of silvery flashes to the bonnet and the roof on it. Over the start-finish line goes Kev Clark. He continues in the lead of the race. Nigel Mustall in the Volvo is now 13 seconds adrift, and again it's another new fastest lap of the race to Kev Clark that time through, 2 minutes 10.705. So the lead advantage has grown to some 13 seconds for Kevin Bird. Now the next thing he needs to worry about is less so David Harrison behind, but more so back markers, because they're starting to catch some of the slower cars now.
Yeah, certainly are. William Ashmore, though, on that previous lap found something quite dramatic there. He did the best lap of the race that he had previously done and was over 2.5 seconds quicker than Kevin Bird. Of course, he was quicker than David Harrison because he had that moment, but 2.5 seconds quicker than Kevin Bird. So the Ferrari F430 you can see there just in the background, the yellow and black machine, is now with these two Porsches. So again, it's taken a little bit longer for the Ferrari to switch its tyres on, or possibly for William Ashmore to have the ability and speed that he had needed. That doesn't look too positive, does it, for Jazva Sapra? He jumped out the car and is already gesticulating to either Brian Branson or the team that it's not good, and possibly there is still an issue with that car.
Yeah, they had problems earlier on, didn't they? So it's the first time that car's run a paddle shift system, and they had problems in it in one of the races earlier on. Now this is going to be William Ashmore, who is going to try and place a lap on John Cockerton's Porsche. John has been into the pit lane, so that's why he's, I say, in the nicest possible way, a back marker at the moment. That's only because he's out of position. He's got his pit stop out of the way, so he'll want to keep pressing on, but he probably does need to leave a bit of a gap to allow those quicker cars to come through at this stage. That's allowed the Ferrari now to fall back away again from these two Porsches as they head around the loop. I would imagine slightly more cautious with his pressing of the accelerator pedal, David Harrison, that time through. He didn't get the big wiggle off the back of the Porsche that he had on the previous lap. Those two Porsches are still rooted together, and we've still got another 10 minutes of the pit window remaining open, so plenty of time for them to dive into the pits.
Indeed, and it's interesting that Nigel Mustall hasn't jumped in too early and handed over to Craig Dolby, so the confidence is still there for Nigel, which is good to see. So they're going to probably split the race in half, 20 minutes apiece each, I'd say, for both the drivers, because we don't often see Craig Dolby out in these races. And saying that, Nigel Mustall is now into the pit lane, so just as we spoke of him, there is Barry McMahon in the Alpha, going probably considerably slower than he should be normally going.
I thought that, yeah, so I think there's problems for poor old Barry. So he is going to be limping round. He'll be joining Chris Everall as a retirement in this one, who retired with an electrical issue, we gather, Chris Everall. So we'll find out what's happened to the likes of Jazz Sapra, maybe, if that car doesn't reappear. And hopefully we'll get an update as to what's gone wrong with poor old Barry McMahon at the wheel of the Alpha 156, which is very much a touring car compared to the out-and-out sports cars we've got in here. As for the number 40 car, Jazz Sapra, gearbox issue, no fifth gear is the answer.
Okay, so that's a problem for them, unfortunately, which has put pay to their final race of the day. Porsche battle continues. Still Kevin Bird ahead here of David Harrison. And after the slight delayed moment for Will Ashmore, held up behind Jonathan Cockerton, he's now free and starting to close the gap down once more. And of course, it's being held by these two, who are not squabbling over position, but maybe David Harrison just being held up slightly by Kevin Bird, take in different lines through the corner here. So that's frustrating David Harrison a little bit. He gets a good run though through the right-hander of Club. He has a little bit of a look down towards Abbey, but again, the more defensive that Kevin Bird goes, it holds up David Harrison and brings William Ashmore back into the mix.
Yep, all of the time. There's a little flash of the lights there from William Ashmore, so he just wants to let these two know that he's coming. Well, they'll know he's coming. They'll be able to see in their mirrors that yellow peril is just chipping away at the advantage that the Porsche's had over him. It's still, though, for third position, Kevin Bird that leads the way. David Harrison sitting there in fourth place. Then the ever-closing and ever-present danger of the Ferrari that sits behind in the hands of William Ashmore. There's another little look at the inside from David Harrison there coming in towards Brooklands. He's almost prized the door open, but inside line at Brooklands means outside line when you get towards Luffield, and I think that Kevin Bird will have that covered off, and indeed he has.
Yeah, any of them choosing to come into the pit lane. It might be actually wise for David Harrison to come in early, because he's been held up, get into the pit lane, come back out with some clear air, have the chance of overlapping after the pit stop. So I'm not too sure why David Harrison hasn't done that as a solo driver. I've
just seen Dave Harvey bring the Lotus back into the pit lane. The 340R had already been in. Well, he's back in again, I'm afraid. And also there will be a pit lane penalty for speeding in the pit lane. A 60-second penalty will go the way of the number 10 black Porsche of John Cockerton, I'm afraid.
Yeah, not good news at all. Now, the Porsches are going to be held up here by the number 2, Harry Petch Ginetta, which sidesteps his way out of Kevin Bird's eye line. It's going to step out the way of David Harrison and also William Ashmore. So that's good news for all those three cars. Not delayed too much in the process, but Kevin Bird, for the first time in a long time, has had a slight buffer given to him by David Harrison. Not by a huge amount, but by 2 car lengths, I'd say, at the most there. But as he gives that away, William Ashmore is now going to be right onto the tail of that middle car. So here we go again. Another challenge for William Ashmore to try and get through. Can he get it done down towards Vale? No, because David Harrison covers the line. Make sure there is no Ferrari gap to squeeze it through.
No, and this is not a fight for class position either, because the way the class structure works in the LIquI Moly Slick series is that class A1 cars are cup cars, but newer specification cars. So in other words, the higher or the latest spec models. Because the Ferrari 430 of William Ashmore is, a couple of iterations old now of the Ferrari Challenge spec car, that goes into class A2. So he's arguably keeping an older car up with the newer spec cars.
Big lock up there for Kevin Bird. I think that's the first real mistake we've seen from him. So pressure starting to tell once again from the car, which is at the head of this order. This, of course, is still over what's going to be second position as it stands. Of course, we've had Nigel Mastill into the pit lane. Craig Dolby now behind the wheel, yet to do an outlap, but he's looking to beat a 2:13.0, which was that car's quickest lap. In qualifying, Craig did a 2:03. Not quite going to get there, I don't think.
No, but I know what colour it's going to look like at the end of his first flying lap. It's going to go purple.
Yes.
He's one of those drivers, a bit like Phil Keane, that can get in the car. First flying lap, he'll go in. It looks though the Aussie, who's been living in the UK for a very good number of years, David Harrison, dives to the pit lane this time through, and even had the courtesy to put his indicator on to let the cars around him know what he was doing. So we'll wait and see as to when we see others respond. I think William Ashmore responded and brought the Ferrari into the pit lane on the same lap. So Kevin Bird now, yeah, there is the Ferrari just at the back of the shot and comes to rest right near our cameraman there. So Jason, our cameraman, on the RF camera down there in the pit lane, but bringing us some great shots all day. So they'll just adjust the tyre pressures on the car, they'll get it up on the air jacks, they'll check that everything is good, and get that car back out there. I also spotted at the back of the shot Dave Longhurst was in, ready to hand over the Ford Escort Mark 1 to Lee Wood.
Yep, certainly is. So that sits there for the time being. That car's got some work to do, I think, to bring itself back into the order. But Lee Wood should be fairly quick as a peddler once it rejoins the circuit. So whilst the Porsche and Ferrari sit in the pit lane, this car of Kevin Bird continues on its way. As we said, it's going to be handed over to Charles Hyde Andrews Bird very shortly, but will it come back out where it was, or will it have lost those 2 places? Well, I think that Porsche and that Ferrari should have probably come in a little bit earlier than they did, just to try and get out of the kind of moments they were being held up by Kevin Bird, but they decided to come in just at the 20-minute mark. When will this car come in? Well, we're now into the second half of the race, so it's only going to be open now, the pit window, for another 4 or so minutes. So it's this lap or the next. That's all they got. And the Ferrari has got ahead of the Porsche in the pit stop.
It has, yep. So arguably they should all be in the pits for the same amount of time. So either someone's got it right or someone's got it wrong. Now, getting it wrong might be too short or might be too long. But yeah, they should have come out in exactly the same order. And what did I say? As soon as he'd done the first flying lap, I thought it would go purple. Craig Dolby, now there is a pro driver for you. 2 minutes 3.833. Craig Dolby, as I said to you off microphone so many times today, Craig Dolby is one of those drivers that never quite had the budget and never quite got the brakes, was more than capable of getting to Formula 1. He's a Super League Formula champion in Europe, and went on to race sports cars and was always indecently quick, but it never quite happened for him, did it, his career?
No, not quite, but great to see him out when he does get out onto the circuit to give us these shows of great fortune that he's had and great skill that he still continues to have as well. And what did I say? I said it won't be anywhere near his qualifying time. He's only 2/10 off what he did in qualifying.
What do you know, Suckling? And now, having taken over his Lamborghini, it is Matty Evans. We caught up with Kev Clark earlier on today in the pre-race paddock walk. Matty Evans was getting to understand this car over testing on Friday, where conditions were a little bit mixed, but he's never driven anything this powerful before. And this Lamborghini Huracan is Super Trofeo specification, so arguably it's quite a difficult car to drive. We have got into the pit lane the number 1 Porsche, so Kevin Bird is in, ready to hand over to Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, or Chab as he's affectionately known, and then we'll have to wait and see as to whether that car feeds back out relative to the cars he was doing battle with, which of course was David Harrison's Porsche, and of course William Ashmore's Ferrari.
Yep, indeed. And there is the Ferrari, which, as we said, is ahead now of the Porsche. So those 2 cars working their way onto the Wellington straight. So about 30 seconds before they make it back to the start-finish line. And that's when we'll see if the car of Chab can get back out ahead and resume this battle with the Porsche and Ferrari. That's, of course, the only car amongst those 3 that has a new driver in it. So it's going to take a little bit of time, possibly, to get to grips with the car, get to grips with the temperature of the tyres and everything else that goes with it. But already, that number 1 machine is on his way. So off he goes, down towards the end of the pit lane, and very much looking to rejoin. But will it be ahead of the Ferrari and Porsche or behind it?
You know that Craig Dolby you were talking about, who wouldn't match his qualifying time, Matt?
Has he gone quicker?
He's gone 1.4 seconds quicker than the pole position time. This morning, 2 minutes 3.6. He's just done a 2 minutes 2.2 at the wheel of the Volvo. So the Lamborghini will be leading once we've cycled through all of these pit stops, but it'd be interesting to see how the Volvo goes. And as for the squabbles that were together, the Ferrari has leapfrogged both of the Porsches. William Ashmore was behind them both. Now he's ahead of them both.
Certainly is. I'd say that Craig Dolby wasn't quite awake this morning, was he, to not set that time?
I don't know what he was messing around at qualifying with that time when he put it on pole by 3.8 seconds.
Side by side almost now again with the Porsches. It's going to be Chab this time ahead of David Harrison, but can he hold it? Of course, that car just out of the pit lane, so the tyre temperature would have faded away just slightly there, but he's confident to turn into the corner ahead. And there is the car we've been talking about, with now Craig Dolby behind the wheel, going absolutely fantastically well. Can he go even quicker on this lap? I wouldn't put it past him. 202.2 to beat. We'll see what he does at the end of this lap and whether he can find himself ahead of Matty Evans by the end of this race, which only has now 15 minutes to go.
David Harrison running very wide there in his pursuits of Chab. We got a great rumble from that 7-litre Volvo, just the effect sounds coming through our headset as well. If you're circuit side here at Silverstone, wow, it must sound absolutely astonishing, because the rumble even that we're getting following the camera footage is brilliant. Let's just have a quick listen as it turns its way through Luffield. I like that, Matt. I know on the road we're coming to the end of the introduction of internal combustion engines, and that makes me sad, that's all I'll say.
Shall we just be quiet for the next 14 minutes and watch this Volvo go round? Would that be good?
Cameraman can just follow the Volvo for me. I'm happy.
Did he go any quicker? That's the question. Not quite. It's still a 2:02 though, so that is pretty good for Craig Dolby. I don't think Kevin Clark has been into the pit lane because he wouldn't be leading by 1:50, would he? So I don't think we've seen Kevin Clark in.
No, and if he's not in now, it's too late, I'm afraid. In fact, he's just come in now, and there's less than 15 minutes remaining, so he's got a lap too long, is he not?
I think he has, hasn't he? He's messed that one up a little bit on our calculations. I think maybe because the race started and they didn't start it themselves.
I bet he hit the timer at the end of the second lap.
Yes, that's what's happened, hasn't it? So they've miscalculated what the timing screen says to what that stopwatch says. But there we go. He's in now, which is good. He's going to hand that car over to Matty Evans, and we'll see what the gap is when they rejoin. I think it's going to be about 20 seconds between them and Craig Dolby. So there'll be still some work for Craig to do to try and get the lead of this race.
He'll relish that, won't he, yes. Craig Dolby? It's like something that he can get his teeth into, and you look at the lap times that he's doing, and he is absolutely on it, Craig Dolby. He is getting every single second out of that Volvo. Just look at the way the nose dives. He's so hard onto the brakes, so decisive onto the brakes. And when you think that most of the weight on this Volvo is over the rear axle because it's a mid-engine thing, but what an amazing piece of kit. I was so impressed the first time I saw this car out in the UK when I saw Nigel and Craig testing it at Donington Park, the middle of last year or the middle of the year before. It's difficult to remember with COVID and what went on during that period of time, but every time I've seen it subsequently, it just brings a smile to your face, doesn't it?
It is a magnificent piece of kit here, and when it's in those hands of Craig Dolby or Nigel Mastill, it's just being put through its paces, which is fantastic to watch. Again, it shows the competitiveness and the confidence in that of Craig Dolby and the skill he manages to have. Of course, his main job now as a stunt driver and all the rest of it. So through he goes, and he's done a 2:01. We're down to a 2:01.606, which is 2 seconds, over 2 seconds quicker than what he did in qualifying. And here's the battle, because Matty Evans has just come out of the pit lane and Craig Dolby is right there. How long is it going to take for him to get through?
Not long.
No.
He will have him by the time they get to the exit of Chapel Curve. He's going to go all the way around the outside, and then he's going to cut back at the exit of Chapel. And we get to the exit of Chapel Curve. You think I've done this before, wouldn't you? There he goes. He's through on the exit of Chapel Curve and takes up the lead of the race ultimately. And now the thing is how far can he pull away? Matty Evans is fresh into the car. He's driving a car that's unfamiliar to him. He's not a slow driver. Matty Evans is not a slow driver, but he's not a pro. He has a day job, and his day job has never been anything other than hard graft, and Craig Dolby's day job has largely been sitting behind the wheel of racing cars and turning the wheel one way or the other, which is hard, but he's so gifted at it.
And chucking it sideways as well, so it's a skill you need to have, isn't it? So on he goes. Craig Dolby now into the lead of the race in that Volvo S60 as it works its way down towards Abbey Corner. There is the Lamborghini Huracan in the hands now of Matty Evans. For third place is going to be that Ferrari, isn't it, of William Ashmore. So really good drive here for William, in an older spec Ferrari in Class A2, finds himself third overall, and he's got the better, as we said, of those two Porsches of David Harrison and the Bird and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird as well. So a really good job here for Will after qualifying 9th on the grid.
The other thing that we haven't really alluded to as yet, and I think it's worth mentioning, is because it means that the performance of Nigel Mastill and Craig Dolby together are even more impressive, is because their car sits in Class HC in the LIquI Moly Open Series, and HC is for high capacity, that's what it stands for. So it's high capacity cars, so in other words it's cars of any CC that are likely to outperform the cars in Class A1, which are the Cup spec cars. Now, if you're in HC, you actually have an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pits, so they weren't stationary for 1:30. They were stationary in the pit lane area for 1:45.
Oh, okay. There you go. So, yeah, it's a lot longer to serve, isn't it? And more work to do for them. So, Craig Dolby is pushing on. Oh, he backed off that time, 2:05.3. I know he had to pass, didn't he, Matty Evans in the back marker, so we'll let him off.
He's only 7 seconds quicker than the next car. That's just not good enough, is it?
Brilliant stuff there. So Craig Dolby now leads by 7.8 seconds. So onto the hangar straight he goes once more and head down. Just looking there briefly towards the dashboard. So hopefully everything is okay. Again, that little flicker of the bonnet as it hits the brakes at the end of the hangar straight. Turns its way through on towards the right-hander of Stowe. And whilst we looked at the Volvo, we now look back to this Porsche battle, which was as we left it. As we said, every time we look away, we come back, it's exactly the same. Still David Harrison ahead of Chab as it stands.
Yeah, that's heading up towards Copse Corner now. So it's the white car, but with the yellow and the green flashes down the side of it, under pressure from the all-white car of Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, who I thought had a bit more momentum coming out of Copse Corner, but by the time we get to Maggots and Beckett's, normal service is resumed as far as David Harrison is concerned. I say they have been, regardless of whether it's been Chab behind the wheel or Kevin Bird, those two Porsches have been remarkably evenly matched, and the only difference was really the opening lap from Kevin Bird. He just was very confident with what he'd done to work those tyres. Now, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird had a better run coming out of Chapel Curve that time through, but again, hasn't quite either got enough momentum or confidence to stick it up the inside of David Harrison. On the exit of Stowe and in towards the Vale, they are side by side, but again, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird is on the outside line as they head in towards the braking area for the left and the right flicks down at Club. We've got 9 minutes still to enjoy this little squabble, and since taking the lead of the race, Craig Dolby now has opened up nearly an 8-second lead.
And you can see that David Harrison is doing exactly what Kevin Bird was doing before the pit stop. He's defending and he's putting that car all over the road, and it's slowing him down, which is giving, of course, the #1 Porsche that chance of getting through. So doing exactly the same in different positions.
Yeah, but just look in the back of these two Porsches, you can see Aaron Moulton-Smith in the BMW is beginning to close in, and that will be for position. Aaron Moulton-Smith in the Beamer last time through, 2 minutes 11.5. The Porsches ahead were over 2 seconds slower. So all of a sudden, we've now got a fight on for 4th, for 5th and for 6th position.
We certainly have. So we lost the Ferrari. That pulled away and has gone off for 3rd place. We've now been joined by a BMW on the rear of it. So yeah, 3 cars once again. All of them are white. Distinctive colours just tell them apart as they work their way through one of the BMW's back markers there as it turns its way in towards the right-hander of Luffield, and that has just delayed Chab, unfortunately, because he's been stuck behind the BMW. It's going to be caught by the next one of the one that's Jason, of course, which is Aaron Moulton-Smith. Can he get his way through in a straight line? Well, he's looking good. He's got some good acceleration. Which way does he go? Well, they're both going to the inside line to pass the back marker. Lights ablaze now for Chab as he turns his way in towards Copse Corner. They both managed just about to get past the 18 Ashley Muldoon BMW, which was in strife in the gravel trap a little bit earlier on. They both safely made their way through, but no way through as of yet for Aaron Moulton-Smith.
No, not as yet. He's done all of the catching. Now he needs to up his game ever more and do the getting past part. And it sounds easy, doesn't it? But no, I'm sure that Chab will just make sure that he gets that Porsche where he needs it to be. He will have worked out already where he has the advantage over the BMW and where he doesn't. It looks as though in a straight line, he's got the grunt a little bit, but through the twiddly parts, maybe the Beamer might be a little bit more planted or set up with its front-engine rear-wheel drive configuration relative to the Porsche. And yeah, it just seems as though it's the corner speed, isn't it? The BMW seems to have the corner speed over the Porsche, so by the time they get back down into the Vale, yeah, BMW is right back on the tailpipes again of the Porsche that lies ahead.
Yep, and now Charles Hyde Andrew Bird starts to do what David Harrison was doing, is defending, and that puts him on a different line to what he wants to be doing, to try and attack that of David Harrison, and puts him under attack down the straights, because here comes Aaron Moulton-Smith. Can he be late on the brakes in towards the right-hander of Abbey? Yes, he can. So the BMW has taken 1 position away with 6 minutes left on the clock. That now takes him up the order into what's going to be 5th place. Just looking there because William Ashmore has dropped down for some reason. So is that a penalty possibly being applied to the Ferrari?
Begs the question, doesn't it? Yeah, so he's now showing us down in 5th place and under pressure for that 5th position. So yeah, it can only be a penalty has been applied or something like that. Here comes Craig Dolby. I know Mark Tucker, who's been watching the stream, saying, Dolby, only 34 years of age. He seems to have been around forever. Yes, he does. He does. It's just a shame that we don't see as much of him racing with his commitments now to the film industry and the stunt work that he does. It's not that often we get to see Craig Dolby behind the wheel of a car. When we do, it is usually partnered up with Nigel Mustel over the course of the last few years, whether it be this, whether it be the prototype that he was talking about, whether it be the Aquila that Nigel Mustel had for a good period of time. The two of them seem to have had a good little partnership, don't they, over the years?
Yeah, they work well together, which is fantastic to see, and it's nice that Craig Dolby keeps coming back and back and back.
Drive-through penalty for William Ashmore, that was the reason.
Oh, okay. So he's served that now, so he's going to be on the comeback effectively, but how far is he away from the rest? Well, he's still continuing to drop down the order, unfortunately, so not good news for him.
Yeah, it's a long old pit lane at Silverstone if you're doing a drive-through, so the yellow Ferrari has had all of that hard work somewhat undone. However, the hard work still continues coming through Maggots and Beckett's and on towards Chapel Curve for Aaron Moulton-Smith, who at the wheel of the E36 BMW, a car that's 30 years old but has been hugely developed, is hounding the Porsches. So up towards the braking area for Stowe they come, and David Harrison still hanging on to it because, of course, the Porsche is much better in a straight line than the Beamer. But Aaron Moulton-Smith is going to be right back with him by the time we get to the Vale again.
Certainly is. This is now going to be for what's going to be third place, isn't it? Because, yeah, into the pits again has come William Ashmore. So this has turned into a disastrous race, unfortunately, for the Ferrari F430 Challenge machine. So he is now effectively down and out of the race and possibly outside the top 10 by the looks of it as well. So not good news at all. But the eyes are focused now very much on this battle as the Porsche has to go defensive of David Harrison. That's not where he wanted to put that car. So now Aaron Moulton-Smith puts his car to the correct line for the next corner up towards the right-hander of Aintree, but David Harrison's going to try and fight back. Is there going to be enough room? No, not quite. Well, there was, I think, but Aaron Moulton-Smith was far enough up the road to be into that third place.
It's amazing, isn't it? A BMW can outgun some Porsches, but that is because that car has been developed so much over the years, and they know that car inside out. David Harrison and I think the likes of the Birds, whether it be Charles Hyde Andrews Bird and Kevin Bird, haven't had as many hours behind the wheel of their Porsche at all in comparison to how many hours Aaron Moulton-Smith and Mark Smith have had behind the wheel of this BMW. So they are pushing as hard as they possibly can and are now up into what will be third position, a podium overall for that BMW at the moment.
Indeed, Craig Dolby's gone through to complete another lap, and it was only about 10 minutes ago that Matty Evans rejoined the circuit, but since then Craig Dolby has found 31 seconds between him and the Lamborghini Huracan. So it's been another fantastic drive for Craig. 2:01.606 still sits as the fastest lap, although his lap time last time through back down to the 2:11s there.
Yeah, just easing things off. That car did have fuel pressure warnings as it came into the pit lane. I was aware of that, so maybe those fuel pressure issues are just starting to raise their head again. And as for number 17, the Ferrari of William Ashmore, that lost the time because of the drive-through penalty and then came back into the pit lane, it's gone into limp mode for some reason, so that's why that Ferrari is back in the pit lane.
Yeah, not good news for Will. Right, the Porsches are back together. Again, they have not been separated at all through this race, and it's going to be now Chab to try and take it away from David Harrison, but can he hold on for a couple more laps? Because that's all we've got left within this race. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. Craig Dolby will go across the line very shortly. We can hear him go through there. So on to what will be his last lap of the race, and it's going to be this fight for fourth place, which is going to be the one I'm sure we watch all the way to the checker flag now.
Yeah, because they've been pretty much inseparable for the whole of the race, these two Porsches. David Harrison was having to do all of the hounding earlier on. Well, he is now the man who is being hounded because he's got Charles Hyde Andrews Bird right behind him. There's traffic just up the road that he need to deal with as well, just as they start to flick their way through Farm and up towards the braking area for Village and then on towards the loop. Staying out of harm's way goes James Collins. He doesn't want to get involved in the squabbles in his first weekend of racing, so just making sure he is well aware of what's going on in his mirrors, looks at the blue flags, gets out of harm's way, which means that that pair fighting over fourth and fifth can continue on their merry way down the Wellington Straight. And as they do so now, you can see ever more Aaron Moulton-Smith is just edging away from them at the wheel of the 3.2 litre six-cylinder engined BMW. Back out onto circuit, but it still looks as though it's in some sort of limp mode, I'm afraid to say, is the Ferrari 430. That's just heading round through Abbey now, having gone down the Lewis Hamilton Straight, but I think body language of the car tells you that Will Ashmore is going to be destined for the pits again, Matt.
Yeah, he might just crawl it round to the checker flag, but no real speed there, unfortunately, for William Ashmore after a great first part of the race. Got himself up into the podium places, but is not really going to come to much more than that towards the end of this one. There's Dylan Popovic and Dave Griffin, who continue that fight as well. This is for 6th place, so another close fight for a place inside the top 10. Those two are separated by 3/4 of a second. The two Porsches still separated by 2/3 of a second, but it is still for now the car of Harrison who finds himself ahead. So David Harrison on what now is the last lap, because Craig Dolby went through with just under 2 minutes to go. There's less than 10 seconds left on the clock, so the Volvo S60 is not too far away from the checker flag as it works its way through Luffield up towards Woodcote for the last time of asking. And it's great to have Craig Dolby back with Nigel Mastill, because they come through to win the first LIquI Moly Slick Series race of the season here at Silverstone. The checker flag goes away of Craig Dolby. A fantastic drive from both of them to take the victory here after 40 minutes of racing. There will be a penalty by the looks of it to Matty Evans and Kevin Clark there.
Yeah, that'll be because we go pitted outside of the pit window, and it's quite a draconian penalty as we still look at that fight that's going on. Charles Hyde Andrew Bird has not given up aspirations of trying to sneak his way through and see whether he can overhaul the deficit that has existed, which hasn't been much, but through will go the Lamborghini to finish second on the road. On corrected times, it might lose that, however.
Yeah, indeed. It could be a quite substantial penalty here for Kevin Clark and Matty Evans, unfortunately, which will drop them out of second place. We'll wait and see. Waiting for Aaron Moulton-Smith to come through in the number 36 BMW, which is not too far away. That will head now down the Wellington Straight in towards the left-hander at Brooklands for the final time. And for now, David Harrison still holds on, but has Chab got anything left in the tank on these last two corners? They turn their way in towards Luffield. There is Mark Smith, who started the car. Aaron Moulton-Smith taking it over. He'll head now towards the line, and where will he be classified? We'll find out when we get the full result. But for what's going to be potentially fourth, maybe third place, David Harrison is just about going to hold on in this Porsche battle. It's been a tremendous fight from start to finish, and it goes the way of David Harrison in the number 5 Porsche. Behind him, in the end, was the Kevin Bird and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird Porsche GT3 Carrera Cup machine, and they will come through in what's going to be fifth place. It might become fourth. We'll have to wait and see. Dylan Popovic goes across the line in the Ginetta. That is ahead of Dave Griffin in his BMW. And the last car on the lead lap should be that of number 72, which is Chris Murphy. So a fantastic way to end the day here at Silverstone on the full Grand Prix circuit, with another great performance there for Nigel Mastill and Craig Dolby. The winning margin was 62 seconds in the end, but I think that was also equated with the penalty given to Matty Evans and Kevin Clark after that slightly late pit stop, which was only 45 seconds off where they should have been, but unfortunately the calculations didn't quite go their way. But again, the great sound of the Volvo S60, great to have it back here in the Classic Sports Car Club, and a nice way to start the season for both Nigel Mastill and Craig Dolby. So Craig thanking everyone here at Silverstone today as he works his way towards the end of the lap. Very shortly we'll hear from him, hopefully with Mark Werrell, who's made his way down to the pit lane for the last time today here at Silverstone. The race result, though, will see the win go the way of Nigel Mastill, and Craig Dolby won in the end by just over 62 seconds, with the Lamborghini Huracan of Kevin Clark and Matty Evans picking up second place. It was the BMW of Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton-Smith coming home in third position, and David Harrison just about held himself off in that Porsche to take fourth place away from Kevin Bird and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. Dylan Popovic in the Ginetta was home in sixth place. Chris Murphy in the BMW for 7th, ahead of Dave Griffin. Harry Petch did well to recover in his Ginetta, ahead of Warren Tattersall in 10th place. Simon Evans then comes through in 11th, ahead of the Collins and Greensall 12th position BMW. Ashley Muldoon, who was in problems and grief down towards Vale in the early stages, he recovers for 13th place, and also with a penalty, John Cockerton, he rounds out 14th position. Further back in the race, we had 15th place for the Longhurst and Wood Ford Escort, with William Ashmore after the penalty and also the limp mode problems towards the end, finishes in 16th place. 17th place, but unfortunately not finishing with the Severs. Also Barry McMahon was a non-finish, along with David Harvey. The Sapra and Branson BMW. Dominic Malone BMW can see parked towards the edge of the circuit down along the Hamilton Straight. And Chris Everall in the Ginetta was another one who didn't make it to the end, but all in all, some fantastic racing, not just in the LIquI Moly Slick Series, but also across the course of the day here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. And very shortly, we're going to hear from our race winners from that last race of the day, because Craig Dolby has made his way into the pit lane very shortly to take off the race helmet, the balaclava and the hands device, and he'll be joined down there very shortly with Mark Werrell. We've got also Matty Evans making his way in the Lamborghini Huracan. And very shortly we'll be joined as well, hopefully by the third place car of Mark Smith and Aaron Moulton-Smith. And we can hear from those drivers now down there with Mark Werrell.
Well, what a brilliant way to end our racing here at Silverstone as we open up our 2023 racing season for the Classic Sports Car Club and their 20th year of racing as well. Chat to our final winner of the day. He didn't do all of the hard work because Nigel started behind the wheel of the car and had it in a handy position for you to bring it home and grab the win, Craig.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's flying now. Every time he gets in the car, it's just progressing. The car's getting quicker, so that's nice. Over the winter, he's worked hard because not only does he like just driving it, he likes modifying and just tweaking and playing with it. And it's nice to jump back in and see the improvements throughout the winter. And you know, it's just good fun. I mean, I was driving around there with the sun going down. And I was thinking, "What? This is amazing." You know, like I miss it. I mean, you can't hide it. You know, I kind of had a bit of a lump in my throat. I was thinking, "Oh, I love racing."
Teary moment, and you know, the back of the car, a 7-litre engine doing all of that beautiful noise at the back of it. But you had a job to do because your car runs in the class it does. You have an extra 15 seconds in the pits compared to everybody else, and you knew you had to get on with it. You went 2 seconds quicker than the pole time.
Yeah, I knew after quali, I knew there was a little bit more there. You know, it's just managing what we've got as a car, understanding it. I mean, I haven't driven since, well, mid last year, so you know, it's also me just building up. It's not my car, so you know, Nigel puts me in there, so I have to respect that. And then you know, I just felt comfortable then when I went out after the stop and just had some fun, really.
With your work commitments in the film industry, are you back for any more this year?
If I can be, I will be. It's going to be difficult, but I think if Nigel's doing something, I'll always be there. And if I'm at home, I'm straight in the car and to a racetrack with him because it's amazing.
Well, great to see you again, Craig. Well done on the win, mate.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. So that's Craig Dolby. We're going to wander over here and have a word with Matty Evans, who is alongside his new toy for this season and this year. Matt, new car for you. I gather the pit stop was a little bit late into the window, so there was a penalty that came your way, but you had enough of a gap to overcome the penalty and it didn't make a difference in the end.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we started our watch when we thought we were supposed to at the end of the first green lap, not the second, so we lost that 2 minutes there, but I don't know what the score is, but nevertheless it was a good race. I mean, Kev had you're freezing. Yeah. But Kev had a great first into the race, so fair play to Kev. So, but I mean, he's much quicker than me, so that's why we put him in first to warm the car for me, for my best chance, so he had a good race.
Just tell us a little bit about this car. Kev was talking to us earlier on an ex-Super Trofeo car. Looking at the colour of it, is the ex-Tom and James Webb car?
Yep, that's correct. We all obviously know Martin and the James boys very well. So, you know, I had it off Martin back in November. I'll be doing GT Cup with alongside Kev. Kev's going to come with me this year, so and then we'll bring whatever else we've got to play with in the meantime.
Well, well done to you, Kevin, as well. And how's the back feeling? You say, you know, you're still struggling a little bit with the recovery after last year. How was it after that stint?
Yeah, I know about it, and I say I got out and I got cramp in my legs and everything. I'm sure 2 or 3 beers and I'll be fine.
Well done, guys. Congratulations. All the best in GT Cup in 2023 as well. Let's wander down and grab a quick word with who we got here. We've got here Harry Petch. We've got Harry. Congratulations. G50 slightly outgunned compared to some of these more powerful and more modern machines, but you were pedalling it hard.
Yeah. I mean, just trying to give it all. I didn't realise I'd done quite well. I thought, yeah, spinning on the green flag lap was slightly embarrassing. But
I wasn't going to mention that, but as you did, what happened?
I just literally came out of the pits, not paying attention, cold tyres, couldn't see the dash from the sun, and yeah, just went round. But then turned out to make it quite good fun to, yeah, fight through the field, and it was good. I was chasing off that Porsche, which was pretty hard work, but yeah.
And you know what I'm really impressed with? The fact that you've thumbed through the book of racing driver excuses and had them all to hand when we bring the microphone to you. Well done.
Yeah, exactly. Got to have them lined up. So, yeah, it's just stupid error. But no, it was good fun, good race, but happy to finish. Yeah, I didn't think there's another few more laps would have probably given in, to be honest. So, yeah, it was good.
Well done, Harry. Hope to see you out later on in the season as well. We've got a couple more drivers to chat to down here because Mark Smith started behind the wheel of the number 36 BMW and handed over to Aaron Moulton-Smith. Let's bring you both in. We'll start with you, Mark, because you started behind the wheel of the car and the boy took over and did a good job.
Yes, I don't know why you even bother with me actually, because the difference in our pace is like night and day. But it was quite a struggle with the sun coming down in a few places, and I had to do it from memory, I think, or braille. I think there's a corner here. So that was quite character building. But I think everyone was quite slow for the first half, because I was looking at my lap times and they weren't particularly nothing to write home about. But I was holding a place.
Holding a place, and that's what it's all about. You handed it over to Aaron Moulton-Smith, and Aaron, what were you doing? Far more modern Porsches, and you're just leaving them for dust.
Yeah, no, it's the car is just amazing. So yeah, it's all down to the hard work of Amspeed is my team, but yeah, it is. It's such a good car and so much grip. I think we just can carry so much brakes. We can muller them and.
Looking on the stream, you know, the Porsches were pulling away down the straights, but mid-corner speed, you had them.
Yeah, you kind of ended up tripping over them a little, so it was a bit of a struggle to get past because you had to make a clear move, you couldn't do anything where you're strong. So yeah, no, it was good fun. It's great.
Take the podium with that field.
Yeah, it's great.
Well done, gentlemen. Well done indeed. And that's it. So we've had a brilliant day's racing here at Silverstone. Thank you to Matt Suckling, who joined me in the commentary box all day. I particularly want to say thank you to the marshals who've been out in this bitterly cold weather as well. And thank you to Alpha Live and their team as well. But that's it. The opening round of the season for 2023 for the Classic Sports Car Club is done and dusted. But we'll be back at Snetterton on the 25th and 26th of March. So until then, goodbye.